Welcome to Anim What If, story of What If Quirkless Izuku created his harem with Class 1, B support the author Quirkless 1B. Lestat 719. Part 1. Let's begin. Okay, so that leaves Izuku Midoriya, Nizu said. Aizawa and Vlad sat and pondered it. The kid had scored well, but there was a problem. According to all tests, the kid was quirkless. But then there was that damn sword the kid called it K'threk Guru, the Dark Sword of Shadows. He was brilliant and well-trained. His teacher had been listed as a man named Garrett Jax. The kid had been arrested on one count of vigilantism when he was 12, but it had been dismissed by a judge who had a favorable opinion of the child. The former pro-hero umpire had killed the kid's parents, and according to the law, you had to have a quirk to commit the crime of vigilantism. The kid was dismissed on that technicality. The kid had been arrested for the crime 5 times prior, and in every case, he was clear to the charges. Experts had come in and testified to the child's lack of quirk. Even a police officer who could detect the truth was brought in. The child did not have a quirk, and when questioned about the sword, he only said that an incredibly sad man in an alley had given it to him before he disappeared. He's quirkless and guaranteed to be a problem. We should just put him in general studies and be done with it. Aizawa said, if he has any potential, he may get in via the sports festival. How can you say that when he placed first on the entrance exam? Vlad pressed. The test is biased, and he placed first on hero points. Aizawa shrugged. He is a problem waiting to happen. Then I will take him, Vlad said. He has potential. Did you see how he defended those students when the 0-pointer came in? One of them is already in my class. Good, you take him. Then I will take Bondo, Aizawa said. Now, if you will excuse me, I have some sleep. Vlad watched his fellow homeroom teacher leave and shook his head. Izuku Midoriya, I look forward to seeing what you do. Nizu, I noticed that he is living in a soup kitchen. I would like to have him move into the boarding dorms and extend him a scholarship. You have already housed your 2 exchange students and used your scholarships for the year, Nizu said with a sly smile. Can't we just take one from Aizawa? He never uses them anyway, Vlad responded with the same smile. Of course, Vlad. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. I have his acceptance letter if you want to deliver it to him, so you can get him moved in immediately. Nizu slid the envelope over. Yes, I would like that. My class will do well this year, especially at the sports festival, Vlad said, taking the envelope as he got up to leave. Izuku. Izuku was sweeping and mopping the eating area, quietly working, when he heard the bell ring without looking up. Sorry, but lunch doesn't start for another hour. There are some muffins and a few juice boxes to the left. Please take only what you need. Well, I do appreciate the offer. I am not here for the food, but to see you, Izuku Midoriya. The strange voice replied. Izuku's head snapped up, but he calmed down as he saw the pro standing in his red and white uniform. Vlad King, as far as I know, he is on the up and up, with a good arrest record and no real complaints on the Hero Blast, he thought. As far as I know, sir, I was cleared of those charges 4 months ago, Izuku said as he looked at the pro, his head resting on the mop handle. Vlad looked the teen over. He had a good build, no baby fat on his face, noticeable scars on his arms, and even a few could be seen on his neck. Whoever trained this kid needs to be taken out back and have the beat out of him. Vlad thought, I'm not here for that. I am here for you. On behalf of the UA, we congratulate you on your acceptance to the hero course. You will join Class 1B this fall. I will be your homeroom teacher. We are also offering you a scholarship that includes room and board. A loud clatter erupted from the kitchen as a girl in her 20s came barreling out and wrapped the kid in a huge bear hug. Izuku, did you hear that you got an I told you so? The girl had long black hair, white tips, pale skin, and fiery pale blue eyes. Yes, Inka, I heard him. He hugged her, as it seemed the girl would not let go if he didn't. Palo, Kira, Riva, Silk, everyone he got Ian. Izuku Joti Ian, she yelled over her shoulder. Soon, the room was filled with more people as they all came in to congratulate the teen. Vlad was happy to see the staff swarm the young man to congratulate him. Inka ran off and then back in with a large gift bag. We all pitched in and got you this. Inka, you guys didn't need to do this. You could have given this to someone that needs it more. Well then, just become a big-time pro, and you can support the kitchen, so we have all we need, Inka said with a smile. Come on, Izuku, we want to do this. Even Garrett kicked in some money before you know. Izuku looked down for a moment. Okay, Inka, I will take it. When I become a pro, I promise this place will have all it needs. Vlad King, sir, I am in your care. But before I leave, can I help with the lunch serving? There are some people I want to say goodbye to. That is fine if it is okay. I would also like to help, Vlad replied, pleased that the boy seemed humble and wanted to see his responsibilities through to the end. Inka smiled and beamed. That would be awesome. The kids would love to see a pro hero. Vlad stepped up and did what they directed him to. He used the opportunity to watch Izuku, as he interacted with some of the people whom clearly he had a relationship with. He saw the young man's eyes water when a group of small children gave him a small keychain and a candy bar. Vlad knew that these children had scrimped and saved to give this small gift, and that Izuku knew that. An older woman gave him a hand-knitted green scarf. It touched Vlad how he seemed to have formed a relationship with all these people across different ages. There was no sense of quirk discrimination. Vlad made a note about donating to this place and volunteering if he could. The kids seemed to get a huge amount of joy seeing him and taking pictures with them. Izuku took pictures with some people and the kids before taking a bunch with the staff. Vlad watched as Inka leaned her forehead to his. She whispered something to him. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is a little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn my inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. She then handed him a nondescript black box with an opening on one side. If you ever question, take the test, and you will receive the answer. Izuku nodded and took the box. The girl hugged him tightly. I know you will make us proud, Izuku, she said as Izuku walked towards Vlad with a few duffel bags and that huge black sword across his back. I am ready, sir, he said with a tenor of determination. The neighbors. Izuku arrived in the UA and was taken to the security office to receive his student ID. He was informed that it would be his pass to access the building on campus, get past the gates, and access his room. He was shown to his room. He turned and saw Vlad hand him an envelope. Here is your bank card. Use it to get groceries, school supplies, and casual clothing. The paperwork will detail the rules you must follow for your scholarship and the cash distribution. If you can maintain higher marks in class, the reward is higher. Keep that in mind. You have 1 month before class starts if you are so inclined. There is online course material to access on that laptop. The laptop is the property of the UA, so its usage is monitored. I look forward to seeing you in class, Mr. Midoriya. With that, he turned and left. Izuku looked around before setting to unpack. It wasn't much, but he cherished what it was. He smiled as he pulled a photo. It was of a man and woman with green hair like him standing next to a man dressed in all black with a sword across his back. The man was medium height with a slim, muscular build and dark tan skin with light hair. The couple was smiling, holding a newborn baby in their arms. Mom, Dad, Garrett, I made it in. I won't let you down. Izuku wasn't alone in the dorms, as there were other students. None were on his floor or first years, so the conversations were more in passing than anything. With nothing else to do, he continued his training that had begun when he was 6. He looked over the course materials. One day, when he returned from a workout, he saw boxes in front of a few other doors. He was greeted rather enthusiastically by a blonde girl with blue eyes and 2 horns coming from her head. She was dressed in a pair of short blue denim jeans and a white tank top that showed off her incredible abs. She smiled and said, "Hello, Pony is name. I look forward to running with you." Her Japanese was broken, but Izuku smiled. "Hello, Pony. My name is Izuku Midoriya," he responded in English. "Oh, thank God someone speaks English. I was so nervous about being unable to talk to anyone. I know we just met, but would you mind helping me with my Japanese, please?" The girl pleaded, her large eyes pleading with him, and her tail hung lifelessly. Izuku sighed. He couldn't say no when someone was asking for help, especially when it was something with which he could help. "Yes, I will help you. Pony, just knock on my door after you unpack, and we can set up a time," he said, the girl's mood immediately picking up along with her boy language. Thank you so much," she said before stepping back, grabbing another box, and heading into her room. "That is nice of you," Izuku heard a male voice say behind him. He noticed a bit of an accent there. Izuku turned and saw the teen standing behind him carrying a box. Izuku stepped out of the way so he could go by. Sorry for blocking your way. No worries. The teen walked and set the box down before returning and extending his hand. Hiryu Rin, it is nice to meet you. He had lightly tanned skin and black hair that fell to his shoulders in a low braid. His reptilian-shaped eyes have notably small irises. Izuku, Midoriya. The two gave each other a firm handshake, and they both smiled. What class are you in? 1B, Hiryu said. Same. Maybe we can work out sometime after I get moved in, Hiryu suggested. It will be a good way to get to know his new classmate. Sounds good to me. Izuku bowed and stepped into the room. Over the next 2 weeks, he got to know his dorm mates, especially after discovering that Pony was also in their class. For Izuku, it was different. He had never really interacted with people his age. A few were at the soup kitchen, but it was not like Izuku had a normal school life. He had done online schooling, so true interaction with classmates was severely lacking. His last interaction was with Kachin at the river, which was terrible. It was highly unlikely that it would have gotten any better as he was still quirkless, but he didn't care anymore. Garrett had trained him into an inch of his life, but this conversation was not one he was looking to. Pony had just finished telling them about her horn quirk, and Hiryu had told them about his scales quirk, and now they were looking to Izuku. He took a deep breath before he answered. Fear is the mind killer. I am quirkless. He said it was a simple 3-word statement, but the weight it carried. They both looked at him with shock before Pony spoke. You are quirkless, she said. There was a shock in her voice. Yes, he noticed the tone in her voice, but it was something he was used to. And you still took the entrance exam? Yes. And you placed first? Yes. He braced internally. This was where the next words would determine his relationship with them in the future. He didn't even know it then, but part feared it would go south, as he had enjoyed their interactions. That is amazing, she yelled, dived, and hugged him. Izuku flushed as she was in her normal mode of dress, which was not much, especially by Japanese standards, but perfectly acceptable by American ones. Izuku, Midoriya. I bow to you, sir, which is astounding on levels that boggle my mind, Hiryu added. It doesn't bother either of you, he said, puzzled. Pony returned from the hug and looked at him dead in his eyes. Does it bother you that I have a horse mutation or am American? No, you have no control over that. He responded. Exactly, Hiryu and Pony both said. And if it bothers anyone else in our class, I will be sure to kick them right in the head. Pony said as she moved back to her chair. Same. You are an inspiration. Without a quirk, you have not only placed first in the entrance exam for the best hero school in Japan, but you are also here on scholarship. If that is a motivation for people to get on your level and to not underestimate anyone, I honestly don't know what else someone needs. Hiryu said, his face full of conviction. But if you are quirkless, then what about that? Pony pointed to the sword in the corner. I know you may not believe me, but I came across this old man with a metal mask in an alley. I had seen him around and would bring him food now and then. But one night, when I checked on him, he pulled that thing out and handed it to me. This is yours now. And he laid down and disappeared into the shadows. He walked over to his desk and pulled out some papers. See, it is even registered as a support item. His 2 classmates looked over the paperwork. That is an incredible story, but I believe you. Izuku, why would you lie about being quirkless? To only have a quirk you or hiding the discrimination you would have suffered would not be worth a lie. Hiryu said, I agree, I get odd looks for my quirk. Pony said, thank you both now. I hope the others in our class will agree to be as great as you two are. He said his dreams of a better tomorrow danced back in his mind. Day 1. The 3 dorm students easily made their way across campus, having located their classes in the days leading up to today. As they walked in, noticing the absence of a seating chart, Izuku and Pony took seats near the window, with Hiryu taking a seat next to Pony. They watched as their classmates filled the room. Greetings were exchanged as people took to find their seats. It was then that a girl with short, pale gray hair and blue eyes entered. When her gaze fell on Izuku, she immediately walked over to the surprise of the girl with orange hair and a side ponytail, and the girl with green hair and long, pointed teeth. It is you. I had hoped that fate would seem to have us cross paths again, she said with a hint of joy. Izuku looked at her for a moment before recognition set in. I remember you from the exam. I'm glad to see you again. I'm happy that you passed. Is this seat taken? She pointed to the one next to him. No, please sit, he smiled at the girl. Good, I will sit here then. Reiko Yanagi, I am pleased to finally meet you formally, she said with a bow. He stood up to return her bow. Izuku Midoriya, but you can just call me Izuku. If that's okay with you, he rubbed the back of his head, a small blush on his cheeks. Reiko then, she replied. He smiled before moving to Hiryu and Pony. These are my friends Hiryu and Pony. Riko bowed to both as the two other girls walked up to stand next to her. These are my companions. Itsuka Kendo, the girl with orange hair, stepped forward, extending her hand and greeting them all. And this is Setsuna Tokage. I must forewarn you, she's a player of pranks. The girl with green hair stepped up with a large smile. Ray, how can you say I will have to work harder now? And nice to meet you all, please call me Set. Izuku had a large smile. It was too good to be true it was going well. But of course, he knew at some point soon the real test would be when he told the class that he was quirkless. A blonde-haired teen offered his hand to the group as Kendo took a seat behind Ray, and Set sat behind Izuku. Greetings all, Nito Monoma is my name. I am pleased to meet you all. He shook the other hands and smiled brightly as he did. Then he shook Midoriya's hand, and his face changed. It morphed into a look of disgust. This must be wrong, there is no way that a quirkless made it to UA. The gasp was audible as the other students turned to look at Izuku. Izuku sighed and stood up to face Monoma in the eye. Pony and Hiryu looked ready to stand up and fight. He looked around at the class. Yes, I am quirkless, I made it into UA. He looked Monoma in the eye. I even managed the top score in the entrance exam. Monoma stepped back. That is not possible. The class erupted with students saying all kinds of things from disbelief to one student shouting manly. Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Itsuka looking at him. Really? Yes, every part of it, he replied, making sure to keep his voice even and clear. How we know if you are lying or not, Monoma said. Because he isn't, a booming voice said, silencing everyone. The class turned and saw Vlad King enter the room. Everyone takes their seat. Everyone who was standing sat and turned their attention to their teacher. I was going to bring this up later. Mr. Midoriya is quirkless. The staff is aware and has read the medical reports. Also, Mr. Midoriya scored the highest in the entrance exam. I chose Mr. Midoriya to be a part of this class due to the potential that he displayed during the exam and for another reason. Can anyone tell me what that is? Itsuka raised her hand. Ms. Kendo, to show us that even though the rest of us have quirks, we cannot rely on that alone. That anyone who is dedicated and has the heart can be a hero. Correct, he said, placing his hand on the podium. All of you are aware of quirk discrimination. People are judged by their quirks and strength. Mr. Monoma, what is your quirk? Copy. Sir, he said confidently. How often have you been told your quirk was villainous or useless? More than I care to admit, his confidence faltering. Ms. Kendo, same question. Big fist, and all the time, she said, a small crack in her voice. Mr. Idashire, comic, and I was constantly teased. The boy with a speech bubble for a head replied. Mr. Kamakiri, how often have you faced discrimination for your quirk? Nearly every day. He was tall with a praying mantis quirk. He had gotten worse, and said to him that just a simple thing like his quirk was useless. Ms. Tokage, you join us via recommendation. What about you? My quirk allows me to detach body parts. The kids would take parts of me and lock them away, Set said, leaning forward. I'm sure that we can continue this and go through all of you have had to deal with being judged for something you had no control over. No one here got to choose their quirk or how it would manifest. Just like no one chooses to be born quirkless and deal with an even higher level of discrimination than all of you. You are all here because you decided for yourself that you would be a hero. He scanned over the faces of his class before continuing. You did all you could to join the UA and train to become a hero. To take on the most dangerous job in the country. Where if you're lucky, if you get to retire, look at everyone here. According to the statistics, even if you all graduate, over half of you will not be able to attend a 10-year reunion. I'm not telling you all this to scare you. I'm sure you all know what you have signed up for. If that isn't true, there is no shame in transferring to another course. Vlad was pleased that none of them were surprised by this news. My job is to do everything I can to prepare you for the future. Because believe me, I want nothing more than to see all of you at your 10-year reunion. Everyone here wants to be the next number one. But the first step is to become a hero. Look to each other for inspiration. Look to each other for help. For the next 3 years, you all will be together. Don't let petty ideas of what a hero should be get in the way of you becoming a hero in the first place. Because we are here at UA, and we go beyond. Plus, Ultra the class shouted. Now, everyone follows me. We have an orientation to attend to. 1B filled out the room as Izuku was heading to the door. He felt a hand on his shoulder. A gentle touch, hesitant. Izuku turned and saw it was Nito. I just wanted to apologize. It was stupid of me to try and put you down for being quirkless. I want to start over. Everything Vlad-sensei was right. I know what it is like to have people be yes because of my quirk. I can only imagine what you must have gone through. I was repeating the cycle. Nieto said, with his head bowed. I would have given up on being a hero if I were you. He was ashamed of that truth. Okay, Izuku said. Just like that, Nito said in surprise. If you are lying, I will not accept a second apology if you tell the truth. I have someone to hang out and train with. Everyone gets a second chance. They left the room to see Pony, Hiryu, Itsuka, Setsuna, and Reiko standing there. Everything good, Itsuka asked, looking past Izuku to Nito. Izuka nodded as Nito quickly stepped forward. I was in, please forgive me. You were in, but as long as you realize and I am cool, Setsuna said. The rest nodded at the sentiment and followed off after the rest of their class. Itsuka fell into step next to Nito. You did a fast 180. Nito sighed. It was what Sensei said. It reminded me of when I was growing up. Unless I can touch someone and copy their quirk, I am effectively quirkless. When I realized that not only was Midoriya quirkless, but he had made it and it angered me. Not because he was quirkless, but because I know I would have given up on being a hero if I were him. He worked harder than me and was more determined. It made me pity myself and overreact. After Sensei's speech, I felt like a total jackass, and it was either double down and make a lot of the class hate me, or own it and see if I could fix it. Itsuka was surprised at the amount of self-reflection that Nito had expressed. Well then, Monoma, I forgive you as well. Just don't make me look foolish. I will do my best, Kendo. Class 1B sat through orientation and was dispatched to their guidance counselors. They were surprised to see that a class was missing and that it was their sister, Class 1A. After they made their way back to class, they saw gym uniforms sitting on their desks, and Vlad ordered them to get changed and make their way to the athletic field for a quirk estimate. Boys' locker room. After placing his belongings on the shelf, Izuku stood in front of his locker. He began to shrug off his uniform. It was when they had removed his shirt that a commotion broke out. Midoriya, what happened to you? Nieto shouted. The rest of the class and their yelling could be heard in the girls' locker room. It is causing them to pause and listen. All the boys were looking at Midoriya then, and his upper body was covered in scars, different sizes and lengths, down his arms and some even on his neck. His shoulder and back had burn marks then. When Midoriya didn't pause getting undressed when his pants were removed, they were just as bad. Midoriya stopped and looked down at his body, then shrugged. Most of them are from training, some are from fights. That is manly, as Tetsu said. Well, at least he isn't a, Taguru added under his breath. Hiryu, next to Izuku, is that why you always wear those compression shirts? No, I just like them. He responded as he started to put on his gym uniform. Dude, I don't know what world you are from, but here we don't call that training. That is ing abuse. A boy with black hair and eyes wearing a headband said. Aways is right. Another one of his class chimed in, with dark brown hair and black eyes. We should let Vlad-sensei know so charges can be filled. That would be hard to do. He is dead. Izuku said, zipping up his uniform. I understand your concerns, but we should hurry to the athletic field. Sensei is waiting. He closed his locker and walked out. Sen just sat there dumbfounded. Does he understand that is abuse? Who the hell cares? Taguru said, carefully slipping his head into his uniform to not tear it on his mantis quirk. If he is over, then you all should be too. Athletic field. Unfortunately, Izuku, who had hoped that the commotion would die down, only got worse when the girls came onto the field. The UA athletic uniforms were shorts and short-sleeved with an open collar. All the scars on his arms and legs were displayed. He was nearly assaulted by Pony. When she saw the scars, started crying and then hugged him fiercely, promising vengeance on who had hurt him. It drew the attention of Itsuka and Reiko, then everyone else. Vlad then came over and, looking at Izuku, told him they would address this after the estimate test. The test soon commenced, and Izuku performed fine. He managed to land in the middle of the pack on every test except the sit-up and seated toe touch, where he placed near the top. He would see Pony and Hiryu talking, and then stop. When he walked up, it was happening a lot. In the end, Setsuna topped the charts, and as they were dismissed, Izuku was told to change and meet Vlad in the nurse's office. Izuku was confused. He even stopped his group before they left the field. Did I do something wrong? I was mostly homeschooled. So would you let me know if I did? I was hoping we could all be friends. They all stopped. It was Rico who stepped forward and hugged him quickly before stepping back. You have done nothing wrong. Mighty warrior, you simply bear marks that have startled us, as we shudder to think what things have done this to you. You are Pony's friend, and I do not like that someone has hurt my friend like this. Pony said, her large blue eyes wet with tears. Hiryu stepped forward. Izuku, who did this to you? Izuku stopped and looked at his arm. He pointed a long scar down his forearm. Sensei Jax. He then proceeded to look at every scar on his arm and say mostly the same thing. Sensei Jax. He then pointed to on his elbow, umpire, or someone else's names. Hiryu stopped him, and the girls were horrified. Izuku, can you say that you can tell me where every scar on you came from? Hiryu said, his voice wavering. Yes, I can tell you where they came from, what mistake was made that caused them, and how to not let it happen again. Izuku's tone, when he responded, bothered them even more. It was a calm, matter-of-fact tone that he had. Itsuka pointed at a thin scar around his neck. That one, Sensei Jax. Gaara, protect your neck at all times, especially when entering an unknown room. Neck guard, or keep your blade up. Itsuka's eyes watered. You should hurry and go meet with Sensei. Izuka stopped and went jogging off, but he turned to the group. Are we still friends? Of course. Now hurry. If you don't want to be late, Itsuka said. Izuku flashed them a blinding smile, and they watched the pure joy spread across his face as he jogged off. Once he was gone, Pony and Reiko started crying. Itsuka looked at Hiryu with murderous intent in her eyes. Tell me you know who this Sensei Jax is and where I can find him. Izuku said he was dead, but it almost sounded like there was a hint of sorrow. The group walked down the tunnel in silence. Infirmary. Izuku walked into the infirmary to see Vlad, Recovery Girl, Hound Dog, and Midnight waiting for him. Izuku stopped at the door before stepping in and bowing to his teacher. I am here, sir, he said, coming to an almost military rest position. Well, thank you for arriving promptly. Will you please strip down to your undergarments and take a seat on the bed? Vlad said, having noticed the way he came to a rest. Izuku started removing his clothes as he walked towards the bed with little care about the assembled group. Midoriya, would you like some privacy? Midnight said with a curious look. Izuku looked at her and said, why? And what if we had asked you to strip completely? Midnight pressed, with no sense of shame or modesty. Do you need me to? Izuku responded. He could hear a low growl from Hound Dog. Midnight looked sad in her eyes. No, Izuku, that's okay. As the faculty got a good look at the boy's body, their anger levels began to rise. Then he was standing there in his underwear, and Midnight had to excuse herself for a moment. Recovery Girl told him to lie down as she began to go over every part of him. How many times have you had a broken bone? 26. Cold, simple responses. It bothered the faculty assembled. Who repaired the damage? She kept her questions direct and her tone clinical, so she did not betray her anger. The Black Priest. When was the last time you saw him? Last year when my sensei died. Do you miss your sensei? She asked. Very much, Izuku answered. He couldn't see Hound Dog stiffen. Did your sensei give you all these scars? Most but not all, and we call them lessons. A lesson etched on my flesh, lest I forget. Recovery Girl had to step away at that moment. Midnight, who had entered the room in time to hear the last comment, followed her. Vlad walked over to Izuku and took in all the scars on the boy. Why did your sensei teach you lessons this way? Vlad asked, his mind boggled at the amount of scars he was seeing. Because I'm quirkless, and society looks down on those with lesser quirks or those seen as criminal. If I choose to walk the path of a hero, I need to be ready for society to forsake me. The only thing that will not forsake me is my skill. In the end, which will be all I have. Izuku said, looking his teacher in the eyes. His voice was no longer cold, but sincere, full of truth that told them how he saw things. Vlad just looked at the boy. There were truths in his words, but for them to have been carved into the flesh of one so young. How did your sensei die? The sound of sadness creeping into his voice bothered Vlad and Hound Dog. He was sick. The black priest took him away. Why do you miss him? Hound Dog asked. When my mother and father died, he took me in and gave me what I needed to be a hero for a long time. No one believed in me. My mother and father told me to do something else to find a new dream. I wouldn't be here without him. Izuku said, that same tone of mourning. How do you know that? Couldn't you have trained on your own? Hound Dog countered. Izuku looked the man dead in his eyes. Tell me of another quirkless hero, or tell me about the hero with the super minor quirk who came from an orphanage or the street to become a hero. This is Yue. No person in my class, or one who made a hero on luck, or without some useful quirk. Even if they have a minor quirk, they must have someone train them. You cannot be stupid to tell me that people would be lining up to train a quirkless kid. There was no more sadness in his voice, as they could hear the anger rising with every word he spoke. Most quirkless are dead by the age of 16. Those who do manage to live past that are 75% more likely to be a victim of violent crime. Of those, 80% go unsolved. For those that manage to live, the only hope is being married to another quirkless person and living in towns in the middle of nowhere. The only thing a quirkless person in this country is good for is ing and dying. The anger was turning to rage as it spread to his eyes. Quirkless make up more than half the industry. Did you know that a bill was put before the Diet to allow the forced sterilization of quirkless people? I am doing this to show them that the quirkless of this country can be more than a body or a convenient gap. That we are people that should be treated with respect. Oh, by the way, how many quirkless people does this school employ? No offense to you, Mr. Hound Dog. Why do they have you here as a therapist? Does your quirk do anything to help with your occupation? Can you tell me that no quirkless therapist is not as qualified as you, that there isn't a quirkless person that could be a janitor? You are here because you have a quirk and you qualify. That is rather insulting, Hound Dog said. That is true, but it doesn't make it any less true. The boy fired back. Ask the principal. Ask him when you applied if there was a quirkless applicant who applied with you, and ask him why he chose you over her. Vlad opened his eyes wide at that statement, as did Hound Dog. Why would you make that claim? Ando Natsumi graduated with a higher GPA, scored higher in every statistical category, and had 6 years more experience, specializing in core counseling, grief counseling, and childhood development. You even cited one of her studies in your dissertation for your doctorate. Ando Natsumi quirkless, Hound Dog not quirkless. Izuku said, his voice full of anger. He looked at Vlad, the lady who gave me the green scarf. Despite all that, the only job she can get is at the local quirkless clinic. She eats at a soup kitchen. Izuku wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. You can tell me that the reason for my scars is terrible, that they are evil, that it is many things, but they are the length that I will go through to make sure our voice is heard. Your entrance exam is biased. All it took was a quirkless kid with a sword and more determination than anyone else to get a win. All flash, no substance. He looked at Vlad. Why am I not in 1A? Every year, the top scorer in the entrance exam is placed in 1A. He didn't want you in his class. Did he recommend the General Studies Sports Festival route? He did, but you wanted me. You wanted me for all the reasons you said this morning. You want me to inspire the rest of them to go beyond. You want to see what I can do? His voice was rich with emotion boarding between anger and anguish. That is correct. Vlad said, his voice strong and sure. Can I get dressed? Yet Izuku called out. Over the intercom came a recovery girl's voice. Yes. Izuku sat up and looked at Vlad. Is there anything else, Sensei? I want you to take therapy sessions, Vlad said. Not with him. Izuku pointed at Hound Dog. I would rather talk to Ms. Midnight. Vlad looked at the boy intensely, looking him over. Did I make a mistake in bringing him in? There is so much anger inside him. I am sure that can be arranged. But I have one more question. Do you think there was a way to learn without the scars? I am sure there is, but not anyone would invest in a quirkless. After I graduate, maybe, hopefully, the next little one who is born quirkless and wants to be a hero with a minor quirk or a villainous quirk can look at me and say that they can do it. A hero once said, It doesn't matter what your quirk is, you desire to do good that will dictate whether or not you can be a hero. Do you know who said that? Vlad looked deep into those fierce emerald's eyes. I did. The only hero with a blood quirk to ever crack the top 50, Izuku said. He dressed and headed for the door before he stopped and looked at Hound Dog. You are a great therapist and have done an amazing job. Good night. Izuku left, heading across campus to his room. Dorms. When Izuku made his way up the stairs, he saw Pony and Hiryu sitting outside his door with food and some drinks. Pony smiled as he walked up. Hiryu held up the food and drinks. Hungry? Izuku nodded his head. He opened the door and the trio walked in. Izuku set his belongings down. Then Pony barreled into him and hugged him. Izuku, why are you hurt so bad? Look, man, if you don't want to talk about it, then we understand. But we are your friends, and when we see those marks, it worries us. The girls were also worried if they didn't have to catch the train, they would be sitting here waiting as well. Izuku, who hugged Pony back, offered her a smile as she stepped back, and they sat down on the floor to eat. After they finished, Izuku slipped off his uniform top and draped it over the back of his desk chair, sitting there shirtless. He took a deep breath. I know this may be hard to hear, but I don't regret these lessons upon my body. I know that people may be uncomfortable because of them, but I look at them as proof of my struggle. I know that I will get more of them, and look at each new one the same way. I am a quirkless teen in the hero course in the UA. He paused. I'm not looking to become a #1 hero. I would be impressed if I ever broke 100. I need to graduate from this place and show people that anyone can be a hero if they are willing to put in the work and sacrifice. Please don't cry for me. Pony, I don't want any of you to cry for me. He took Pony's hand and squeezed it once. I want you to smile at me and laugh with me. And if you want to help me, then don't treat me any differently than you would any other hero student. Put your faith in me to have your back, and I will do the same for you. Izuku looked down at his hands. All I ever wanted besides to be a hero was to be treated like everyone else. To be treated as an equal and not as a lesser than. Hiryu extended his fist towards Izuku. Okay, Izuku, I will do that. Together with everyone else, we will graduate from this place. You have my back, and I will have yours. Pony smiled at him. I can smile for you, I promise. You protect Pony, and Pony protects you. After that, Izuku slipped on a long-sleeve compression shirt, and the trio talked to Izuku about movies, shows, music, and everything normal teenagers spoke about. Pony decided to share her love of American movies as they watched it on a laptop. Izuku smiled as his two friends fell asleep as the movie played. It was his first sleepover, and ignoring the fact that it was an impromptu one, he still decided to count it. Pony and Hiryu awoke in the middle of the night covered in individual blankets. They looked and found Izuku asleep, sitting on his bed, his head hanging to the side. Pony gently laid him on his side and covered him up. Izuku smiled in his sleep, and she could hear him say her name lightly. It caused the American to blush as they quietly left the room to head to their beds. The next day, Izuku had woken early after meeting up with his two dorm mates. They made their way across campus to eat in the cafeteria. They were sitting eating breakfast when a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks hanging from her ears came walking over with a tray of food. Hey, I know you, she said as the trio looked up at her. She was pointing at her with her jacks. You helped me out at the exam. Can I sit? Izuku stood up and motioned her to sit. Yes, I remember you. As well, it was cool how you jammed your jacks into that robot and broke it. Izuku Midoriya. These are my friends Pony Tsunotori and Hiryu Rin. The girl gave the trio a bow before she sat down. Kyoko Jiro. It is nice to meet you all. What class are you in, Midoriya? 1B. You. 1A. That's nice. Hey, is your teacher any good hours? We seem to be bothering him just by being here. He expelled the kid who came in last in our quirk exam and threatened a few of us that we would take the same test again in 2 weeks. And if we didn't show vast improvement, we were next. That doesn't seem very fair. We did those tests yesterday. Our teacher told us not to become complacent and to work harder for those that scored lower. He was going to send some diet and exercise plans so they can improve. Here he said, dudes, I know we are here to be heroes, but coming in on day 1, saying to get better and not offering support is wrong. That's why I am here so early to get some exercise in. Izuka looked at Jiro and smiled at her. If you like, I can work out with you. Maybe show you some things you can do to improve your scores. Kyoka's eyes widened. You would do that, thank you, but I am not even in your class. It doesn't matter when we graduate, we're going to have to work together at some point. Or are we going to be like, no, I can only work with people I went to class with? He said with a smile. Kyoka laughed. Yes, then, Midoriya, I will take all the help I can get. I don't want to get expelled. Kyoka was also surprised when the other two volunteered to work out with him. They all agreed to meet the next morning at 5 a.m. at one of the student gyms on campus. 1A. Kyoka walked over to Toru, Shiro, and Denki. Hey, guys, I found someone willing to help me work out in the mornings. If you want to join, Toru immediately agreed, while the boys gave half-hearted commitments. Who the hell is willing to help us? Denki asked. You remember me telling you about the guy I met at the entrance exam? I was hoping he got in, and he did. He's just in 1B, Kyoka said. Yeah, no way I'm trusting that I'm out, Denki said. Shiro echoed Denki's sentiment. Are you rejecting this just because they are from a different class? The boys nodded. She looked at Toru. Toru sighed. If you trust him, I will give him a chance. What time tomorrow? Kyoka smiled. 1B. The class quieted to a murmur when Izuku's group walked in. Izuku walked to the front of the class, looking down at his watch. He had a few minutes. Everybody, can I say something? He watched as the class quieted down. I know some of you are upset about what you all saw yesterday. I just want to address this so we can get it over and done with. He rolled up his sleeves, showing his scared arm. I don't regret any of these. Each proves how hard I'm willing to work to be a hero. I'm sure I will get more before that happens. All I want is for all of you to treat me like one of you trust me to watch your backs as I trust you to watch mine. I know they are ugly, and I apologize if they disturb you. But know that I will gladly get a new one if it means one of you is safe. Tagaru clicked his tongue. You won't need to worry about that for me. Jack, now sit down. Nito stood up. I hope it never comes to that, Midoriya, but I will also take one for you. Me too. Then I could look at all the time and remember that manly moment I saved you, Tetsu said. It would be a badge of honor I would bear upon my body, not just for Midoriya, but for any of you, Ibra said as she stood. Kinko jumped up, and her quiet voice, me too. Soon, the class was declaring that they would all defend each other. Izuku smiled as he made his way to his seat. Vlad stood outside, listening to his class declare to protect each other, and smiled. This year was interesting. He had hoped they would gel together, but never expected it so soon. And he would have never thought it would be sparked by the quirkless hero from 1B. Yonu expected that the second day in the UA to be action-packed was wrong. Well, at least until lunch came around, but more on that later. The morning for 1B was very normal. After homeroom, it was all normal class stuff, math, Japanese literature, and English. The only difference for most everyone was that pro heroes taught it. For Izuku, it was the fact that not only was it taught by pro heroes that there was no pause or skip buttons. He had spent most of his schooling online with recorded classes to do those things. He focused on a few parts on which he was unclear. Between his self-study and Inka's tutoring, he was well ahead on the material. It also helped that he had spent the time he had due to arriving early at the dorms going over the syllabus. Instead, he pulled out one of his journals and decided to work on his hero notes for the class. He was in the middle of working on his sketch of Rico when the bell rang for lunch. He brought his attention back to the world around him. He saw Setsuna giving him the side eye. You are not even paying attention. Were you? She said as he got up. Honestly, no. I paid attention to the parts that I needed a little clarity on. Oh, Mr. Smarty Pants, care to make a wager? Izuku smirked, his eyes lit up with a hint of mischief. What do you have in mind, madam? Be careful, Izuku. She got in on recommendation, Nieto said. Setsuna placed her hand on her hips and gave Izuku a teasing smile. I bet that I score higher than you on our first exams. And when you fail, he said, matching her smile, then I have to honor one request from you. And when I win, you have to do the same. I think I could take that bet. Oh, you're so going down, my green-haired compatriot. Anyone else want in this action? She said with a Cheshire grin. To Setsuna's dismay, none of the other classmates wanted to join in. Come on, Itsuka, you can get your winnings back. No thank you, Set. I learned my lesson from last time, Itsuka said, not making eye contact with Set. What's Set make you do? Pony asked. Itsuka blushed and started to walk out of the room. Nope, not talking about it. Of course, This was all anyone wanted to talk about then. Mayhem ensues. Izuku sat at the lunch table joined by Pony, Rei, Set Itsuka, Hiryu, and Nito. The group began to eat and were chatting when Pony looked past Izuku's shoulder. Izuku turned and saw Kyoka there with a pair of floating clothes next to her. Hey Izuku, sorry to interrupt your lunch, but I wanted to introduce my friend Toru. She was going to join us for the morning workouts, but I wanted to ask if you would be willing to do some after school as well. Sure, Kyoka, I can do that. I live in the campus dorms, so I don't have to catch a train. How about we meet at the gym near there? Sounds good, we will meet you there, Kyoko said with a smile. Thank you for taking the time to help us Midoriya. We appreciate it, Toru added. We are all going to be pros, why shouldn't we help each other? He replied with a smile. The girls turned and walked away when he turned back to his group, except for Pony and Hiryu, who had questioning looks. Luckily, Hiryu explained what had happened that morning and Izuku's offer. He added that Pony and he were going to join Izuku in the workouts. Izuku looked at the others, extending the offer to join them. He stood up to return his lunch tray when he heard an explosion and felt a fist crash into his face. He tumbled to the ground. What the are you doing here, you quirkless piece? Of his friends jumped up at the sudden attack. Before them was this angry-looking ash blonde with spiky hair and sharp teeth. Rei went to move towards Izuku to check on him, only to get a blast to the chest, sending her toppling back. Stay the out of this while I kill this piece of... Izuku kipped up and swung the metal tray. A loud clunk of it impacting the blonde's head was heard. His attacker stumbled back as Izuku rushed in. The blonde threw a haymaker right, which Izuku ducked under. Grabbing the blonde's wrist, he tossed him over his shoulder, planting him face first. Izuku placed one hand on the blonde's shoulder, the other, still holding his attacker's wrist. With a press and twist, a sickening popping sound was heard, and the blonde screamed. His friends froze at the sound, as did most of the cafeteria. The blonde rolled and swung his other arm in a backhand motion, catching Izuku in the side. His attacker was now face up, and he brought his hand up to let loose another explosion. Before he could, Izuku drove his elbow into the boy's nose, breaking it. He quickly pinned his attacker's arm with his knee and started punching the living hell of the boy. As Izuku reared up to drop another elbow, he was speared off the blonde by another boy with red spiky hair. Izuku saw the boy attempt to drop an elbow. He brought his arms up and covered up. He managed to block the attack, but it hurt quite a bit. It was like being hit with a rock. He heard the redhead say something about calming down. He could see him ready for another attack. The irony was lost on this one. The Izuku heard, "Hey, get the OFF him, that is not manly, you chicken." It was Tetsu who tackled the boy. Izuku was getting to his feet when he saw a pink-haired girl jump on Tetsu's back, yelling something about getting off Ijiro. Itsuka reacted and yanked the girl off. The girl swung wildly at Itsuka. That was a major mistake. Itsuka ducked under the swing and drove a fist into the girl's gut. That was a major mistake. A boy with a tail used it to grab Itsuka from behind and toss her away. Setsuna leaped up and caught her friend. Tail Boy never saw Izuku coming with that overhand right. The boy was rocked back, and Izuku got hit in the back of his head by a boy with yellow hair with a black streak. Hiryu leaped over the table with a spin kick, crashing into that back, attacking. The pink girl got up and fired some sort of gray substance at Izuku. He ducked under, and he heard the hiss of acid as it hit the table. Pony took that personally. Her horns fired off, hitting the pinky in the gut and sending her flying. A frog girl leaped up and caught her. A boy with multiple arms snatched Izuku up and slammed him down. Tagaru smiled and rushed this new attacker. No one attacks his classmates. If anyone is going to kick there, it was going to be him. Rei had regained her feet when the frog girl and Pinky came dashing into the fight. Rei pulled the frog girl out of her attack, aimed at Pony, and slammed her into the ground hard, causing her to bounce. Pony took a kick to the gut. Pinky got an enlarged fist to the face. When suddenly a girl with a permanent blush slapped Itsuka in the face, the redhead started to float away. Nobody asked with Set's friend, but her blush got punched. As more members of 1A dashed in, so did more members of 1B. A blue-haired boy that was shouting at everyone to stop. His error was he roughly grabbed Rei, only for Izuku to deck him square in the face, breaking his glasses. Izuku ate an immensely powerful kick to the midsection that day. Katsuki began to regain consciousness, only for Nito to grab another lunch tray and home run swing it off his face. Momo, Kyoka, and Tori were trying to pull people apart and calm him down. Ibara, Yui, and Manga were as well. Shoto simply sat in the corner, eating his soba. Tail Boy grabbed Izuku by the arm roughly, and Izuku spun into it, separating his shoulder in the process. Tail Boy was stunned by the action, and he paid for it with a knee to the face and a leg sweep. Suddenly a pink mist enveloped the room, and Class 1A and 1B suddenly felt sleepy. The boys were out like a light. Setsuna turned and saw Professor Midnight. "Hey, quit being she managed as she collapsed. Recovery Girl had seen quite a bit in her time in the UA. It had been many years since she had seen an all-out brawl in the cafeteria. Aizawa and Vlad were yelling at each other, blaming the other's class. As their students gained consciousness, Izuku sat up and shook his head. Happily, his arm was already back in its socket. He looked around at someone who had separated them by class. They were still on the cafeteria floor, with Vlad, Mr. Aizawa, and Midnight standing in between them. President Mike and Hound Dog were at the door, and they were surrounded by ectoplasm and his clones. He noticed Bakugo was missing. The rest of the students were waking up. He went over to check on Rei. She was fine, it seemed, but she was wearing a hooded sweatshirt. When the girl peeked inside the sweatshirt, she simply said that she was going to have to get a new uniform. Vlad immediately asked Itsuka about what happened, and Aizawa was talking to the girl in a spiky black ponytail. Izuku walked over to each member of his class and shook their hands and thanked them for having his back. He even did this to Itsuka in front of Vlad. He looked over at the spiky redhead, staring harshly at him. The redhead returned the stare. Vlad stood there and looked at his class. So, the Bakugo from 1A had attacked Izuku with his quirk unprovoked because Izuku was quirkless and the boy knew that. Izuku beat him down and probably took it too far when the Kirishima attacked Izuku. Tetsu attacked Kirishima. Ashido attacked Tetsu. Itsuka attacked Ashido, and it just spiraled from there. Only 3 from each class had abstained from attacking anyone. So, the vow he heard this morning was put into action. He did his best not to smile. Aizawa was rubbing his nose. He ordered his class back to their homeroom and to stay there until he dismissed them, except for Kirishima. Vlad did the same with 1B holding Izuku back. Vlad looked at Izuku. "Do you know what you did to Bakugo? Dislocated his shoulder, broke his nose, maybe a fractured jaw, black eyes. I know his forehead. I was about to do more when this attacked me from behind. Hey, you man, you didn't have to go that far. Did you not see that attack me and Rei when she just came to check on me? And did you not tackle me and try to elbow me in the head while telling me to calm down?" Aizawa gave Kirishima a critical look. "Your solution to calm the situation down was to tackle someone and attack them to get them to calm down and language you too." Izuku muttered "you" to Aizawa. Aizawa heard it and glared at him. Izuku didn't flinch and stared right back. "Mr. Midoriya snapped Vlad. Are you sorry for your actions?" "No, sir, I am not. Bakugo attacked me unprovoked. He used his quirk on a classmate that was simply checking on my condition and said how he was, and I quote, kill this piece of. I defended myself. I merely dislocated his arm. I didn't break it. Maybe the final elbow I was attempting might have been a bit much. After that, I regret nothing. I was defending my class. It was 1A that decided to escalate the situation." "Well, if you hadn't provoked Bakubro," Kirishima said. "Sorry for breathing. Or did you miss the part when he called me a quirkless piece of?" "You're quirkless." "Yeah, and I still kicked your bro's butt." "Enough, Mr. Midoriya," Vlad said. "Sorry, Sensei. My blood is up. May I return to my class while you review the tapes?" "You may." Kirishima returned to class for now, Aizawa said. The 2 boys walked back in silence with Midnight walking behind them. Kirishima glared into the back of Izuku's head as he walked past on his way to 1B. 1A. Ijiro walked back into class to see everyone else sitting at their desks in silence. He noticed that much of the class had bruising. Some had black eyes. If there weren't any broken bones, then Recovery Girl had left them to heal on their own. Ijiro walked over to Mina. "Hey, thanks for having my back. I always have your back, AG, but I may have been a little overzealous. That big fist girl packs a mean punch. Now it was all their fault for taunting Bakubro. Why are you standing up for the guy? He calls you Tai Hair, Kyoka asked. And they didn't do anything that Dip attacked Midoriya all on his own. Look, he's a little abrasive, but I know he is a good guy. What has he done in the what full day we have been here to make you think that he laughed when Mineta got expelled? And straight said he hopes the rest of us extras get the same treatment. He's one of the strongest in the class. He is just trying to motivate in his way. For reals, dude, Denki said. Well, either way, man 1B. I can't wait to catch them in a rematch. Real brave for someone who hit him in the back of the head. Mizo said. What you say, octopus arms? You heard me, Tai Lightning. You want to go? Anytime. We can do it in training or name the place. Hey guys, don't fight. Toru pleaded, jumping up and down. Yes, it is bad enough that we engaged in fisticuffs in the middle of lunch like animals. My temper even got the best of me, Tenya said as he pulled out a spare set of glasses from his bag. Tenya is right, we need to all calm down, Momo said. We should be focusing on getting that from 1B back, Ijiro said. For what, Kyoka exclaimed. Maybe if you kick his Bakugo, might remember your name. You know what, Yujiro? He replied. No, you, she screamed. Everybody shut up, shouted Achiko. Everyone turned and looked at her. This is our fault. Bakugo attacked that guy for no reason. And Yukirishima, who tries to stop a fight by hitting someone and telling them to calm down, they retaliated when kept escalated it. I slapped the redhead for some reason when I was just trying to get her attention. I think we should all just sit down and be quiet because some of us are probably going to get expelled today. She sat down and buried her face in her arms and screamed. Well, why would we get expelled, Denki said. Achiko lifted her head with tears pooling in the corner of her eyes. Some of us used our quirks in the fight. Kirishima hardened when he attacked Midoriya. I just floated that red-headed girl. Mina shot her acid at him. What am I going to tell my parents? She just buried her face in her arms again. The rest of the class began to run through the fight in their heads, seeing if they had used their quirks in the brawl themselves. 1B. Izuku walked in, seeing everyone just sitting at their desks talking about the fight. Everyone had quieted down and was looking at him. He stopped at the front of the class and bowed. Thank you, everyone, for having my back. That's what friends do, we kick, Pony said with a smile. Who was that nozzle anyway, Tagoro asked. Language, Ibris said. It drew a chuckle from some of the others. Izuku sighed. My mom and his mom were friends back in the day. We used to play together when he found out I was quirkless, and he started bullying me. After my parents died, he just kept at it till my teacher switched me to homeschooling instead. Truthfully, I thought I might encounter him, but I did not expect that. Izuku made his way to his seat, but he heard Tagoro say, well, at least you kicked his. Izuku walked over to Reiko. Hey, Reiko. Thank you for trying to check on me. I'm sorry you got hurt on my behalf. No thanks are necessary, Izuku. As many others have said, it is what friends do. I know you would take a blow for me as well. Let's consider it repayment for your activities during the entrance exam then. We can do that. He smiled that blinding smile at her before moving to his seat. Set noticed a faint blush on Reiko's cheeks. A mischievous smile grew on the girl's face. Nizu's office. Well, that was an interesting lunch period, Nizu said as he took a sip of his tea. Mr. Bakugo will be released from the medical wing in about an hour after receiving treatment. We need to decide the punishment for all the parties involved. Bakugo should be expelled, Vlad said. He started the incident and attacked 2 students unprovoked with his quirk. The kid isn't the only one in the infirmary, and you want to expel him. What about the student that put him there, Aizawa said. He defended himself. He may have gone a bit far. He should be given detention. I told you at the beginning that he would be trouble. We should just expel him. Bakugo should be put on detention and probation. One more incident, and then he should be demoted to general studies or expelled, depending on the severity of the incident. So let me understand this. You're going to bat for a student that attacked other students unprovoked because one of them is quirkless. According to Midoriya's statement, he hadn't seen Bakugo in years, and upon them meeting up he attacked him. Are you the quirkiest, Aizawa, or just dumb? What the hell did you say, Vlad? You heard me. What is your problem with Midoriya? The kid is going to get himself killed, Vlad. Our job is to prepare them to be heroes. Do not coddle their dreams. So, you read a file, maybe do a quick estimate, and then that's it, they're done. I am not sure if you were this stupid or just that lazy. How many others are on the block? 5. You sanctimonious piece of... I am a realist. It is a logical decision. No, it is not. You are pushing your fears after your friend's death onto your students. You expel them without even trying to teach them, and you justify it by saying you're saving them. You hide behind your stupid logical ruses and do nothing to improve them. Have you done anything to help the other 5 on the chopping block who in general studies have you already handpicked because they caught your I don't sit there and lie to me? You want to teach those you deign to be worthy. You teach your way, Vlad, and I will do so my way. Gentlemen, as entertaining as this is, Mr. Bakugo Nizu said with a smile as he took another sip of his tea. I'm not his teacher, Vlad said. I have given my recommendation, Aizawa said. Well, then what are the other students? I believe all my students that participated in the brawl should be given 2 weeks of detention, any that used their quirk 1 month, and 40 hours of community service. Since my students used their quirks in retaliation for being assaulted by students from 1A, Vlad said, I stand by the decision for Bakugo. The others will be demoted to general studies and be suspended for 1 week, Aizawa said. No, Mr. Aizawa, I don't think so. This is after all the second day of the new year. This is what we are going to do. All students who participated in the brawl but did not use their quirk will be suspended for 2 days and serve 1 week of detention. 1B students who used their quirks will be suspended for 3 days and 2 weeks of detention. 1A students with quirk usage will be suspended for 5 days and 2 weeks detention. We will also have a meeting with the students and their parents before their return. 1A students who have any fractures between now and the sports festival will be demoted to general studies or expelled, depending on the infraction. Izuka Midoriya will serve the same sentence as his classmates that used their quirk. Katsuki Bakugo will be suspended for 1 week and will serve dentition for 2 months. Should he commit any sort of infraction at all, he will be expelled from UA. He is to also attend mandatory sessions with Hound Dog. Depending on his reports, he will be demoted to general studies or expelled. This is also contingent on whether Mr. Midoriya or Ms. Yanagi's parents decide to press charges or not. Now deliver the punishments, and Mr. Aizawa, I highly suggest you impress the precarious position Mr. Bakugo is in. Both of you are dismissed. I have lawyers and parents to talk to. The 2 homeroom teachers exited the room, saying nothing to each other. They headed to their classrooms. 1A, Aizawa walked into class, and all his students immediately quieted down. He could hear Uraraka sniffling. Attention, Kirishima, Ashido, Ida, Uraraka, Ojiro, all 5 students stood up. You 5 are hereby suspended for 5 days and will serve 2 weeks dentition when you return. Should you commit another infraction between now and the sports festival, you will be demoted to general studies, if not suspended. Before you return to class, there will be a mandatory parent-teacher conference. Grab your things and leave. The 5 students grabbed their things. Achiko was just thankful she wasn't expelled as were the others. Kirishima spoke up as he gathered his things. What of Bakugo and Midoriya, sir? I would worry about yourself, Kirishima. All the rest of you who participated in the fight are suspended for 2 days and will serve 1 week detention. Grab your things and leave. The rest of the combatants got up and walked out of the room, relieved that they weren't in as much trouble as the others, but dreading having to go home and tell their parents what had happened. We were going to handle this tomorrow, but I have something to attend to. You remaining 4 decide who's going to be class officers. I don't care how, just have it figured out by the time I get back. Anyone who is suspended is not eligible. 1B, Vlad walked in and handed out his class's punishments to their credit. The students stood and took their punishments without batting an eye. Before you all leave, Vlad said, pausing the exodus. While I don't condone your quirk usage, I understand why you reacted the way you did. I want to say that what I am proud of is that you all stood up for your classmates. I am even more proud of the ones that tried to stop the fight in the chaos. Do not let this sour your relationship with 1A too badly. You will all be heroes in the field one day. Vlad turned his attention to his remaining 3 students. We're going to continue, but first I want you all to accompany me to the cafeteria for some ice cream. You guys deserve a reward for keeping your heads. The newly elected vice president of 1B walked along with her fellow class reps, President Momo and Treasurer Toru. Kyoko Jiro had no desire to assume any leadership role, but today had proven it did not care what she wanted. It had started with hope, but it was turned to ash in her mouth when the brawl in lunch hall occurred, except for the newly elected class reps, which was decided by Shoto simply walking out, leaving the 3 remaining students to fill the 3 roles. Kyoko had won the vice president's seat via a best-of-3 paper-rock-scissors contest with Toru. Well, the position was hers until Mr. Aizawa expelled her at the very least. As the trio made their way outside, she was surprised to see one Izuku Midoriya sitting on a bench waiting. As he saw a group of 3 individuals walking out, he smiled warmly and approached them. "Hi, Kyoko. Are you still interested in training?" Kyoko was taken aback. She had thought for sure that after the bull that Bakugo had pulled, there was no way he would still want to train, or 2, he would most definitely be suspended. "Aren't you suspended?" she asked. "I am," he said with a smirk. "I live on campus, so they can't kick me off campus, and I read my suspension very carefully. There is nothing in there that says I can't work out. You still are willing to help. You didn't attack me or any of my classmates. Why wouldn't I if it's because you share a class with Bakugo? That isn't your fault. Why punish you for him being a nozzle? Then yes, if you're still willing to help me, I accept," she said with a smile. "Me too," Toru added with a fist pump. Momo looked over the boy at the center of the controversy. "If it is not too much to ask, would you mind if I join my classmates in this training you speak of?" "Sure thing. Let's head to the gym. Pony and Hiryu is waiting for us." 2 hours later, Izuku stood, taking a drink off his water bottle, looking down at his classmates and the girls from 1A. "I guess this is a good place to stop," then he said, rubbing his head. Kyoko raised her hand. Yes, Kyoko? Are you the devil made flesh?" He chuckled heartily. "Not that I am aware of." "Are you sure you don't have a quirk?" Toru asked as she tried to sit up before collapsing back down. "Positive." Hiryu shivered shakily. "Izuku, how are you still standing? I would normally still have another hour or 2, but I may have pushed you all a little far today," he said sheepishly. "Please forgive what I am about to say, as I am sure that my opinion may be different later, but I hate you right now," Momo said as she managed to sit up. "Thank you for taking time for us today, but I will drag myself to the showers and then call for my ride." "Kyoko, Toru, I would be more than happy to drop you off at home, as I fear you are attempting to go home in your current state." "Momo, I accept this," Kyoko said, struggling to her feet. Toru following suit. "If you do not carry me to my room, Izuku, I will cry," Pony said. Izuku smiled. "It would be my honor, Pony." "Kyoko, Toru, I will see you at 6 a.m. He scooped up Pony's bridal style, who let out an eep before turning bright red as he carried her out. As the girls of 1A watched the scene, admiring the ease with which Izuku picked up his classmate, they looked at Hiryu. "Thank you for not holding ill will towards us and taking your time to help train us," Momo said. Hiryu smiled. "Izuku is my friend. If he still trusts you, that is good enough for me. See you guys later." He stumbled off, after being pushed to their limits by the boy from Class 1B, who effortlessly carried his classmate out of the gym. The girls of 1A headed to the locker rooms. They couldn't help but think about the strange boy and his incredible strength. Despite being quirkless, his determination had propelled him to another level. This realization inspired the girls to work even harder and strive towards reaching their potential. Pony, as Izuku held her, Pony's face turned bright red. She had joked about him taking her to her dorm, but as they walked, she began to have doubts. Despite her worries, she couldn't help but relish being in his arms, feeling his firm muscles beneath his compression shirt and enjoying his scent. However, she suddenly became self-conscious about her post-workout smell and feared he had noticed it too. Halfway there, she mustered the courage to ask Izuku, "Do you mind if I ride on your back instead? I'm a bit embarrassed walking like this, and I'm sure I smell terrible." "It's completely up to you, and I'm fine with either option. And please don't worry about your scent, you smell perfectly fine," he replied with a warm smile, meeting her gaze. He carefully helped her back on her feet, then knelt before her so she could hug him from behind. "I hope I don't smell too bad either," he chuckled. Pony was thankful for her new position to hide her face better. "It is fine, Izuku." He carried her as promised to her door, setting her down gently. Pony had managed to regain her composure over the remainder of the trip. She rested her head against his shoulder, trying to ignore the feeling of his hand on her thighs and her heart pounding. "Make sure you stretch out so your muscles don't cramp up." "I will, thank you, Izuku," she replied as she opened the door and stepped across the threshold. Pony, She turned to meet his gaze. It was warm, and she noticed his eyes were slightly moist. I just wanted to express my gratitude for your actions in today's lunchroom. Meeting you, hearing you, and the rest of the class has been a significant support source for someone who has struggled to make friends. I genuinely appreciate your kindness and willingness to have my back. Please know that I am here to reciprocate that support in any way possible. Thank you again. He bowed to her, his head low. As she touched his shoulder, Pony reassured him, "You don't have to thank me. We're friends, and that's what friends do." As he looked up, a radiant smile spread across his face, momentarily erasing all the fatigue and soreness from the workout. Pony briefly embraced him and affirmed, "I'll always be here for you." After backing away, she noticed a faint blush on his cheeks and bid him good night before slowly closing the door. Hearing his gentle reply of good night, she couldn't help but smile even more expansively. Morning. Izuku stood patiently outside the gym, waiting for anyone to join him. He was engrossed in a small notepad, trying to figure out if he could afford a cell phone with his stipend. He didn't have many expenses, and he didn't go out much, but he liked the idea of being able to text people. Monoma and Reiko had asked for his number earlier, which made him sad. While he wanted to become a hero, he also wanted to experience life. It seemed like he could afford a phone if he made the right choice, but he needed to figure out what kind to get. Hearing his name being called, he smiled as he saw Kyoka, Toru, and Momo walking up, a little sore still for what he could tell from their gait. He slipped his notepad into his back pocket and gave a friendly wave. "What were you working on there?" Kyoka asked as they got closer. "I was seeing if I could afford a cell phone," he responded. "I think I can, but I have no idea which one to buy." "You never had a cell phone?" Toru asked. "I have never been able to afford one. My guardian wasn't financially stable and didn't believe in them. After his demise, I had to live in a shelter and couldn't afford one. However, now that I reside in the dorms and receive a stipend, I am considering getting one." Unbeknownst to him, Kyoka and Momo exchanged glances upon hearing his story. Momo stepped forward. "I'm sure that I can speak for my friends here. When I say that we wouldn't mind accompanying you to get one, we can offer our advice, say maybe this Friday. Thank you all. I would greatly appreciate it. Let's get to our workout. I promise to go easy on you three as you have class today." He flashed a smile that was meant to be reassuring, but instead, the three saw it as a spider that had just caught some flies. Class 1AB. After the girls finished their workout, much lighter than yesterday afternoon, they were still sore, but it was manageable. They went to class only to find a note directing them to report to Class 1B. They entered the class to find Shoto already there, looking slightly more interested than usual, and the three members of 1B had not been suspended. The girl with vines for hair stood and walked over to them, giving a small smile. "Greetings, 1A. My name is Ibara, that is Yui in manga," she said as she pointed to her other classmates. "Welcome to our class." Momo smiled as it seemed the girl was doing her best to be welcoming after the brawl yesterday. Since these three were here, she could deduce that they had not participated in the fight. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Ibara. I am Momo, and this is Kyoka and Toru. Thank you for having us." Kyoko supplied Sup and Toru with a cheerful hello. Yui waved, and Manga provided a welcome from his quirk. The girls took seats, and thankfully they didn't have to wait long as the door opened and in walked Vlad. "Welcome 1A, and good morning, my students." He paused as a good morning. Sensei rang and called back to him. "Due to yesterday's incident and the resulting suspensions, we have made some temporary changes. As we have combined classes, you will be in my class for the next 2 days. Your classmates will return on Friday. Today, 1A's heroics class will be held with 1B. Friday's special heroics class has been rescheduled. As for 1B, we were supposed to hold an election today for class representatives, but since the rest of your classmates are suspended, the decision is up to you. The three of you can take on the roles, or you can wait for your classmates to return." The teacher observed as the three students gathered, and Ibara eventually stood up to decide. "Sir, we all agree that we would love to be appointed as class representatives, but doing so without the rest of our classmates present would not be right. We want to wait for them to return, though we know this may remove our chances of obtaining the positions." "Very well. Today we will begin with world history, followed by quirk history and heroic law. Open your text to page 22, so we can begin. The combined class was rather pleasant with a smaller class size. Those that needed assistance or clarification could receive it. They even sat lunch together. Shoto even sat with them, but seemed slightly sad that another brawl didn't erupt. Though the group got many looks from other classes, things took an unexpected turn during the heroics class when All Might entered the room. Instead of the planned 2-on-2 battles, the teams were tasked with chasing down a group of villains throughout the cityscape testing ground. The villains had stolen top-secret information and were attempting to flee the city. All Might provided coaching on pursuit and apprehension tactics as the teams rotated after each villain was captured or escaped. Despite encountering challenges, the exercise proved to be a successful team-building experience. Shoto struggled initially, but eventually recognized the importance of communication within the team. All Might's guidance and demonstration of his actions' consequences helped Shoto understand the importance of listening and working together. All Might was nearly at a loss when Toru took the top-secret info wrapped in plastic, hid it in her mouth, and escaped. Or when Momo bribed Manga and Kyoka to switch to her side and escort her to the exit. The explanation that Momo gave All Might was that she had falsified the info showing that she was trying to expose corruption at the highest level, including that All Might was attempting to take over the country as part of a global conspiracy. She created a small paint pistol to drive it home and kill Manga and Kyoka right before she escaped. All Might shivered at the girl's ruthlessness, but admired her outside-the-box thinking. All Might also took the time to send Toru and Momo to the support department so they could begin building better superhero outfits. Momo was exposed to too much skin and had little protection, and Toru ran around in gloves and shoes. He told the girls about Geno fabric, created using a person's hair, which would function with their quirks. The girls ran off excitedly with their permission slips. He deflated and reviewed the student files as he returned to his office. He needed to find a successor. His time was running out. He could exclude Shoto because the boy was dealing with internal issues. He made a note in the file and sent a message to Hound Dog about counseling. Momo, Kyoka, Toru, Manga, Ibara, and Yui. They were all still worth, considering Momo's quirk would be excellent for the versatility and the boost it would receive from One for All. Toru's stealth and strength would make a potent combo, but the lack of visibility would make it hard for her to be a symbol for the masses. Ibara's quirk was good, but her steadfast adherence to her faith could cause issues. Yui had a good quirk, but was too quiet. Manga quirk would be interesting to see how it would interact, and he had the proper attitude. Kyoka had a solid quirk. Not very offensive, but excellent for recon. If One for All were incorporated, she could be a force to be reckoned with. She had an engaging attitude and a good look. He would have to evaluate the other students as he got a chance to interact with them. He could quickly eliminate Shoto and Bakugo, leaving him with at least 38 other students to consider, plus others from the general studies and the higher grades. He was about to meet with the big three of UA. One of them had been recommended strongly by his former sidekick, Sir Naitai. Thursday, after the group's morning workout, Izuku was summoned to the principal's office. As he entered the waiting area, he saw Riko, who he could quickly ascertain were her parents. Riko smiled at him as he walked over. Her parents looked at him questioningly. He then bowed to them. "I am sorry that your daughter was hurt defending me," he said. Riko started to protest, but her father stopped her. "There is nothing for you to apologize for. Young man, the only person that needs to apologize is this Bakugo. Raise your head." Izuku did as asked. "Thank you, sir. I am extremely grateful for Riko's actions. I am a bit embarrassed about how the situation escalated." Her father extended his hand and leaned in. "Thank you for teaching that punk a lesson and defending my little girl. It truly was my pleasure, sir," he replied with a smile. "Excuse me, Dad," she exclaimed, her cheeks turning slightly pink. Her father responded with a hearty laugh. Like Izuku, he was not very tall, standing at a height of 5 feet 8 inches and possessing black hair and the same colored eyes as his daughter. In contrast, her mother was a towering 6 feet 2 inches with silver hair. Although quiet like her daughter, she observed him intently, scrutinizing his every move. Riko and Izuku were seated close together and conversed about recent events and their purpose for being there. Riko's parents observed how their typically reserved daughter openly chatted with the boy. After learning about the scheduled mall trip on Friday after class, Riko expressed her interest in accompanying him. She glanced over at her parents, who gave their approval. She informed Izuku that she planned to attend class on Friday after her parents kept her home to ensure her full recovery from the attack. Her cheeks reddened as Izuku expressed his concern for her well-being. Their friendly chat ended when the waiting room door opened, and Bakugo appeared with his parents by his side. Bakugo glared at Izuku, who turned his full attention to the explosive teen. Reiko's mother noticed that as he did so, he had turned, putting his body in between Bakugo and her daughter. A small smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Before anything could be said, Izuku noticed that Mrs. Bakugo was looking at Izuku with her hand to her mouth like she had seen a ghost. Before anything could be said, the door to the principal office opened, and out stepped Professor Midnight, dressed in a business suit but still in her trademark glasses. "Would you all please come in?" She stepped to the side and motioned with her hand. "If the Yanagis and Mr. Midoriya would please sit on the right and the Bakugos to the left." The groups entered, noticing Eraserhead, Vlad King, and Principal Nizu sitting at the head of the U-shaped table. They noticed that there was also a man who looked like a police detective standing off to the side. Izuku gave the familiar face of Detective Tsukachi a brief smile, as they were acquainted from his previous encounters with the police. Reiko sat next to Izuku. As everyone took their seat, Izuku noted that Midnight sat near Bakugo, with only an empty seat separating them. Nizu rose from his seat. "If any of you are unaware, I'm the principal of UA. You may address me, as Nizu to my left is the pro-hero, Eraserhead. He is Mr. Bakugo's homeroom teacher. To my right is Vlad King, and he is Ms. Yanagi and Mr. Midoriya's homeroom teacher. The man in the corner is Detective Tsukachi. He is here as a representative of the police. Professor Midnight is here to make sure that things are kept calm." Bakugo clicked his tongue and seemed about to say something before his mother gripped his arm and glared at him. Nizu did not react. "We are going to review the footage of the incident. After that, we will hear from the Yanagis and Mr. Midoriya. Then Mr. Bakugo will have a chance to speak. I will tell you now that Detective Tsukachi's quirk is called Lie Detector, and it does exactly that." As the lights dimmed from the center of the room, a holographic projector lowered, and the security image with audio began. The footage displayed Izuku and his group seated at a table, seemingly idle. However, Bakugo entered the cafeteria yelling at a boy with red, spiked hair, calling him demeaning names. The footage also captured Bakugo noticing Izuku and immediately approaching him with his hands crackling. Izuku stood talking to his friends, and Bakugo launched his attack. It played up to the point that Kirishima attacked Izuku. As you saw, Mr. Midoriya had done nothing towards or even noticed Mr. Bakugo. A thorough review of all the security imaging showed they had not crossed paths since the beginning of the term the day before. Now we can obtain that Mr. Bakugo obliviously knows Mr. Midoriya, and his quirkless status from some outside means he also threatened to kill the boy. When Ms. Yanagi went to check on her classmate, he attacked her without provocation. As of now, Mr. Bakugo has been suspended for 1 week, assigned detention for 2 months, and ordered into mandatory counseling sessions with our lead counselor, Hound Dog. Of course, that will start once his suspension is served. I find that completely unacceptable, Mrs. Yanagi said coldly. This animal should not have been just suspended, but should have been expelled. He attacked this young man and our daughter unprovoked. I want to know why. Bakugo's anger flashed. Who was this to call him an animal? I was doing a favor by getting rid of this quirkless piece of, and you stupid of a daughter got in the goddamn way. Katsuki, his parents shouted. From the corner of the room, Truth the detective said emotionlessly. Aizawa sighed. This boy was Ed. He looked at this student and then over at Izuku, shaking his head. Now, would someone care to explain to me how after an outburst like that, he is still in heroic course, and UA at all, Mrs. Yanagi said. It is obvious that he showed no remorse and was not given proper guidance. She stared at Bakugo's parents. The wife looked about to respond, but the husband placed his hand on her arm. I want him expelled, and I wish to press charges. UA, the Bakugos can also expect to hear from our lawyer at the end of the day. Mr. Midoriya, where are your parents or guardian? They are all dead, ma'am. I am here representing myself. Her eyes flashed in sympathy, as did her daughter's. Then allow me to extend our lawyer's services if you require it. What the Bakugo yelled, only for his mother to attempt to contain him. Mr. Bakugo Eraserhead roared, and the boy immediately shut up. Do you understand what is going on here? Your tenure in this school is in danger. Any dream you have of being a hero is going up in smoke, and you're putting gasoline on the damn fire if they press charges. Your hero career could be over before you walk out the door. What school will take you with this on your record? Bakugo looked shocked. He glanced at his parents, expecting them to make it somehow right. His mother looked at him and tried to convey the seriousness of the situation. But I'm supposed to be the next number one, he said. Everyone said so. That's the problem. Mr. Bakugo, you are not the best. Your quirk isn't even the best in your class, let alone this school. Years of constant praise and enabling have filled your head with nonsense and stupidity. You didn't even score first on the exams Mr. Midoriya did. First in practical and second in written test, amongst all students, coming only second to your classmate, Ms. Yaoyorozu, who gained admittance through recommendation. Nizu said, Mr. Midoriya, I won't be pressing charges, but I don't think his punishment is enough. I don't care that he attacked me. I do care that he attacked Reiko. He shouldn't be allowed to continue the hero course. The problem is that he has always been praised for his quirk and potential. No one bothered to put a stop to it. He should be removed from the hero course, banned from this year's sports festival, with some sort of conditional agreement for participation in next year's festival. If he comes near me or my classmates again, I will be filing charges and lawsuits. I will not be suing the school or his parents. Whatever they have as apology money will be satisfactory. My only condition is that I want to meet with Eraserhead with Detective Tsukachi present. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and nodded to Nizu. Why don't you want him expelled? Riko said. He will likely just become some vigilante who goes too far one day on his misguided sense of justice and kills someone or keeps falling until he becomes a villain. If this doesn't wake him up, then nothing will. He has never had to face consequences for his actions. Everyone gets a second chance, but not a third. He said, Truth. The detective said, Mr. and Mrs. Yanagi, would you like to press charges? Are you going to expel him? Mr. Yanagi asked Nizu. No. He will be demoted from the hero course and banned from participation in the sports festival. I want him to attend counseling as part of his punishment. If there is no improvement, he will be expelled. Would pressing charges rob him of any chance of being a hero? No. It will make it more difficult. But the only person who can truly take that dream from him is himself. Detective, we would like to press charges while I would like to hope that this is the wake-up call this young man needs. He must still pay for the assault upon our daughter. Mr. Yanagi said, Understood. The detective walked across the room. Katsuki Bakugo, you're under arrest for illegal quirk usage. Assault. An assault with a quirk to cause bodily harm. Please stand and place your hand behind your back. Katsuki reeled in shock. He looked towards the door like he wanted to bolt. He noticed midnight between him and there. His father walked over and placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Your mother and I have failed you. Katsuki, don't make this worse. Your actions have brought us here. He helped his son to his feet and held his attention as the cuffs were placed on him. Katsuki looked around the room. Looking for someone to help him, he turned to his mother, who looked away. The door opened, and two officers walked in, taking hold of the blonde teen. They walked him out of the room. Mr. Bakugo came over and bowed to the Yanagis and Izuku. I know that my son is the one that owes you an apology. I hope that he will grow to a place where he can say it honestly from his heart. He bowed again to Izuku and offered an envelope from his jacket. Izuku took the envelope, slipping it into his pocket. The Bakugos left, followed by the Yanagis and the other staff members, leaving Izuku, the detective, and Eraserhead. So, what is it you wanted? Aizawa said. How far did Bakugo have to go for you to expel him? Was it because I am quirkless? No, lie, the detective said. Do you believe I have a place here? Aizawa was about to say yes, but he glanced at the detective. No, truth. I have to say you are one of the worst ING teachers I have ever seen. You expelled a student on the first day and threatened to expel more over a quirk test. Yet you offer no help or ways for them to improve. One of your students violently attacks another, and you won't get rid of them because of potential. Watch your mouth. I am your superior and a teacher here at UA. You are a teacher here, but you are not my superior. I should have been in your class, but you passed me on because I am quirkless. I'm glad you did. Vlad is 10 times the teacher you could ever be. You're a liability. You have no quirk to fall back on. What will you do when dealing with someone like Moonfish? Fight. What the hell are you going to do? Your quirk is useless on mutants. You're just going to get killed. As long as I make it pro, I don't care. Truth. Do you even understand what you are saying? Aizawa said. I perfectly understand it. I am quirkless no matter what I do or achieve. I will always be viewed as less than by others. I'm doing this for the endangered species that I am. Quirkless are a dying breed, but I want to give them hope. You view me as less than others. You heard Nizu and knew my scores, and still deem me unworthy. Instead, you take someone with severe mental problems, someone whose problems could be seen by a blind man on the moon, and deem them to have potential. Did you even have plans for him to be put in therapy? Yes, I was evaluating him before I would suggest it. Lie. Aizawa glared at the detective, who smirked back and gave him a shrug. And suggest it really. I am confident I can handle most of your class. The only ones I worry about are Momo and Todoroki. At the sports festival, I will show you and the world that I am here and that a quirkless orphan is a force to be reckoned with. When you see me on that podium, I hope you ing choke. I will graduate from this place and become a pro. Maybe some of your students will be there if you don't kick them out before they start. You know what? I have had enough of your I am done with you. I should drag you out of here and kick your. Aizawa rose to his feet, taking hold of his scarf. Izuku stood up, and suddenly an enormous black sword appeared in his hand. The detective and Aizawa watched as the blade took unnatural darkness to a shadowy wisp hovered around the blade's edges. Izuku just smiled. I'm your Huckleberry. The door opened, and in walked Vlad with Nizu on his shoulder. Put away, Midoriya, Vlad said. Yes, sensei. The blade disappeared. I want this kid out of here, Nizu Aizawa said as he pointed at Izuku. No, Mr. Aizawa, I don't think so. He doesn't care if he dies. This boy is suicidal, and we are enabling him. No, Mr. Aizawa, he just understands that the deck is stacked against him, and his goal, unlike most, is not to be number one, fame, or fortune. He wants to be a hero to inspire others. He could be a fine hero, and who knows, he might even live to enjoy it. And that is not your decision, Vlad King. Do you wish to expel Mr. Midoriya? Hell no, Vlad said with a smile. If you have seen what his presence had done in my class alone, then even Aizawa would regret not taking him. You can leave now, Midoriya, and no pulling weapons on teachers. Understood. Yes, sensei, Midoriya said as he left. Nizu jumped down and dismissed Vlad. You should be careful of telling people they can't do something, Mr. Aizawa, Nizu said as he walked over to pour himself some tea. Someone once told me I would never be more than a disgusting freak destined to die in a lab. I tore his throat out shortly afterward, and look at me now. Nizu smiled a most sadistic smile. Things never go the way you think. Friday. Izuku planned to visit the mall after class on Friday, and Pony joined him outside the entrance to wait for the girls from 1A. She wore well-fitted blue jeans and a white t-shirt featuring an American flag shaped like a skull. Izuku was dressed in blue jeans and a black long-sleeve compression shirt. When Pony asked if he had other options, he admitted he didn't. However, he did mention that he had purchased multiple shirts of the same kind since they were on clearance. Pony insisted that he get more variety in his wardrobe and promised he would have more options after today. A large part of the heroic class had returned to class today, with the rest of 1B to return on Monday. They watched the trickle of students come out. Reiko spotted them immediately and came over with a small spring in her step as her eyes fell on Izuku. His classmates gave them a wave and offered excitement at having the class together again soon. When 1A exited, Izuku received mostly glares from boys as the Momo, Toru, and Kyoka made their way over with a smile. They were followed by a girl with green hair and a frog quirk. The girl walked over and bowed to the trio from 1B. I would like to apologize for my actions in the brawl. Tuesday, my emotions got the better of me when I saw Mina get attacked. There is nothing to apologize for. I should apologize for slamming you into the table, Reiko said, returning the girl's bow. I hope this has not taken away any opportunity we may have of being friends. The other three bowed. No, we would love to be friends. You suffered the most from Bakugo's rampage. If you are willing, we would love nothing more. Momo said. Reiko smiled as she lifted her head. Then let us be friends, then please call me Reiko. Call me Tsu, the girl replied. I would appreciate it if you two did also. She added, directing her comments to Pony and Izuku. It wasn't until the group started walking towards the train station that Izuku came to the dawning recognition that he was the only guy with 6 girls, very pretty, beautiful, and intelligent girls. Though he had just met Tsu, she seemed rather nice. He wished Hiryu was here, but he had a scheduled call with his family, so Izuku understood his absence. He tried not to dwell on the group dynamic too much, but his brain became acutely aware as they crowded onto the train. They all smelled so lovely, so distinct. The ride was not too long as they disembarked with the crowd and made their way to the mall. Izuku stopped and stared for a moment. Momo asked, "Is this your first time to a mall?" Izuku nodded. There was a shopping center with a discount clothing store near where I lived, so that is where I bought all my clothes. I always thought about going, and honestly, I wondered what it would be like to go with friends. It makes me happy, you know. Something to cross off the bucket list. Well, cross it off, Green Bean. Kyoka said as she lightly poked his side with her jack, causing a giggle from Izuku as his hands flew to his mouth. What was that? Kyoka said, laughing. Are you susceptible to tickles? Izuku Reiko asked inquisitively with her finger by her mouth, her head tilting to the side. To cute was all Izuku mind could immediately process. Well, that phone won't by itself, he said, blushing and walking towards them all. The girls laughed and walked after him. Don't be shy. Izuku, I am susceptible to them as well, a fact my father regularly exploits, Reiko said as she caught up to him. You know, I always wanted to go with friends to the mall as well, Momo added. You have never been to the mall with friends either, asked Pony. No, I was homeschooled. It wasn't until I came to UA that I have ever been able to interact with people my age outside of S or garden parties. The heiress said, well then, let's have a great time. Then for Momo and Izuku, Toru said, pumping her fist into the air. Yes, we should do our best to have some fun, Karo, Tsu said. Besides, this first week of school has been anything but fun. Yes, this first week will not be forgotten easily, Pony said. After quickly checking the directory, they went to the phone store, as Momo told the others about the first heroics class. And after she convinces us of her plot, and we help her escape, she executed us with a paint gun, Kyoka said. I had to wash my hair 3 times to get it out. I am sorry, Kyoka, Momo said, hiding her mouth as she chuckled. Ah, here we are. The group entered and walked over to the phones. Izuku looked utterly lost, turning to the girls with a look of a deer in the headlights. He mouthed the words, help. They all laughed before setting about helping their quirkless friend. Momo first asked budget before they moved around the store looking at different phones. Each girl could help him narrow down his choices, helping him avoid getting something with too little storage or insufficient resolution. As he made his purchase, Pony spied an excellent phone case with a black sword inlaid on it. She picked it up with a smile. I'm going to buy this for you, Izuku, she said. Pony, you don't need to do that, Izuku protested. You are correct, but I want it as a way for you to remember your first shopping trip. I don't think I would ever forget, but thank you, Pony. Kyoka bought him a pair of wireless earbuds, which she insisted on. Izuku didn't know what to say. He just looked at the girls. Thank you both so much. You don't truly understand what this means to me. Would it be inappropriate if I hugged you? Pony blushed slightly as she hugged him. First, Kyoka was a fiery red as she said, it is not a big deal, but if you want to, she blushed harder when he wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tight. They stepped out with his new phone securely in its case. Izuku couldn't stop smiling. Can I have your phone numbers? You don't have to if you don't want to. Reiko stepped up first. It would bring me much delight to share phone numbers with you. Izuku smiled. Thank you, Reiko. How do we do that? Toru laughed and said, here, I will show you. When the chime of shared contacts came from his phone, Izuku was beaming then. When the other girls stepped forward to do the same, he couldn't stop smiling. Now, what do we have to leave now? He said, hoping the answer was no. Oh no, Green Bean, we're going to get you some new shirts, Kyoka said. Yes, Kyoka, I very much agree. All he owns are those compression shirts. That is terrible, though it shows off your very nice muscles, Karo, Tsu said without shame. TSU, Momo said, slightly shocked. What he has very nice muscles, I say what's on my mind. Izuku blushed. Well, I have quite a bit of extra money right now, some new clothes would be nice. Together, they strolled and visited various stores, with the girls occasionally stepping inside to browse and seek Izuku's input. Though he didn't entirely comprehend their fascination with fashion, he recalled Inka's pointers and provided complimentary remarks. While exploring clothing boutiques, he selected several new shirts for himself. To his surprise, each girl gifted him a shirt. Sue apologized for the scuffle, while the others from 1A expressed gratitude for his guidance in training them, Pony and Reiko, due to their friendship. Although Izuku found the outpouring of affection slightly overwhelming, he graciously accepted their thoughtful presence and felt content. They had a splendid evening after enjoying a meal at Big Belly Burger. They even taught Izuku to take pictures with his phone and capture memories together. Momo arranged for a car to drop everyone off at their respective destinations. Izuku expressed his gratitude to the girls for the fantastic day and hoped to repeat such an experience, preferably with more classmates joining them. Pony and he walked off to the dorms laughing and carrying on. Limo, that was a delightful outing. Thank you again for the ride home. Momo, Reiko said as the car drove away from the campus. It was rather pleasant. I would very much like to do it again, Momo responded. Izuku seemed to have a perfect time, Toru said. It was nice to see that he is normal during the fight and training. He is so confident. I was cool to see him act like a dork, Kyoka said. I didn't notice it during the fight, but he is hot, Sue said, causing the car to go silent. I can't be the only one that thinks so. Ribbit. No, Izuku is very handsome, Reiko added quietly, a blush on her cheeks. Momo blushed and smiled. I wouldn't go that far, Sue, but he's rather nice. I would play tickle fight with him any time, Toru said, causing the car to erupt into laughter. Quietly, Kyoka said, You're not wrong, Sue, you're not wrong. The rest of the ride home, the girls talked about class, and weekend plans. Foundations of friendship were laid down that evening. Izuku, after saying goodnight to Pony, much like a kid with a new toy, he knocked on Hiryu's door to get the boy's phone number. They only talked briefly before Hiryu excused himself from the conversation, citing that he was going to bed. Izuku decided to shower before calling a night. He was settling down when his phone chimed. Unsure, he looked at it to see he had received his first text message. Reiko, I hope I did not wake you. Izuku, I just wanted to say I had a lot of fun today. Izuku, I did, too. Thank you for coming with me. I enjoyed it. Reiko, that is good to hear. If you had no plans tomorrow, you would be amenable to attending the aquarium with me. My father gave me 2 tickets, and I would very much like it if you would do me the honor of accompanying me. Izuku, that sounds like fun, but I have plans for the morning. Could we go in the afternoon? Reiko, yes. We could meet at the aquarium at 2 p.m. Izuku, I can do that. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Just send me the address, as I have never been. Reiko, I will do so. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, Izuku. Izuku, good night, Reiko. Izuku set his phone down, set an early alarm, settling down to sleep. A stray thought slipped into his mind just as he was about to sleep. Aquarium alone with a girl on the weekend. This a date like many before him and many that would follow. Sleep would be hard to acquire when such thoughts enter someone's mind. The morning came a little bit sooner than Izuku could have wanted, but undeterred, he awoke dressed in his usual attire, but making sure to pack a change of clothes for later in the day. He exited the dorms and began his trek to the soup kitchen. He wanted to visit his friends and talk with Inka about the possibility of what would happen later in the day, being a date. Inka and Silk were there to greet him as he entered through the employee entrance. They hugged briefly before getting to work on the breakfast of the hungry folk that would soon be filling the hall. The conversation quickly turned to his first week of school as the others arrived. The staff swore bloody vengeance when Izuku told them about the brawl in the lunchroom. Their bloodlust was slightly sated when they told them about Bakugo being expelled from the hero course and arrested. Inka paid close attention to Izuku. When he talked of Reiko, she had a knowing smirk when Izuku pulled her aside to talk about his rendezvous with a said girl later at the aquarium. Inka asked, "Do you want it to be a date?" Izuku stopped and pondered it. "I don't know, in the context of getting to know her better." "Then yes. I don't know if in a romantic sense. It doesn't feel the same as with Anna." "That's good, and nothing ever will feel exactly like that again. If it does, then it isn't real." Also, it is perfectly okay for you not to know Izuku. Many lovely ladies surround you, and some are interested in you. They are probably trying to figure it out for themselves as well. Remember, the mystery of life isn't a problem to solve, but a reality to experience. Enjoy the moment. How many moments are you guaranteed? Simply two, birth and death, and we control neither. Then enjoy this one, my Izuku. But for the love of God, tell me you are not wearing that to this date, Inka said while motioning to his clothes. Izuku smiled. No, I brought a change of clothes. Izuku enjoyed catching up with the other workers the rest of the morning, exchanging phone numbers and taking pictures. He found that he enjoyed capturing memories, something he could revisit. When Ando came in, Izuku ran out to hug her and talk. She was excited to see him and hear about his first week, not wanting to worry her. He gave her a sanitized version of events. The trained psychologist raised an eyebrow and stared him down till he gave most of the truth, leaving out his confrontation with Hound Dog and Mr. Aizawa. After the breakfast service ended and the staff cleaned up, Inka let him shower quickly and get ready for this date. She kissed his cheek after styling his hair and ensuring he was presentable. Advice. Silk stepped over to the boy. As soon as somebody falls in love, all the wits seem to dribble out the bottom of his head. Izuku laughed. I will keep that in mind. Silk, thanks, I guess. Izuku smiled and headed out the door, bound for the aquarium. Reiko Friday night. Reiko stepped out of the limo and entered her home. Her mother greeted her. The two women nodded to each other and immediately moved to the kitchen. Wordlessly, they moved into a quick routine of preparing tea. Once the tea was brewing, Reiko quickly disappeared into her room, removing her uniform and changing into an oversized shirt and shorts before returning to the kitchen as her mother set the cookies on the table and took her seat. Reiko took her seat. Both women were silent until tea was served. How was your return to school? Her mother began. Pleasant, except for a handful of missing classmates. It was good to be back. Reiko replied. When will the full complement return? Monday. Are you far behind in your assignments? No, Vlad-sensei ensured I was sent all my assignments while I sat out after the incident. Your trip to the mall. Very pleasant. It was a large group. Izuku and Momo had never been to the mall, let alone with friends, so it was an endearing experience. We were joined by an additional girl from 1A who apologized for her role in the incident. I also apologized as I slammed her onto a table. At least no ill will is being harbored from them. Is there anything else? Yes, I am fairly certain that I am not alone in my affections for Izuku. How many others? To an outsider, their rapid-fire questions and answers back and forth would seem hostile or not proper for a mother and daughter. But the two of them were very similar in their dispositions and found this way to be their best way to communicate. The new girl, Tsu is her name, quite openly complimented his muscles and called him hot. Toru agreed with the statement, and Momo stated that while finding him physically appealing, she would want to get to know him better. I fear her interest may increase once she finds out he is brilliant. I was unsure of Kyoka until Izuku hugged her and thanked for a gift. I suspect she may like him more than her classmates. I believe Pony is a fierce rival due to her proximity and friendly nature. He carried her from the gym to their dorms after they worked out. They were able to exchange friendly banter. Also, he has been teaching her Japanese for at least 2 weeks before starting school. How does this make you feel? Uncertain, Izuku made quite an impression during the practical exam. I find him most visually appealing, finding that not only did he make it into the heroic class, but that he has done so while Quirkless raised him even higher in my mind. I understand the scars they are troubling, but I feel I understand after reflection. He has managed to unite our class and offers to help others without motivation for personal gain. It is all rather inspiring with all that happened. I fear it could be a set of extraordinary circumstances fueling this crush. He appeared mysteriously at the exam to inflame your mind, only to disappear before you could find more. Upon starting class again, you find him appearing in your life, yet this time you find hardships and trials that he has faced to be there. He had a life of tragedy and discrimination, yet he made his way to the esteemed UA. The incident further reinforces the discrimination he has faced, increasing the fantasy. Exactly. Mother, I am racked with unfamiliar thoughts. I am unfamiliar with these feelings. While there were a few boys I found attractive in school before, it was more of a passing fancy After talking and learning more about them, it faded. Have you had a direct conversation with Izuku? So, but not really. There were always others present, and we only had 1.5 days of class before the incident. Though he has a cell phone, the possibility of a conversation has increased. So, you have possible romantic rivals, but you are unsure you want to pursue Izuku romantically. That is correct. I am seeking counsel on how to proceed. Ask him out on a date. A date, but mother. A date is a way of getting to know someone better in an intimate setting once a physical attraction is established. A date is a way to see if a mental attraction can be established. Suppose you find something there that you wish to pursue further. 3 things will happen. You will find that you neither want to be friends nor pursue romantic involvement, which I find highly unlikely. 2, that the path of friendship is the best course. 3, that you are interested in more than a superficial manner and wish to pursue him romantically. That makes sense. But how do I go about that? I do not think I've built the confidence to ask him on a date. Then don't. Use the extra ticket excuse. He is a nice young man. He will accept first and may realize later the implications. Extra ticket. Oh, I have this extra ticket, and the person I would go with canceled. Would you like to go with me? Her mother said in a fake sweet voice. Works almost every time. That is how I got your father to go on a date. Reiko raised an eyebrow. Where did you two go? Realizing she didn't know much about her parents' courtship, she had always thought that her father had relentlessly pursued her mother. We went to an aquarium, then I talked him into dinner, and at the end, I did a wall slam and claimed his lips for a minimum of 20 minutes, then went home. Mother, Reiko exclaimed, her face going red. I found your father attractive and was not about to let him go very easily. We may have a cool demeanor for the world, but our blood burns hotter than most. People will mistake our lack of emotion for lack of passion. They are very wrong. I would like to take him to the aquarium. Good, then go tell him. Let him suggest a time, and I will buy the tickets. Reiko jumped off her seat and ran to her room from the living room. A voice called out. Did you have to tell her about the wall slam? I did, and in fact, I want you in the room as soon as I'm done buying these tickets for our daughter. Yes, dear. Date day. As Reiko got off the train, she felt a rush of butterflies in her stomach. She had been nervous all morning, especially about her choice of clothing. She sought her mother's advice and wore a navy blue blouse that complemented her pale skin and accentuated her waist, a black wide-brim hat, a simple silver chain, earrings, a black skirt, and matching heeled sandals. She hoped that her date would appreciate her outfit. During the journey, she indulged in daydreaming about what she wanted to happen on this date. But she knew she couldn't let her flights of fancy and hormones take over. Slamming a wall was out of the question. As she stepped off the mode of transportation, she felt hopeful that her expectations of him were accurate and that he would exceed them. She could feel her heart beating rapidly as she spotted him standing beneath the clock. He looked dashing in a fitted dark green button-down shirt, showcasing his toned physique with rolled sleeves revealing his muscled forearms. His black pants and shoes completed the look. Her cheeks reddened slightly as she noted that he had even styled his hair for their meeting, showing that he had put effort into it. He noticed her approaching. Standing to greet her properly, she opened with the typical greeting of "Hello, Izuku. I hope you are not waiting long." He replied with the standard, "No, I had only just arrived myself." "Reiko, I must say that you look very pretty today." "Why, thank you, Izuku. I am pleased with your outfit as well. Shall we proceed to the aquarium?" "Of course," he responded, turning and offering her his elbow shyly. Reiko took his arm and walked towards the aquarium. At first, the walk was silent. Both did not know how to proceed, and Izuku remembered Inka's advice again. "Thank you for inviting me again. It was a nice surprise. Also, I get across another thing off my bucket list. Going to the aquarium with a friend." Izuku blushed some. "Yes, let's go with that." Reiko smiled. "I'm glad I can do so for you. So, I take it this is your first time?" "Yes, always wanted to go, but you know," he said with a slight shrug. They walked arm in arm through the exhibits. Talking, Reiko would point out some things from previous visits that she had found fascinating. She discovered they loved books, mysteries, and the unknown. He needed to be better versed with pop culture, but had seen some older horror movies, much to her delight. They were discussing a senior American author, and his alarming book involving clowns, she giggled at how this brave boy at her side proclaimed he might have to consider tripping a child and running from a demon clown. After watching the dolphin show, he smiled at her warmly as she gushed about her love of dolphins. Seeing her passions emerge over their aquarium date was lovely. Reiko, for her part, couldn't remember when she had laughed and smiled so much. Then he bought her a stuffed version of the star dolphin, Comet. They sat eating ice cream, watching the Sea Ray exhibit, and enjoying the scenery and each other's presence. This has been fun, Reiko. Would you mind if we did this again sometime? I would enjoy that. Izuku, I would enjoy that very much, she replied, squeezing Comet. We'll have to get some dinner, or do you have to go home? Dinner sounds lovely, she said with a smile. They made their way to the exit, her retaking his arm. Do we look like a couple, they both thought. He led her to a nice nearby yakiniku restaurant. He insisted on paying as the ticket to the aquarium was already paid for. Have you ever had a girlfriend before, she asked. No, there was this girl named Anna. She was the first girl I liked that way, but when her parents found out I was quirkless, they forbade us from speaking. They even left the area soon after. All because you were quirkless. Yes, her parents didn't seem to mind that we were getting closer till they found out I was quirkless. Then it all went downhill. That's terrible, Reiko said. What are your views on romance then? For some time, I had given up on the idea, assuming that I wouldn't find anyone who would accept me. However, now I'm open to the possibility. As Vlad-sensei mentioned, our lives can be cut short after graduation, and mine even more so. It's surprising to discover how many individuals accept and embrace me for who I am. This has exposed me to a newfound perspective on life that I thought was unattainable. Though it may sound melancholic, I had relinquished hope in attaining what I deemed unattainable. How about yourself? I strongly desire to meet someone and have a romantic experience. My parents' love for each other is not obvious to everyone, but it is evident to me. Witnessing their love every day motivates me to want to experience the same. Although being a hero may present challenges, I will work hard to maintain it if I find the right person. The two just smiled at each other, thinking about what the other had said. Both understood what was being said between the lines, though they needed to be bolder to act on it. Their feeling was still clouded. Time may not be on their side in the long run, but it was for now. He walked her to her train. They both stood there somewhat awkwardly, unsure how to proceed. As the train pulled up, Reiko took the initiative, embraced Izuku tightly, and he responded immediately. Thank you for a lovely day, Izuku. It was my pleasure. Please let me know when you got home safe. I will. With a slight step back, she let her thoughts wander into a world of fancy and the desire to kiss him. But instead, she chose to express her happiness with a smile and boarded the train. He stood there, watching the train depart before making his way to his own station, feeling a sense of lightness and happiness. The ability to dream once again was a pleasant feeling. After the aquarium events, Izuku found himself almost in a whimsical mood. His morning thoughts drifted to Reiko and their date. It was a tentative reaching out on both their parts. They both were unsure of their exact feelings, and that was okay. Typically, being unsure might have set Izuku on edge, but his teacher had taught him that it was okay to be uncertain going into an unknown situation. But to make sure you had enough information that whatever surprises occurred that would not be deadly. It was nice to have something other than training or studying the weekend, had a series of fulfillment and stuff he thought only obtainable in dreams. A trip to the mall with friends and a date was enough to banish more intrusive thoughts and allow Izuku to continue with flights of fancy that occupied most teenagers. During idle musings, a knock at the door brought him back to his surroundings, immediately banishing any nefarious thoughts. He quickly guessed that it was either Pony or Hiryu. To his delight, Pony stood in a lovely white tank top that clung to her curves and a pair of short jean shorts. Hello, Pony. Is everything okay? Everything is good. Izuku, I wanted to watch movies with my friends. Hiryu is busy. Would you like to watch movies with me today? I wish to relax before school starts tomorrow. That sounds like fun, Pony. Come in. After some quick microwave popcorn, the duo settled on the floor with the tub between them while Pony handed him a Coke. The two clinked cans and, laughing, cheered as the movie began. Soon they were lost in watching a pre-quirk action movie, laughing at the one-liners and cheering at the over-the-top action. What had started as something seemingly innocuous, Izuku noticed that Pony had moved closer to him, the popcorn bowl resting in her lap. By no means was it unpleasant, but it drew Izuku's attention to the fact that she was most definitely a girl and was very close to him. The real trouble was that every time he went to grab some popcorn or hazard a glance over, he was graced with a lovely view down the top of the American girl's tank top. He did his best not to look, but hormones are powerful and something no teenager could ever hope to master fully. Feeling a sense of relief and a sense of sadness as the movie ended, Izuku expected their snuggling to end when she got up and was bent over in front of him for what seemed like an inordinate amount of time. Izuku found himself actively ogling her backside along with her firm bare thighs. Blushing furiously, he tore his gaze away and looked over at the ground in an attempt to calm his beating heart and rampant blood flow. He was surprised, but not disappointed when she returned to her previous position. When he looked over, he found her large blue eyes looking up at him, with a coy smile on her lips. He noticed that they had a shine. Was she wearing lipstick? Then the other side of his brain screamed at him that he was staring at her lips like a creep. Looking away, he managed another movie. Yes, you don't mind. Of course not. As she faced the screen, a smile graced her lips. She couldn't help but notice his gaze lingering on her lips and chest. She had deliberately taken her time while changing the movie, and it seemed like her mother's advice from the previous night was paying off. It was time to move on to the next part of the plan, watching a horror movie. As the title screen came up on the screen, The Demon's Dance. Izuku froze slightly. He had heard something about this movie. It was the latest American horror masterpiece from Stephen Nolan. The American director has dominated cinema since his stunning debut, A Walk in the Rain. As the film started, the sun had begun setting, turning the room into shades of red and orange. Their attention, though, was commanded by the movie, and he didn't notice that Pony had grabbed his arm. Once he was aware, it was hard not to catch, especially when she squished into him. Hiding her face, the softness pressed against him was short-circuiting his brain. He could see her peeking out only to let loose and eat before shutting her eyes tight as the movie ramped up. Izuku was becoming aware of the scent of wildflowers. Needless to say, it was intoxicating. Despite his best efforts to concentrate on the movie, Pony's actions were too distracting and caused him to constantly shift positions due to increased blood flow. When the film finally ended, he experienced relief and regret. As Pony glanced back at her, he held his arm tightly. He couldn't help but be captivated by her stunning blue eyes and could not look away. Despite his training, this was a situation that his mind and body had never prepared for or anticipated. He could only think of what Inca had told him about listening to his heart was screaming at him to kiss her. Unfortunately, his brain had checked itself into witness relocation and could not offer a counterargument when she closed her eyes and leaned slightly forward, her head tilted upward. All sense of reason or counterarguments that may have existed died. They leaned towards each other, lightly and slowly, their lips mere millimeters apart, when there was a knock at the door shattering the spell. He wondered if something could be a godsend and a curse as he got up to answer the door. Pony wanted to blast whoever was on the other side of the door, though she firmly expected it to be Hiryu due to the day and time. She was still right there. Silently, she cursed whatever entity had disrupted her. Sure enough, it was Hiryu coming to visit with her chance stolen. She just settled into hanging out with them and letting the day pass. When she went to leave, she lingered, allowing Hiryu to exit his room, leaving them alone again. "Izuku Midoriya," she said. He turned to answer, only for her to lean up and seize her moment, refusing to allow it to be stolen again. When she felt him melt into her, she knew she had made the right decision, and stepping back, she smiled. "I do not care what others will say, but know that I have an attraction to you." With that, she turned and walked down the hall to her room. His heart was pounding, and the smell of wildflowers lingered. Confusion was the game's name for the rest of the night. He had kissed Pony, he was sure of that. He had gone on a date with Rico and had wanted to kiss her afterward as correctly, but he had failed to act. He grabbed his hair in frustration and turned to the internet for answers. He would regret that decision like many before and after. Monday morning, Izuku rose early and went to the gym to meet Kyoka, Toru, and Momo. Curiously, he noticed that Kyoka was wearing light makeup, which he had never seen her do before. Her lips were a shade of purple with matching eyeshadow that played with her hair color. She seemed to be blushing today, while Momo whispered things in her ear. His brain was not ready for this sudden awakening of women and their forms. It just wasn't. He also had a question when they emerged in new workout clothes that seemed to scream that they were in fact girls. Momo and Toru had decided to focus on muscle building, which had them concentrating on the machines, leaving him and Kyoka to work on exercises and techniques to increase her quirk test results. Why this necessitated him standing near her for some form of adjustment would have never bothered him. But after this weekend, he found it was doing just that. The casual way she moved, or the curves of her frame, was enough to make him explode. The occasional blush he would catch on her cheeks caused his own to rise. The looks and giggles he would hear from the workout equipment would not help either. As they were wrapping things up, Kyoka stopped him. "Izuku, I just wanted to say thank you, and I know it might be silly, but if you ever wanted to learn how to play an instrument or something, I would happily teach you. You can play." "Yeah, I loved music for a while. I was going to be a musician before I decided to be a hero, but I still love music. I know that you are pretty smart and stuff, so I can't help you study, but I wanted to find a way to thank you and maybe teach you something in return." She said all this while absently twirling a jack around her finger. "To destroy is easier than to create," Izuku said. "All my life, I've been taught that I think it would be nice to learn something I can use to create." Is that a quote? The first part, yes, Ivan Klima. He said, "I would like you to teach me how to play an instrument. Could you teach me the guitar?" Her smile almost exploded. "Yeah, I am pretty good with the guitar. It was one of the first things I learned to play. Maybe you want to come to my house this weekend, and we can get started." "That sounds amazing," he responded with a smile. "Great," she said, jumping back. "I will text you my address, and we can set up a time," she called as she turned and bolted for the locker room. Izuku just smiled and went to get ready for class. 1B. The class was whole again as the last of their suspended classmates filled in the smiles of the rest. Izuku had tried to catch Pony to talk about what had happened, but the girl had dodged him expertly. Reiko was more than happy to fill the spot, the girl falling in step with him as they headed to class. It was a comfortable feeling for Izuku to see everyone together again. As he was telling Setsuna of his trip to the mall, the girl was upset that she wasn't invited, making him promise that he would do so next time. But when she found out he now had a cell phone, it was all forgiven as long as he shared his number with her, so they could text. It was fun as others came over to share their numbers with him. As his contact list grew, he walked over to Taguru, as he was the last person in class for whom Izuku did not have his contact information. Taguru glared at Izuku for a second before he shared his contact information. "Don't bother me with stupid. I just want your number to remind you who number one is." Academically or physically, Izuku responded with a deadpan look. "Academically, I got you beat, and physically we can find out in heroics class, but don't go crying when I win." "Like I could lose to you," he responded as the bell rang, and Izuku quickly found his seat. Vlad King walked in, seeing his class full made him smile. "First of all, welcome back. Everyone, now that everyone is here, we have some things to take care of that we would have handled last week if not due to the incident. An opportunity to elect as class president was given to those who were not suspended and chose to wait for everyone to return before we chose a class representative." Ibra stood up. "Sir, I would like to nominate Izuku Midoriya." "May I ask why?" "Ms. Shiozaki, you asked that we wait for the rest of the class to hold these elections. Do you not want the position yourself?" "I would, though Mr. Midoriya has genuinely inspired our class. His presence has brought us together by showcasing what we can aspire to beyond our quirks. He has displayed the extent of his determination to attain his objectives and protect us. Furthermore, an episode occurred, and we all felt compelled to stand up and defend him. Although I believe the violence escalated because of 1A, I would follow him in a battle, and I know he would do the same for me and everyone else in the class." Izuku Midoriya became the class president of 1B without ever volunteering for the position, and Itsuka Kendo was elected as the vice president. Ibara took the class secretary position, and Irinjiki became the class treasurer. After resolving the previous issue, Vlad King informed the class about the makeup work that needed to be completed. Additionally, he announced that more heroic courses would be added to the schedule. The type on Friday would be a joint session with 1A, and any repeat of the previous incident would not be acceptable. To ensure the safety of all students, he expected them to avoid any conflicts, but they were permitted to defend themselves and their peers if necessary. Achiko, the girl, sat nervously with her parents just outside the principal's office. Her parents were furious when they received a call from their daughter's school about the fight. They were disappointed when they heard the details from their daughter. What hurt Achiko the most was that she had resorted to using her quirk in an inter-class brawl because one of her classmates had attacked a quirkless student. The fact that a quirkless student was even in the heroic course at UA was a shock to them. But that Achiko hadn't stepped in to stop her class for this bout of gross stupidity, she had helped to escalate the situation. When the door opened and out walked Ida with his family, he looked defeated. He avoided eye contact and quickly left. Achiko didn't have much time to stew on it as Mr. Aizawa stepped out and called her and her parents in. Thankfully, once everyone had taken their seats, the principal looked at the girl and asked her to explain to him, her teacher, and her parents why she should be allowed to remain at UA and in the hero course. Achiko took a deep breath and stood up. I take full responsibility for my actions and deeply apologize for what happened. I cannot offer excuses for my behavior, and I acknowledge that what I did was wrong. I have spent much time reflecting on the incident and still cannot understand why I acted the way I did. Bakugo's behavior was unacceptable and went against everything I believe a hero should be. As a hero, I strive to be better than that, and I want to make amends for my actions. I want to prove to everyone that I can be a hero that not only my parents will be proud of, but also the UA Academy. Please allow me to show that I can be better and deserve to stay here. She hastily wiped her tears away. I humbly request another opportunity. I assure you that you won't regret it. If not, may I apologize to Itsuka Kendo and the rest of 1B, particularly Izuku Midoriya. Nizu leaned forward, his hands steepled in front of him. Ms. Uraraka, while you're truly sorry and regret your actions, I will not remove you from the hero course or UA. There is a pending matter of you using your quirk against Ms. Kendo, and if she wished to pursue charges against you. Achiko's heart sank. She has chosen not to. You will be expected to apologize to her formally and Mr. Midoriya, as well as their class. You will be eligible to return to school Wednesday, and you will serve detention for 2 weeks upon your return. A notation will be placed on your record. It will be removed if you can complete the rest of the year without incident. Should there be another incident, you will immediately be removed from the hero course and possibly expelled, depending on the severity of the offense. Thank you, sir, she said, bowing as her parents did. Lunch. Stepping back into the incident scene was interesting, to say the least, though seeing Midnight and Ectoplasm playing the role of monitors was an excellent deterrent. A collective breath was held when Izuku walked over to the table Momo, Toru, and Kyoka sat at and asked to join them. The three girls smiled at their friend as he took his seat. Everyone seemed to relax, except a few boys from 1A shooting death glares. They were joined by Pony and Hiryu, who sat and began talking with the girls, followed by Tsu and Riko. Izuku was smiling, sitting with friends, and eating such fantastic food was lovely. He wasn't sure which punishment was worse, suspension from class or being denied eating Lunch Rush's creations. Momo was congratulating Izuku on his ascension to class president like herself. Still, before he could comment, the whole lunchroom panicked as the security alarm erupted. The group immediately jumped up from their seats. Kyoko wobbled, grabbing her head at the loud noise. Instinctively, Izuku, sitting next to her, wrapped his arm around her protectively. Thankfully, he couldn't see how bright her face was at her current situation. Before anything could escalate, the booming voice of Midnight rang out, calming the students and directing them to their evacuation points. Are you okay? Kyoka, he asked. The girl nodded, not wanting to break the embrace, but wishing that no one else was around. Reluctantly, she gently pushed away. Yeah, the alarm plus everyone freaking out did a number on me, she said. The group made their way out, heading to their evacuation sites. The classes were gathered on the field as the security threat was cleared, leaving the students to talk and socialize. 1B was cautious, as this was the closest they had been to 1A. Izuku and Itsuka were talking to their sister reps about the first council meeting coming up when they could see the boy with a lightning streak in his hair appearing to argue with Toru while pointing towards Izuku. I take it there are some in your class that still have some sort of problem with me, he asked. Sorry, we have some real idiots. Denki seems to like running his mouth. I wouldn't worry about it, Kyoka answered. Well, I hope they get it under control before our joint training Friday, Itsuka said, looking toward Momo. What training? Momo asked. Didn't your teacher tell you guys? Itsuka asked, genuinely concerned. The utter confusion on Momo and Itsuka's faces told her all she needed to know. Vlad-sensei told us this morning that we were doing joint class training on Friday. Good to know, but Mr. Aizawa hasn't been in class today. Professor Midnight has been our homeroom teacher. Kyoka said, I wish she would stay. She doesn't make us feel like we are about to get expelled if we breathe wrong. Yeah, Mr. Aizawa is in, Izuku said matter-of-factly. Izuku, Momo said with a shocked tone. You shouldn't speak of the faculty in such a way. His methods are different. But, no, Izuku is right. He isn't, Kyoka added with a grin. Momo, he isn't threatening to expel you because you did well on the quirk test and are a recommended student. You know what he said to Toru and me. And if it weren't for Izuku offering to help us, then I would be screwed. Momo looked like she wanted to retort to her vice president's statement. She honestly couldn't. He hadn't addressed the incident in any fashion. He hadn't offered any assistance to the students he was threatening to expel. He seemed more concerned with his naps than handling the class. He gave them a paragraph each of feedback from their heroic style with All Might, the #1 hero in the country, having given them at least 2 pages. Before they could talk, the all clear sounded, and they had to return to their rooms. Detention. 1B found themselves in the gym going through basic fighting drills, and 1A was sitting in their class writing about the quirk laws. After school, Izuku was worried they would have to cut the afternoon workout short, but Momo assured him that she had already arranged a ride for her and her classmates. Izuku was working closely with Kyoka and Toru. Backed by Pony, he was distracted not so much by the girls, but by the fact that Hiryu seemed out of it. He hardly saw his friend all weekend and still seemed distracted in class. He is doing his best to put it out of his mind for now, instead focusing on things the girls could do to improve their scores. Momo seemed to be enjoying the camaraderie more than anything. Izuku and Hiryu were in the locker room getting changed. Hiryu, is everything okay? Did something happen? At first, Hiryu seemed dismissive of Izuku, but he eventually opened up. He shared that his family in China was not pleased with his suspension from school. Being known for their dragon-related quirks, Hiryu's abilities were considered inferior. As a result, he was allowed to train in Japan. In the meantime, they had all but disowned him, but were upset because of the perceived shame he had brought upon their name. The situation took aback Izuku. Throughout his life, he had been mocked for not having a quirk. He had witnessed others being mistreated for having weaker quirks, but Hiryu's quirk was neither inadequate nor non-existent. Despite this, Hiryu faced discrimination from his own family because his quirk was not similar enough to theirs. His friend was suffering for actions he had taken while protecting him. Discipline from the school was one thing, but he had never considered the backlash his friends or classmates would receive from their families. As he didn't have a family, he didn't believe it. I wish I knew what to say. Hiryu, to think they would toss you aside because your quirk doesn't measure up to their standard and not see it for how awesome it is, Izuku said. It made me question many things, to be honest. It hurt. It still hurts, but that is part of the reason I am here. To show them how great of a hero I can be, and when I do, and they ask me to come back, I will tell them no. I want to become my own man, my own hero. It was just having to listen to their lectures and talk about not what happened or why I did what I did, but how this could reflect on the family name in China. Hiryu said, fire returning to his voice. I will jump into that fight again if given a chance, Izuku, and I will jump in the next one, you are a friend. Not because of my family name, but because of me. I will always cherish that. Sorry if my mood made you worry. It's fine, you have a lot going on. Thank you for sharing with me. I promise that together with the others, we will change everything. Izuku said, matching Hiryu's fire. The two boys laughed and fist bumped before finishing changing. When they came out, Pony looked at them and smiled. Feeling better, Hiryu, she said. Yes, I am. Thank you, Pony. With that, the group split, with 1A heading to the gates and 1B heading to their on-campus dorms. The 1B trio decided to eat and study together to work on getting caught up for the classes they missed. With Hiryu there, it kept any uneasy tension from the kiss the night before when they left Izuku's room. He wondered if she would stay behind again. He was grappling with wanting her too, but wanted to understand what was happening. She had told him she was attracted to him. He found her quite pretty and physically attractive as well. She answered part of the question as she exited before Hiryu told Izuku good night as he went to the room. Hiryu followed only a short time after, leaving Izuku alone. His phone lit up a few moments later, and it was Riko texting about a homework question. The conversation seemed relatively short before it had turned into them just talking about different things. He was amazed at how fast she could type her responses and was still getting used to the digital keyboard. They didn't talk long, but it was pleasant. When the conversation ended, he decided to listen to music as he studied some more, plugging in Kyoka's headphones. Before he drifted asleep, he briefly considered if going to a girl's house to learn guitar was some date. Nah, Eijiro Kirishima. Mina had just exited the room, crying. She told him she wasn't expelled before her parents, who looked furious, escorted her out the door. Eijiro sat there with his mother and father, waiting for their turn. Eijiro had been annoyed since the incident. No one had heard from Bakugo, as no one could get his number. He didn't have anyone's number besides Mina, but that was because they went to middle school together. He had heard from Mina, who had Toru's number, about the class elections, the other people talking some. It was when he heard that apparently Momo, Toru, and Kyoka had not only had lunch with that mother Izuku today, but they had also gone to the mall with that loser on Friday. Then to top off the sandwich, he found out they were working out with that even after the whole lunchroom fight. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. The whole class didn't care that Bakubro had been goaded into the fight and was being made to look like the bad guy. And the fact that somehow the one responsible for it all was back in class hitting on the girls in his class was making him fume. But it would all be okay. He would get back into class. Bakugo would serve a suspension, and then it would all be gravy. Izuku Midoriya, he would get him sooner or later, especially after the heat died. Eijiro parents were ed at him even after he explained they didn't understand. Why couldn't they figure it out? They were supposed to be wise, his mother a doctor and his father an engineer. Yet here they were madder at him than the injustice that had been done. They had even grounded him for 3 months, doing his best not to let his anger and frustration show. Though failing miserably, he and his parents were invited into the office where the principal and his home teacher sat waiting. After offering tea, they sat down while the incident was played, including audio from the start of the fight to shortly after he interfered. Like a man should, he thought. His other immediate thought was that they had to have edited the video in some fashion. There was something that Punk had to do to off Bakubro like that. Was there a previous interaction between Mr. Bakugo or Mr. Midoriya? His father asked. None on school grounds, and as Mr. Midoriya has been living in the dorm since his admittance, we can say that there was no interaction between the two in a minimum of a month and a half. Also, according to testimony from Mr. Bakugo and Mr. Midoriya, they had not crossed paths since they were 6 years old. The president responded. Now, as you can see here, he continued rewinding the hollow projection and zooming in on Eijiro. You can see that your son activated his quirk before entering the fight and struck Mr. Midoriya while asking him to calm down. Not the most tactically sound course of action to escalate a fight. Is it true that Mr. Midoriya is quirkless? His mother asked. Yes, ma'am. He is, but he scored the highest on the entry exam despite that. Isn't that right, Mr. Aizawa? That is correct. The man answered. Has anyone else been expelled? His mother inquired. Not yet, Mr. Aizawa said, looking at the emotions on Eijiro's face. Mr. Bakugo has been removed from the hero course and is facing legal ramifications due to his actions. Mr. Midoriya has agreed not to press charges against your son and informed you that he will not pursue legal action, citing that whatever you deem fit for an apology will satisfy him. The problem I see in front of us is that your son feels that he was in the right and that his actions were just. I would completely agree if he had stepped in, not assaulted Mr. Midoriya, and pulled him back. But his actions caused a cascading effect that led to many bad decisions being made by students on their second day. Now, Mr. Kirishima, would you care to say anything? Ijiro was hot-headed and not the sharpest tool in the shed, but he understood his predicament. His teacher had just told him that Bakugo was out of the hero course and facing legal trouble according to the principal. There's a possibility that while nothing had happened recently, obviously Midoriya had done something to Bakubro in the past, causing the blood feud. While his mind began to create wild speculations to justify Bakubro's actions, and that this event made Bakubro so prickly. If he didn't say the right thing, he would be kicked out of the hero course and never get the chance to expose that for the piece of he was and get Bakugo back into the hero course. Flights of fantasy are genuinely a wonderful thing. The mental gymnastics being performed to justify his actions would have won a gold medal if such a thing was possible. Seeing everything before me, I can see that I handled the situation wrong. I acted before I thought and should have made a different call. While Bakugo should not have attacked that girl, the reaction of Midoriya and his level of violence spurred me to act hastily and without forethought. I am at your mercy to allow me to continue here at UA and in the hero course. Please give me another chance to correct the wrongs that day. Mr. Kirishima, very well put, Nizu said, leaning forward in his seat. We will grant your wish. You will serve your 2 weeks of dentition upon your return tomorrow. Should there be any incident with Mr. Midoriya, you will be expelled. You are to deliver a full apology to Mr. Midoriya by the end of day tomorrow. Yes, sir, he responded. His parents handed over an envelope to the teacher so he could pass it on to Midoriya, which made Ijiro grind his teeth some as they exited. He would try to argue his case again, only for his parents to shut him down and tell him to focus on his schoolwork and not get expelled. Ijiro just sat back in a huff and stared out the window, his master plan beginning to take focus. Ijiro, super genius Kirishima. That's your master plan. Now surely you can see that the path to victory is forever closed to you. Should you surrender, I shall grant thee mercy and record your valiant battles in the annals of history as those who almost defeated me. Izuku looked at his hand and into the confident eyes of his opponent, his actual opponent. Set, Pony, and Itsuka were not a threat. They were no longer an obstacle on his path to victory. They had too many cards left. It was down to him, and Reiko, her declaration of Uno, had laid the pressure at his feet. He knew he was the only one that could hold off the fierce warrior in her pursuit of victory. With a sly smile that made his opponent's lip tremble, wild card draw, 4 color green. You fiend! How could you? Easily, my dear Uno. Of course, they both lost as Itsuka went on a run, leaving the 2 stoic combatants hanging their heads in defeat while Itsuka smiled. There is nothing better than snatching victory from those who are so confident in their victory. The group shared a laugh as the rest of the tables finished their rounds in the Class 1B tournament to crown the Grand Uno Championship. Detention was an exciting affair. In the end, Kinoko stood victorious, holding her plastic trophy over her fallen opponents. It's always the quiet ones, Set commented. And the Spanish Inquisition, Izuku added. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Rico and Pony added, looking at each other in surprise, which immediately sparked the 2 talking furiously about the brilliance of Monty Python. The 2 girls shifted their attention to Izuku as he filled out a form that Vlad-sensei had brought. What you go there, Greenie Set said, peering over his shoulder. Her voice tively whispered in his ear. He stiffened slightly and blushed, which was a victory for Set. I am filling out a club form. You're joining a club, Rico asked, her focus now totally on what Izuku was doing. Trying to start one, he replied. I wanted to be a culture club where students gather to share movies, music, and books. Then we talk about it and share our thoughts. That sounds like fun, Set said. I was expecting you to do some sort of fight club. The first rule of Fight Club, Izuku said in a mock serious tone. To everyone's surprise, it was Kinoko who responded. You do not talk about Fight Club. Everyone was in shock. The Grand Uno champion shrugged and smiled. What, my grandpa loves that movie. Izuku laughed. Yeah, which is my plan for a club. I need to get some initial signatures and find a teacher to be our advisor. But you're right, Set. I did look into a combat club, but I've spent my whole life fighting and learning to fight. It's not as if the school will keep teaching us, and recently, I have been exposed to a whole different part of life, and I want to try to enjoy it as much as I can. So, You're creating a club, she replied. Exactly, if any of you are interested. Let me know, he said with a smile. Pony and Reiko blushed as if he was talking about them. Little did they know he was. Reiko immediately floated a pen over to herself and signed up, followed by Pony. Set sat there thinking about it and also decided to sign her name. She looked over at Itsuka. Well, you must admit, that sounds like fun, except for the reading part. I get to hang out and call it club activities. You got to sign up. I don't know. I will think about it. It does sound like something fun to look forward to after the crab sandwich of the first week, and who knows how the rest of it will go. After class, as the workout group was stretching and loosening up, Izuku mentioned the club to his friend from 1A. Kyoka practically yelled yes. Much to her embarrassment, Toru thought it sounded like fun, and even Momo said she would consider it. Today, Kyoka and Toru were working with Izuku on the quirk tests. Because their quirks didn't naturally give them an advantage in most trials, they focused on technique in tests. Momo and Pony were working on their hand-to-hand combat under the watchful eye of Hiryu, who was walking them through some of his family's martial arts techniques. The entire group decided to end the exercise with a run, which was definitely in Pony's favor. They agreed that they would focus all their remaining sessions and just the quirk estimate testing to improve the girls' score. Toru and Kyoka were nervous, but found hope in seeing that they had already improved. Kyoka was finding it hard to concentrate as the proximity was proving distracting. Izuku was struggling, having to be pressed up close to both girls to adjust forms. The next day, when class started, Vlad-sensei called the course to attention before he turned to the door and called for someone to enter. The class watched as the girl who had attacked Tetsu and thrown acid at Midoriya entered, followed by the girl who smacked Itsuka. The second girl stepped forward and bowed deeply. I am Achiko Uraraka, and I want to apologize to the entire class for my actions in the lunchroom, especially to you, Itsuka Kendo. I had no right to smack you. I don't even know why I did it. I was embarrassed and humiliated for my actions during that day. Izuka Midoriya, I also would like to offer my apologies for even being part of the fight. You stepped forward and saved me during the entrance exam, and I never even had a chance to thank you properly or tell you how excited I was to see that you made it. I humbly ask for everyone's forgiveness and the opportunity to show you the type of person I am and the hero I hope to be one day. The pink girl stepped forward, fighting back tears, and bowed profoundly. I am Mina Ishido, and I am just an idiot. I should have stopped Daijiro from doing anything after the fight started. Instead, I jumped on Testatisu's back like an idiot and fired off my acid at you, Izuka Midoriya. I reacted instead of acting properly, and how a student at UA should. I have no words to justify my actions. All I can do is beg for your forgiveness. She sank to her knees and bowed her head to the ground. The class turned and looked at the affected students. Itsuka got up first, followed by Tetsu. Itsuka walked over to Achiko. I forgive you, we all could have handled that day better, me included. I don't know you, but as a class member has said before, everyone deserves a second chance, but not a third. Tetsu walked over and knelt before Mina. Hey, it's okay. I'm guessing that dude is your friend, and you were just reacting. I get it, but try to see what's happening before jumping in next time. Your friend was in the wrong in a big way. You seem like a good person. Do better, all right. Mina looked at him gratefully as she wiped a stray tear, Achiko doing the same to Itsuka. They both stepped aside and up walked Izuku. Stand up, please, he said to Mina, who almost reluctantly did so. Achiko, you have nothing to seek forgiveness from me for. Itsuka forgave you, and that is who needed to do it. I want to get to know you better, and I hope we can put all this behind us and maybe be friends. I'm glad you also made it, and I wish our reunion would have been under different circumstances. Achiko managed to smile and nodded her head. I would like that too. Mina, you threw acid at me that melted a table. Do you even realize the damage you could have caused had I not ducked out of the way? I don't know you either, but Toru speaks highly about you, and I can see the contrition on your face and the emotion in your words. I will give you a second chance. I am so sorry. Midoriya, I promise you won't regret it, she said. The two offered their apologies to the class again as they made their exit. Next in walked Daijiro. He stood at the front of the class and bowed. Sorry for escalating an incident that should not have grown to the proportions that it did. I was dumb and not thinking. I ask for your forgiveness and the opportunity to put right what went wrong that day and to ensure we can all work together to better our future as pro-heroes. Sorry for attacking you, Midoriya. Izuku looked at Aijiro and could see the false sincerity. He didn't apologize for his role, and Izuku was sure that Aijiro still supported Bakugo's actions. With a shrug, Izuku responded, "That works for me." As much as he wanted to put the whole thing behind him, he knew it wasn't over yet. With those out of the way, they continued with their day. Izuku devoured his lunch before stepping away to try and meet with a few teachers about sponsoring the new club he was looking to form. It was on his way that he bumped into Ida, who asked if they could meet after detention. Izuku sensed not malicious intent, agreed to head to the faculty area. Thankfully, he managed to find Midnight, who had been his counselor since the incident in the infirmary. Being to avoid an encounter with Aizawa, as the man was asleep, was in both parties' interests. Professor Midnight sat, listened to his proposal, and looked over his application, a slight grin on her face. You had some clubs, but most students didn't look for them. They mainly consisted of future leaders and other such things, or clubs that solely seemed to focus on quirks. On the other hand, this one focused on culture and experiencing new things with other students. In her opinion, everyone has a passion or something they had a fandom for, and sharing those with others wasn't done enough. Midnight was pleasantly surprised that Izuku was attempting to form the club, as his attention had been mono-focused on fighting and surviving due to their conversations. But something had changed after what had been described to her as a friend's trip to the mall. She would make sure to ask more in their next session. "I will be your group's advisor," she said, looking at the hopeful teen. "Everything must also be submitted to me, and I will provide things for the group to look at and read. All groups must do some school service, and will also have to host and run a booth during the culture festival and submit something for the festival. I will file this and notify you when I have a room assignment." She took the papers and sent Izuku on his way. It was the class after lunch that had them all excited. It was their heroics, and it was their first class with All Might. After hearing from Ibara and Manga about their missed lesson, all the other students were excited to get into it. True to form, the number one hero entered with a booming voice and dressed to impress in his Silver Age costume, revealing the metal cases that held their hero costumes and calling for them to get to the training ground Delta. The class did their best to contain their excitement as they grabbed the cases and headed off. With the course already aware and having dealt with the issue of Izuku's scars, it wasn't such an ordeal this time, and they were able to get changed quickly. Izuku dressed with a slight melancholic look in his eyes. The costume resembled an ensemble that his master once had. Izuku stood in black armored and reinforced pants, a matching titanium weave compression shirt, and a dark green leather armored vest. The cloak was a matching dark green with a hood. The cover was armored and reinforced to protect it from fire, bullets, knives, and other bladed weapons. He left the respirator hanging around his neck, securing a staff of what appeared to be black walnut with a twisted knob at one end and a sharpened blade at the other. Izuku felt his hand linger on his former master's favorite weapon. A few hidden blades and some not so secret. Then he outstretched his hand, and the black sword appeared, securing it. He made his way out of the locker room. All other costumes canon. Reiko and Pony spotted him first as he exited. "Thou looks like a most formidable warrior of the days long ago." "Izuku, I like the cloak. Perchance do you happen to look favorably upon my choices as well?" Reiko asked. "Yes, I like the fur trim of the collar, and the boots best suit you, Reiko. And yours is also cool, Pony. It matches your personality and quirk," Izuku said, complimenting the girls before he turned and saw Hiryu approaching. "Dude, you look cool. Are you ready for this?" "Unlike you others, I was born ready," he said with a false mocking tone, causing Izuku and Pony to laugh and Reiko to hide her smile behind her arm. "If only you all wanted to proceed into battle, looking," so Nieto was saying, moving his hand in a circular motion. "Barbaric. When of course, elegance is what is called for." Shirhai, also dressed in all black, walked over and slapped Izuku on the shoulder. "Good color choices." Eventually, they were all just gathered together, complimenting each other's costume set, was about to try and prank Izuku by pulling the sword when he made her main body eep as he grabbed her hand that was floating over. I wouldn't do it. Said it doesn't like being touched. Itsuka, who was talking with Yui and Kinoko, looked over as Set was blushing slightly looking past her. She saw Izuku had captured the lizard splitter's hand and was lightly and suggestively stroking Set's palm. One of the few times in Itsuka's life, she saw Set tap out in the middle of a tease and ask for her hand back. All Might stepped emerged, calling everyone back to attention before giving them the rundown, and their 2v2 battles, hero, villains, bomb, etc. He expected a flurry of questions and concerns as he had received from 1A, but instead was greeted with yes. Sensei, they all stepped forward and drew their lots. Team A, Yosetsu Aways Jiroda, Shishida versus Team F Yui Kodai, Setsuna, Tokage. Team B, Sankaibara Nairinjiki Shoda versus Team G, Kinoko Komori Manga Idashir. Team C, Tagaru Kamakiri Pony Tsunatori versus Team H, Izuka Midoriya Reiko Yanagi. Team D, Shurhai Kurwaro Kozai Tsubiraba versus Team I, Ibara Shiozaki Juzo Hananuki. Team E, Itsuka Kendo Tetsu versus Teamhota Nieto Monomai Ryurin. Match 1. Yui and Setsuna walked into the building. Moving to the area with the bomb, Setsuna seemed to be talking as Yui was quiet. But they saw a wicked grin spread across the girl's face, and Setsuna threw her head back and cackled loudly. Aways and Jiroda decided to take the head-on approach. Jiroda went beast mode, ripped some handrails off, and passed them back for Aways to weld together as an improvised weapon. Jiroda began to surrender to the animal side and raced off ahead. As he burst into the room where the girls were, he had no concern with the bomb, choosing instead to attack Yui, who was standing in the center. Aways chased after his teammate and burst into the room. Suddenly, Yui smiled and placed her fingertips together. Aways immediately felt a moment of dread as the room was completely bare, though it did not stay that way for long, as office furniture, oil barrels, and crates appeared above them and came crashing down with thunderous force. Aways attempted to find shelter only to find the door locked. In the chaos, he felt his arms wrenched behind his back as he tried to free himself from the rubble, and the capture tape slipped into place. All Might announced his capture, and he fell to the ground in defeat. Jiroda was able to free himself and began to throw the rubble around wildly. He couldn't locate Yui, and when a vial collided with his face, he roared at the liquid as the smell of jasmine invaded his nose, rendering his sense of smell useless. Due to the effect of his quirk, he just rampaged wildly till time ran out. Yui emerged from a room on the first floor where she had sought shelter, and the set reassembled herself, floating the bomb down from the rafters. After the teams regrouped in the observation room, Set and Yui received praise for their well-crafted plan and successful execution. Set was named the MVP for her exceptional ability to develop the strategy and flawlessly utilize her classmates' quirk. It was imposing. Match 2. This match was more of a demolition derby, with Sun and Nirin just running at their opposition with devastating effects. Just when it looked like Kinoko and Manga were on the verge of defeat, the room covered in dust exploded into an assault of mushrooms. Kinoko had hidden her spores all over the room, and now, with them not only airborne but in the respiratory system of their opponents, they began to choke and panic as their breath was being denied them. Manga then dropped the boom on them, literally and figuratively, when he rushed to try and capture them, though Nirin twin impact exploded, knocking him and Manga unconscious. Now, hero, either the surrender or my precious spores will make their way to your brain, where you will become my servant for life. Ha ha ha, Kinoko threw her head back and laughed manically. Could she do that? Nieto asked from the safety of the observation room. Dude, Kinoko is kind of scary, Izuku said. And kind of hot, Tagaru said much louder than he intended, prompting the class to turn and stare at the blade creator. He blushed furiously as he realized why they were staring at him. If any one of you say something, I will ing cut you, he yelled. Now sleep, hero, when you awake. It will all be okay. Today the city, tomorrow the world, Kinoko said menacingly. Most of the boys in the observation room had to agree. They couldn't understand it, but it was pretty hot. With the last breath, Sun attacked Kinoko, sending the girl flying back. Unfortunately, the lack of oxygen caught up, and he passed out. Kinoko was named MVP, and All Might pulled her aside to talk to her about the mind control thing and came back looking pale and writing furiously on the notepad. Match 3. Do not take your defeat to heart, my friends, Pony said as they made their way out of the observation room. I will not lose, she said, but the statement seemed to be directed more toward Reiko. Neither will I, dear Pony, but fret not when Izuku celebrates our victory. Later I will send you a photo, Reiko responded. You may fight, Toguru said, pointing at Izuku. Oh yeah, Toguru, bring your best blade. I already have mine, Izuku retorted, patting his sword handle as they hit the cityscape. Good luck, Pony. You as well, Izuku, the girl replied with a smile. Riko smirked at Pony, where no one else could see she latched onto Izuku's arm, causing the quirkless boy to freeze momentarily as two lovely, round squishy orbs pressed around his arm. Come, Izuku, let us depart and form our plans for victory. Sure, Riko, Izuku managed as the girl pulled him into the building. That Pony muttered in English. What Toguru said, nothing, I do not want to lose this match. Dio, you understand, Pony said with a fierce competitive tone. Izuku and Riko, what do you believe should be our plan, dear Izuku? I think they will come for us after that exchange, but I don't know if Pony's horns would count as we're touching the bomb, so I believe we should hide it from sight, just in case. We should see if we can separate them from tagging team them. I can immobilize Pony if you can capture her. Toguru might be too large for me to do the same. But if I draw him in, you can use the capture tape to take him out of the fight. I don't know if he can cut it off. But taking out Pony first will give us the advantage, at least in numbers. If all else fails, we can probably goad them into direct combat and see if we can obtain victory that way. I can work with that, try to separate and capture or 1v1. And if we can secure victory, we help our teammate, Izuku said. Toguru and Pony. We go in and kick their. Yes, Toguru said. Yes, but the backup plan is good. Or I attack Izuku, and you deal with Riko. Pony offered. Can you handle Izuku? I do not know. We have trained together a lot, and he is very adept in the training room. But I have not engaged in much combat with him. Pony replied. Riko is going to be the difficult one with her quirk. She may be able to immobilize you, so we should focus on her first before taking out Izuku. I can beat him, so we don't have to worry, he said confidently. When the buzzer sounded, Toguru made their entrance, being careful to avoid ambush. Riko and Izuku would launch range attacks from around corners, thanks to Riko's quirk. Pony fired her horns in retaliation, but the corridors made it hard for her to control them. Pony and Toguru were making their way down a corridor when suddenly a door flew open, and Pony was yanked inside. Violently, the door slammed shut, leaving Toguru separated from his teammate as he heard a loud crash on the other side of the door, like a large cabinet crashing against it. Pony rolled to her feet as Izuku launched a kick in her side. She gasped for breath, but immediately brought her arm down to trap his leg to deliver a potent counter kick. Pony's kicks were devastating in part to her quirk. Izuku was thankful for the body armor, as he was positive it would have resulted in broken ribs without it. As Izuku tumbled away, Pony fired her horns, hoping to disable him, but she saw a wicked glow around them and sent them crashing into a wall instead. She felt her body stiffen as the glow wrapped around her, as Izuku speared her in the gut with his shoulder, driving more air from her lungs. She struggled as best she could, but felt her arms pressed behind her back. She could see a blade tear through the door as Toguru attempted to cut his way in. Quickly, she fired her horns at Riko, forcing the girl to focus on the projectiles, meaning she could no longer hold Pony in place. As Izuku was driving her to the ground, she threw her arm over his head, wrapping around his neck as she pulled her legs up and around his waist, hoping to catch him in a guillotine choke. Izuku immediately moved to counter her attempt to bring her other arm in to complete the submission as he took his other arm and grabbed at the nerve cluster in the lumbar and sacral plexuses, which broke her leg lock and allowed him to take the mount and pull his head free. Pony's arms were immediately removed above her head in a suggestive pose that caused them to blush momentarily as the capture tape wrapped around Pony's wrists and her capture was called out. Izuku immediately scrambled off the girl, as the top of the door was cut away. "You know what to do, Riko," Izuku called out, and she braced herself and pulled the cabinet away as Toguro burst in to get met by a drop kick from Izuku, sending him back into the hall. Toguro rolled with the kick and came to his feet, two blades forming from his hands. "Draw your blade so you may be measured." Izuku smirked. Hoping to goad his classmate, he drew the staff. "You must prove worthy of my blade, hero, as I am now unimpressed," Izuku replied, doing his best to sound superior. "Then prepare for new lessons to be carved upon your body, so you remember me." Toguro bit back as he rushed forward. Izuku tossed his reinforced cloak toward his attacker, causing a momentary distraction that he used to strike at Toguro's chest with a hit. Toguro was able to quickly counter back with a horizontal swing that forced Izuku to step back as Toguro pirouette to close the distance with another swing of his blades as he went into attack mode. His dual wielding was off-balanced, Izuku noticed, having seen a master of it for many years up close and personal. Izuku let him press his attack till he saw the opening he knew was coming from the boy's swings. He then began a push back, the sharp edge of the staff providing point cuts to drive Toguro back as he faltered. Riko used the distraction to grab Izuku's discarded cloak and whip it out to tangle Toguro's legs. Sending the boy crashing back, Izuku sprang forward and drove the pointed end of the staff down, stopping inches from Toguro's throat as All Might screamed out a warning. Toguro looked up at Izuku and saw no killing intent from his classmate. He knew that Izuku was in complete control. "You're dead," was all Izuku said. "I yield," Toguro spat out. Izuku pulled the staff back and offered his hand. Toguro reluctantly took it as he got to his feet. "You weren't pressed, were you?" "A little, but I could tell you were off balance while dual wielding and knew you would give me an opening and what I had to do to force that. Once we got you onto the defensive, you had forgotten about Riko, and that was the plan," Izuku said. "My teacher was an expert at that technique, dual wielding. If you like, I can give you some pointers with your quirk. I can only imagine how great you could be at it." "Nice pirouette, BTW. Dance class. My mom made me," he said as Pony and Riko rejoined them in the hallway. "Don't feel too bad. I had to learn some ET." The girl stopped and giggled. "What requires incredible balance, and that is hard." As Pony and Toguro walked ahead of Riko and Izuku, talking about the match, Reiko quickly pulled Izuku into a room. She blocked the cameras and rose and kissed him. He tenderly returned the kiss. That was for the aquarium. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him with much more fire. That was today. With a smirk, she walked away, leaving Izuku with a dazed and goofy look. In the observation room, though she protested, Reiko was named MVP as it was pointed out that Izuku had a plan, but it would not have worked without her and her execution. Thankfully, nobody seemed to notice the far-off look in Izuku when he walked in, and after he had a quick talk about All Might and weapon safety for some reason, it was enough for him to regain his composure. Match 4. Shurhai and Cozy Eye were able to work out a solid plan, but one that left them snatching victory with a mere second left on the clock. Cozy Eye would knock out Lights to give Shurhai more areas to move, but Ibra's Vince and Juzo's softening became a slog in every aspect of the word. Shurhai desperately struggled against Ibra's vines. Her ability to have them attack from so many angles really had him on the ropes, but he was also able at times to drive her back due to being immobile while attacking, and the other two were a game of cat and mouse. In the end, Cozy managed to lay a fingertip on the bomb to give his team the win. Cozy Eye was MVP for securing the win, as both teams had flawlessly put their plans into motion. Match 5. Hiryu would harass and force Itsuka and Tetsu to take cover and methodically make their way through the building. When Tetsu finally rushed forward, Nito stepped forward and touched the ground, trapping him in the ground with Juzo's quirk. For Itsuka, it was when his hair turned into vines and the assault from Hiryu that was her undoing. When Hiryu slapped the capture tape on her, she hung her head in defeat. "That was some bull. Nito, how did you copy their quirks?" Itsuka said. "I asked. All Might allowed it, as I was a villain in this scenario. I would have come in prepared for what heroes I would know that would be in the area due to patrol routes, etc. I don't care. Can you get me unstuck now?" yelled Tetsu. Nieto was MVP. Detention. For Class 1B's detention, They reviewed the footage with their teacher from the combat training as he gave them pointers and tips. Class 1 had to draft a report on the significance of Raven's law and its application in the modern world. Izuku and Ida. Izuku met the speedster of Class 1A in a private room as the classes emptied from detention. Ida bowed. I apologize for kicking you and for not having a better handle on those in my class that not only attacked you, but those who escalated the brawl to levels it should have never risen to. Honestly, Ida, you have no reason to apologize. There was no way you could have known that Bakugo was going to attack another student despite his sunny disposition randomly. And I did punch you first. Yes, but I would have reacted the same way you did due to the information you had due to the actions of my class. I find it not only admirable that you are in the hero course as a quirkless student, you also placed first in the entrance exam. I was there and acted terribly to you, and you show me that there was more to the exam with your actions to save Uraraka. You reminded me and showed me what it means to be a hero. I wanted to find you and thank you for that. So if you would allow me now, thank you. There is no need to thank me. Ida, if you genuinely want to thank me, let us ensure our two classes' joint training goes off without conflict. Yes, let us do that. I would like to get to know you better, Izuku. You seem to be interesting. You seem rather nice yourself. Ida, and you pack a mean kick. Ida forced an envelope into his hand, and as his family insisted, Izuku tried to protest, but he could see this was important to Ida, so he just put it into his pocket as they exited the room. Hey, you wouldn't be related to Ingenium by any chance, would you? Izuku asked. A huge smile broke out on Ida's face. He is my brother. I'm very proud of him. 1B stood across from 1A, the air thick with mistrust. Izuku stepped forward, as did Momo. I was thinking maybe we could have one member of each class sit next to another. It may not be the best idea, but we must break the tension somehow. So should we just call people out randomly or see if someone volunteers? Itsuka said, Achiko, would you care to sit with me? The gravity girl took a deep breath. If that's okay, I would like to get to know you better. The two boarded the bus, Sun Tzu and Reiko, followed by Pony and Kyoka. The girls of each class soon followed, pairing up. Izuku smiled as the process was taking place. Glad to see the girls aren't holding a grudge, he said with a smile at Momo. We girls are more mature. Naturally, Momo said with a dramatic hair flip and giggle. Well, someone has to be your class costumes. All look pretty cool. I like yours too, Momo. Yes, it is kind of knew my other was a little more revealing due to the nature of my quirk, but after my first class with All Might, he directed me and tore to the lab where we were able to get fitted for Geno fabric, she said, pointing to the addition of armored legging and white tank top. A whole new costume is being constructed, but that takes time. They looked back at the class and saw just the boys, so they assigned them together to get them on the bus. Due to mismatched numbers, Izuku took the solo seat near his friend from both classes as the bus rumbled off to their joint training exercise. The girls were the first to fall into any real conversation, while some of the boys who weren't part of the stupid conspiracies theory started talking with their 1B brothers about how classes were treating them when the topic of dentition was brought up. That seemed to bring all the classes together, as 1A had spent their time writing reports, and 1B had done some training and even played some games. The story of the legendary Uno tournament brought out laughs and cheers at the retelling. Soon the conversation shifted to their hero outfits and standard school stuff. When they stepped off, it seemed that most of the tension was gone between the classes, with the hostility still focused on Izuku, which he didn't mind. Before them, they all paused as they took in the sight of the massive facility before them, the USJ Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The imposing structure loomed before them. Such an enormous facility built on campus just added to the reminder that they were at the top hero school in the nation and possibly the world. Kyoka walked over and shoulder bumped him. Don't sweat it, Izuku. Are we still on for tomorrow? She said, twirling a jack around her finger. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, I am pretty excited. I like your hero outfit, Kyoka. It fits your vibe, he said, not noticing her blush. Cool, so am I, she replied. Yours is pretty dope as well, it seems to suit you. While her blush went unnoticed, it did not but some of her classmates, or Reiko and Pony. Dude, what the is Jiro getting all chummy with that a bag for, Denki said. Yeah, doesn't he have his own classmates to hit on? He's been flirty with Toru, and Momo didn't Tsu go to mall with him. Look, boys, just calm down, Ijiro said, walking up behind them. Trust me, he's going to get his, and then Baku bro will be back with us. Yeah, well, don't wait too long. Eiji, Achiko, and Ida are talking to that now, Siro said, pointing to enlarging group around Izuku. Achiko blushed as she explained the mishap with her costume design, but broke into a smile as she received reassurance that it looked good on her. Any further conversation was cut short when the doors opened, and their homeroom teachers and the renowned rescue hero 13 stepped out. Achiko lit up like a Christmas tree as she started gushing around her group about the rescue hero. 13 stepped forward, welcoming them to the USJ, and explained that today's exercise's premise was teamwork and quirk control. They learned to use their quirks to aid rescue operations, even if they felt ill-suited. She drove this point home when she demonstrated her quirk Black Gap and a pile of rubble nearby, which did its job perfectly. Eraserhead stepped forward next. I don't want any funny business today, or any repeat of the cafeteria from a week ago. Any shenanigans will result in strict and immediate disciplinary actions. Look, children, I understand that there are hard feelings and lingering misunderstandings. I will not stand here and tell you that you all need to be friends or even need to like each other. But you do need to work together and put aside those differences for the greater good. Not only will you be called upon to put your lives in each other's hands, but there will be innocent civilians whose lives are in your hands. I promise you right now that should you let such things as harsh feelings between you lead to their preventable death, I will do everything I can to see you stripped of your licenses and punished to the fullest extent of the law if possible. You all came here to be heroes, each with your motivation and beliefs, but at the core of all, it is protecting the innocent people of our world. Do not let the dreams that have carried you this far be tarnished because you don't like someone's quirk or lack thereof. Be better, be heroes. Yes, Sensei, 1B responded, and so did a few members of 1A. Kyoka leaned towards Izuku. Does he normally speak like that? He does, Izuku said with admiration. First A Nito freaked some when he found out I didn't have a quirk. Vlad Sensei came in and laid some hard truths on us, and we could squash it quickly and move on. I am glad he is my homeroom teacher rather than the alternative. No, I feel like I am ready to take on anything right now, she responded. That was our teacher's normal speech. Don't mess up, or I will expel you. You know we haven't had a single basic combat course, yet the only kind we have had is what we did with you. That seems terrible on so many levels, Izuku responded, smirking at her. But you already knew how to throw a pretty good punch. It must come with the attitude. Kyoka instinctively punched him in the shoulder. Damn right. Don't make me give you a fresh one, she said, turning away to hide her smile. Good punch, but I like your smile even better, he said, following the group, leaving Kyoka sputtering and turning red. Toru laughed, placing a hand on her friend's shoulders, guiding her after the group. He won that round. Entering the massive doors, students commented on the interior and all the training zones around them. As they were doing so, Nito was looking over the railing when the lights flickered and he saw a portal open, and people that looked like they didn't belong began to spill out. Vlad Sensei, please tell me this is part of the training, he said, stepping back. The two homeroom teachers looked down as another portal opened, and out stepped a slim man with pale skin, tinged. He was wearing plain red sneakers, black pants that exposed his ankles, and a matching long-sleeve V-neck shirt covering his arms and shoulders were what appeared to be hands. A hand was attached to his face, acting as a mask. The raid boss seems to be missing Kirojiri. He was followed by two others, a man whose entire body is made out of a dark purple mist, save for his eyes, which are glowing yellow. He wore an exquisite suit with a tie and had a metal brace from around his collarbone to just below his eyes. According to our information, he was to be here, Kirojiri responded. The third was even more bizarre. It was a giant, black humanoid monster with a very muscular body with many scars. His brain is exposed on the top of his head while his large eyes surround it. He has a beak-like mouth with an array of sharp teeth. It only wore beige pants and metal knee pads designed to emulate skulls. His feet and torso are left bare. Greetings, trash. I am Shigaraki, the leader of the League of Villains, and we are here today to kill All Might and bring about change in this world where quirks are deemed villainous or unuseful. Seeing how he has not shown up for our little revolution, we will have to make do with all of you, the man with the hands called out in a raspy voice. It seems we need to summon him to his death party. May your wails, cries, and the silence from your death ascend to the sky and summon the symbol of peace. Worry not. Your end will serve the greater good. Kill them all. No, it is not. 13, get the kids out of here, he called. 1B, follow 13 now. Yes, Sensei's class responded. He could see from the looks on their face that they wanted to go against his orders. He saw Taguru, Izuku, Jiroda, and even Yui hesitate for a second. Yaruzujiro, get the class out of here, Eraserhead shouted. Sensei, there are too many of them for you to fight with your quirk, Ijiro called out. Yeah, Sensei, let us fight. We aren't scared like the others. Denki joined in. No hero is just a one-trick pony. Kirishima, now get with the others, or you are expelled, Eraserhead said as he leaped over the railing, followed by Vlad King. The combined class moved toward the exit, the madman's words still lingering in their brains. These villains had not only come to kill All Might, but them as well. Many understood that life and death would be part of their world once they graduated, but not in the second week of school. As they were following 13 toward the exit, suddenly, they were surrounded by the dark mist that had heralded the arrival of their attackers. The one known as Kirojiri emerged like a horror movie monster from a portal. You should not run after all. The young master has gone through great trouble to prepare such delights for all of you. Now be scattered like the dust in the wind, and know that your deaths will bring about a better tomorrow, he said as the mist began to flow from his hand. No, you don't, villain, 13 called out her hand, shooting out the caps on her fingers that controlled her powerful quirk, opening and unleashing it at the villain. Little did she know she was playing right into the villain's trap as a second portal opened behind the hero, redirecting her quirk back at her. 13 screamed as the back of her suit was torn open, flesh ripped from her body, and she fell to her knees. Ijiro leaped forward with a wild haymaker as Taguru came in from the other side. Attempting to stab at the mist villain, their blows passed harmlessly through Kirojiri. So anxious to die. Let me accommodate you foolish children, he said, a portal swallowing the two boys. Reiko, grab 13 Momo. We need medical supplies, Ibra. See if you can restrain him. There has to be a body somewhere under there. Izuku called out. The girls sprang into action as Sun moved forward, activating his quirk and stripping the mist away, hoping to reveal the body of their target. He has a heartbeat, Kyoko called out. Let's see if he withstand my awesome twinkling, Yuga called out as his naval laser fired. Kirojiri was far from done using the portal to redirect the shot at Sun, forcing the boy and a few others to duck. Then portals appeared under many of their feet, causing them to fall in, and they pulled away from their classmates. Ruins zone. Ijiro fell above the ruins, reaching out. He hardened his hand, attempting to slow his descent by digging into the wall above the alley. As he neared the ground, he released the wall, shifting to his legs to absorb some of the impact. Quickly he scanned the area when the sound of metal on brick drew his attention around the corner, rushing over to investigate. He saw Taguru pushing off the wall and dive bombing what appeared to be a villain dressed in rags. It was then that Ijiro saw this thing emerge from a dumpster. As it did, he saw the metal from the can stick to the creature like some makeshift armor. The mass locked eyes with Ijiro and bellowed something, but it was garbled like trying to talk with a mouth of wet peanut butter. But words were not necessary as it charged at the boy. Its massive hand crashed in a thunderous arc, hoping to crush Ijiro in one smash. Taguru impacted the ragman and immediately regretted it as a green noxious gas erupted. He managed not to vomit as he rolled off and tried to move away, his eyes stinging from the stench. Ijiro had unknowingly leaped back to avid his attacker into the noxious gas. His eyes watered as he stumbled farther back, fighting back the vomit. Ijiro managed to get his guard up in time as the metal fist crashed into him, sending him tumbling out of the alley. Taguru kicked off the wall to bypass the cloud that seemed to form a stable ring around Ragman. He rushed towards Ijiro as the boy lost his battle with the noxious stench and vomited into the street. Taguru yanked him to his feet as their attackers shambled out of the alley. He noticed that the Ragman was keeping his distance from the armored blob. What caught his attention was when he saw a wisp of smoke stick to the blob. The blob is avoiding getting too close to Mr. Stinky. We need to force them somehow together, Toguru whispered. You must do it, as we can't risk you getting stuck. Can you handle that? Ijiro nodded, quickly scanning the area around. He noticed some broken pieces of wood. It wouldn't keep him entirely out of the cloud, but it would at least add some distance. Grabbing a decent-sized rock, he hurled it, forcing the fog to dodge out of the way as Toguru rushed in the opposite direction to pull the blob's attention to him. Shipwreck zone. Tetsu grunted as the shark villain's mouth came collapsing around his midsection as it was attempting to swallow his feet first, thankfully. He had seen him coming and activated his quirk steel, waiting for the last possible second. The clank surprised his attacker, but didn't stop him from trying to bite through. Tetsu knew he couldn't stay like this for long, and he had to free himself and make it to the surface, his lungs already crying out for air. He grit his teeth and reaches out, finding the villain's eyes viciously. He dug his fingers into the black orbs even underwater. He could hear the thing scream. It released him and yanked away, leaving one of its eyes behind on Tetsu's hand with no time to contemplate it. He released his quirk and kicked his way to the surface. As he broke the surface, he looked around frantically, where he saw the large boat floating in the middle of the zone. He then saw Hiryu, whose hand was inside another villain's mouth. Hiryu screamed as the rows of sharp teeth collapsed around his arm, piercing his scales like his other cohorts. This small group of 3 villains had swarmed Hiryu when he splashed down. Their diminutive stature of 3 feet 4 inches had frozen his initial reaction to attack, believing them to be children. But his hesitation ceased when their faces distorted with murderous intent and bore rows of razor-sharp teeth. They seemed to have some piranha quirk as they came at him. His scales had afforded him some protection, but their needle-like teeth had found their way through having dealt with the other 2, forcing one to retreat and the other possibly dead. He was left with what he thought to be the leader. It had Dodge's most recent an attack, with its much more agile state of the fight occurring in the water, leading them to the current state. As the villain shook its head from side to side, attempting to saw off the limb, Hiryu focused and fired his scales with everything he had. Hiryu suppressed his emotion as he saw some of the scales emerge from the back of the thing's head. Its jaw went slack as he pried the thing off him. A shout from behind. He saw Tetsu point toward the boat, and the 2 began to swim as fast as they could. Suddenly, a green-haired girl appeared at the railing. The 2 boys recognized her as the Tsu for Class 1A. She dived off the edge as the Denki appeared behind her, yelling to be careful. Grab Hiryu first. He is injured, Tetsu yelled, swimming with all his might. Tsu nodded, grabbing Hiryu and firing her tongue to grapple the railing and pull them out before she returned, doing the same for Tetsu, but not before delivering a powerful kick to the villain in hot pursuit. The 2 boys lay panting on the deck. Hiryu tore some fabric from his costume to make improvised bandages, and Tetsu and Tsu moved to help while Denki seemed conflicted. Tsu noticed after making sure the boys had everything in hand, she walked over and roughly yanked his arm, pulling him off to the side. What the hell is your problem? She hissed. Nothing. I wasn't expecting to see one be, he replied. Are you kidding me? Karo, she said, her eyes widening in shock. You hesitated to help someone because of some stupid grudge. Either get your head out of here or expect to be reported to staff. Bakugo was terrible despite what every head canon Kirishima has. Are you here to be a hero, or and let me know so I can start watching my back around you? Denki wanted to retort, but she walked away. Landslide zone. As Shoto fell, he created an ice slide to slow his descent, rolling to his feet. He looked around as villains emerged from their hiding spots. With a smirk, he slammed his foot into the ground, encasing them all in ice. Amateurs, now tell me about this plan to kill All Might before hypothermia sets in, and you start losing your extremities, he said. Suddenly a fist of fire erupted from around a corner. Shoto barely managed to get an ice wall up. The blow still sent him stumbling back. Toru screamed as she emerged from the portal, plummeting to what was sure to be intense pain when the Nido flew up and caught her in his arms. She looked, and it looked like Bondo had thrown him. They impacted roughly. Sorry for the rough catch, But hold on, I need to turn off this quirk, or we're going to keep rising, he said as he placed his fingers together like Ochako, and they began to descend. Just hold on. I will reactivate it before we impact. She held on tight as his arm was around her waist. She was highly thankful for the clothing All Might had helped get, so that all her essential bits were at least covered. She looked to the side and saw ice erupt everywhere. That must be Shoto. They landed slightly roughly as Bondo slid down the hill to join them. Good catch, Monoma, the glue user said. Nice throw, Bondo, he replied, setting Toru on her feet as they saw fire and ice erupting on the other side of their mountain. That has to be Shoto, Toru said. We need to help him. Of course, madam, that is what heroes do, Nito replied as they dashed off. Mountain zone. Izuku's vision returned with him, falling from the sky towards some jagged-looking rocks. Scanning his surround, he saw ice erupting just a short distance from where they were. He felt a hand grab his vest roughly and slow his descent. Looking back, he saw Setsuna's arm. They then noticed her limbs shooting off everywhere, holding Momo and Kyoka and saving them from falling to serious harm. Setsuna was straining. Holding them almost of her body was with Izuku, while an arm and few legs had flown off to catch the girls from 1A. All their landings were rough, but much softer than they would have been otherwise. She pulled her limbs to herself and fell back on her, but breathing heavily. Great job. Set, you okay? Izuku said. Yeah, I just need a minute grabbing and holding all of you is a lot. She replied. Thank you for catching us, Momo said, looking around as a bow staff formed in her hand. Yeah, thanks for the save, Kyoka said as she plunged one of her jacks into the ground and extended the other like a boom mic, closing her eyes. There are about 15 of them around the bend. They are setting up an ambush. I think some of the voices are too muffled for me to hear. Momo, can I get a baton or something? Momo nodded and created an eskrima stick, looking at Setsuna. Base bat, please. Did Izuku teach you how to use those, Set? Asked Kyoka. Some, but it's better than nothing in case they get in close, Kyoka said with a smile. Izuku smiled as he drew his staff. An ambush only works because of the element of surprise. I say you let me spring their trap, Momo and Kyoka. You coming behind me, Set. Can you coming up and over? Yeah, I got you. Aizu, she said, smiling and taking a swing with her bat. Then let's go introduce ourselves, he said. Windstorm Zone. Dark Shadow sprang forth, catching the other students after it had gotten Fumi to the ground safely. Koji and Jiroda put some strain on the quirk, but it could handle Yui easily. Once all four of them were together, Fumi spoke. It seems that the forces of evil have sprung a most heinous of traps this day. We must work together to see victory snatched from the jaws of defeat. I agree, Jiroda said. Strangely put, but well put nonetheless. Yui just nodded, as did Koji. As they emerged from the shelter of the raging wind, if it wasn't for a warning from Dark Shadow that sent the group diving in opposite directions when a bolt of lightning struck the ground where they were. They looked, and standing on an opposing rooftop, they saw a villain slap its hands together. As he pulled them apart, they saw another lightning bolt forming in their hands. From the streets around them, they saw more villains emerge. It appears that we are going to have to fight our way out, Jiroda said as he removed his glasses, putting them in a case on his belt. Battle, Yui screamed. Koji flinched. Fire zone. Sato rolled to the side, avoiding an animated fire dragon as it swooped down, seeing it circle high into the air. He pushed off in a sprinter's stance, kicking off the ground behind him as he speared the woman in control of the dragon. Quickly he raised his fist back and drove it into her face, knocking her out. The fire dragon that had been descending rapidly dissipated and disappeared. He didn't have time to celebrate any victory, and the window of the building exploded above him, and he saw a member of Class 1B come diving out. He watched as the boy's speech bubble turned into plop. As he fell to the ground, the word fell, and he landed on it all like he fell into water. Sato shook his head and ran over, helping the boy up. Thanks, Manga said. Looking towards the window he had just dived out of, rat-a-tat-tat formed, and bullets flew up into the building. Don't worry, they're rubber, he said as the sounds of pain rang out. Sun and Yuga burst from Nally. Sun spun his arms at whatever was chasing them. The sound of metal colliding with something, and a scream of pain was heard. Yuga stepped to the side of Sun and let his naval laser rip down the same alley. Prince CA, he shouted. The two boys high, 5 before they put their hands on their knees, drawing a deep breath. Sun and Manga ran over to them. With a cautious glance down the hall, they saw a giant of a man lying on his back, unconscious against the wall, a burn mark on his forehead, and 2 dumpsters crushed at his legs. So, how is everyone doing? Manga asked sarcastically. Pretty good. A little sad that I forgot the things to make s'mores, though, Sato asked, earning a laugh from everyone. A little way away, a building exploded out, and out stepped a woman 18 foot tall. Her hair made of fire burst forth. Enough games. Time to die, baby heroes. Run, son, yelled as the boys bolted down another alley. Forest zone. Ibera Vines whipped out and yanked Mina back as her acid splashed onto the moss villain's face. Mina spun and fired behind Ibera as a villain with deer antlers came charging, forcing him to change course. Thank you for the save, Ibera called out, her vines forming a wall as arrows flew deeper into the forest. Same to you. We need to get moving. They're surrounding us, and our luck will run out. Mina called back. Suddenly crashing through the trees into the clearing with them came Mizo, 2 of his hand digging into the eye sockets of a man with a bear quirk, and the other 4 fighting desperately to keep the bear's jaws from closing on his stomach. Ibera spun to assist her vines, grabbing the thing's arm and wrenching them back with a sickening crack. Mina flung acid at the deer man, and Mr. Moss attempting to keep them back. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw another volley of arrows come raining down. Look out, she screamed. She shut her eyes as none of them were in a position to dodge. I got you guys, a voice rang out from the south as Cozy Eye burst out, letting out a massive breath that knocked the arrows off course. The 4 stood back to back as the villains regained their footing. Together, Ibera said fiercely. The other 3 nodded. Underground. Ciro's tape flew out, wrapping around the mole man. He tugged with all he could, slamming the beast face down recklessly. He charged forward, his foot connected with the villain's thick skull, knocking him out. Ciro stumbled back, blood pouring from a bite mark on his shoulder. He muttered. He tenderly reached his elbow and pulled off a piece of tape to slap over the wound to staunch the bleeding. As he stumbled out of the large cave back into a tunnel, he stuck his hand against the wall to guide him. The sounds of the battle began to fill his ears as he entered a large chamber. With her back against the wall, Kinoko threw her arm sweepingly toward her opponents. They appeared to be twins with a spider quirk, huge mandibles protruding from their mouths, dripping with salvia and spider talons growing out of their backs. They chuckled as they approached the girl. Suddenly they began to scream as the spore grew into a strange mushroom, and green gas leaked. Kinoko let out a battle cry and ran, delivering a layout dropkick on one of the twins. The other, still screaming Talon, lashed out. Ciro fired his tape, capturing the limb and yanking back with all his might. A sickening crack was heard as the stem snapped. Shirhai appeared in the darkness above the beast and dropped down, driving his feet into the thing's back and face into the ground. He and Kinoko scrambled free as Ciro ran over, firing more tape to secure them to the floor. The 3 looked at each other. A terrible roar was heard from the west tunnel before any of them could speak. Having emerged from the south, the only other exit was east. They broke off in a run. The front door. Achiko raced towards the down 13, her quirk being used against her by the mist villain. The villain chuckled menacingly, but it was suddenly edged to the side before it could act. Stay away from them, you monster, Reiko yelled. There's a body under there. Juzo, stick him. Pony, aim for the neck brace. I'd kick that son of in next week. Yosetsu, I need a bat or something, Nairinjiki called out. Class 1B immediately sprang into action, putting their faith in their classmate. Juzo ran, sliding to a stop in front of the mist villain. His hands hit the floor, and the villain began to sink. Pony's horns fired, striking true, and a scream of pain told them they were on the right path. Ida sprang forward and kicked the villain on the left side, sending him toppling. Its hand shoots out to stop in and becomes trapped in the floor like its feet. Yosidis handed over a makeshift bat to Nairinjiki. Uraraka, negate me, he yelled as he ran by her. She reached out, managing to slap his arm. He leaped into the air, raising the pipe above his head. Release, IT, he yelled. Achiko pressed her fingertips together, allowing gravity to reassert itself, and he came crashing down with a thunderous overhead swing. A terrible clang was heard as it collided with the mist villain's neck brace, driving the villain to the ground. Juzo release, Yosetsu weld this, Nirin yelled, leaping off the mist villain. Juzo released his softening the ground, hardening around the villain as Yosetsu ran forward and welded the neck brace to the floor. Ida and pony kick that till he stops moving. He yelled. He ran over to Achiko, pulling some bandages from a pouch. Use this to stop the bleeding. That was amazing, Achiko said, applying the bandages. Thanks. Now I need to figure a way out past those doors. I can get past them, Juzo said. Softening should work so we can pry them open, and then Speedy can get help. While I would loath to leave my companions behind, I see the logic in sending me, Tenya said. Why are we talking about it? Let's do this, Yosetsu yelled as they raced to the doors. Ruined zone, the blob whirled, and threw a dangerous, sweeping backhand with the speed that betrayed the thing's mass. Tagru rolled a blade forming from his elbow. It bit deeply into the mass, and he heard what he thought was a roar. Maybe it was a scream, as the blade hit something solid momentarily before slicing through. As the appendage fell to the ground, a sickening splash sound was heard as everything around it just liquefied, revealing a severed hand, cut just above the wrist, blood flowing and seeping from it. It has bones underneath, there is a skeleton beneath. Taguru whirled to face the blob. A wicked smirk played across his face. That means there is a head somewhere in there. I wonder if he can function without it. Aijiro bobbed and weaved, took a deep breath as he dashed in, coming to a sliding stop in the noxious cloud and swinging his makeshift bat with all his might. He was rewarded with a satisfying thunk and a grunt as the ragman tumbled away. Taking another breath, he pressed his advantage and swung for the ragman's head, but the villain was able to duck under, grabbing Aijiro around his waist before taking his back. Can't hold your breath forever, little boy. His sickly voice dripped out. Let me in. Elsewhere, ruined zone. Duck, Ojiro yelled as he leaped over its Suka with a spin, his tail crashing down on some villain with boar tusks. The villain's head slammed into the ground. A tusk shattered, but he didn't move as he was out like a light. Its Suka whirled, enlarging her hand and grabbing a girl with centrifugal fire rings dancing around her. Itsuka grunted at the pain as she tossed the girl upwards into the ceiling. The girl grunted in pain as she impacted as gravity pulled her back. Itsuka leaped into the air, and with an enlarged palm, volley spiking her into the ground. A follow-up kick to the head knocked the villain out. Ojiro whirled around at the sound of the wall, crashing inward as a short man, about 4 feet 6 inches but built like a ING house, bulldozed into the room. Unlike other villains they had encountered, this one appeared to be wearing an actual costume of sorts. His skin was a blue-black that had a metallic shine to it. His head was flat and tapered back into a point into his muscular neck. Gold cargo pants attached to matching suspenders that had various pouches attached. Itsuka turned and threw a hard straight toward the new arrival. The villain ducked its head, and a metallic clang echoed from the impact as Itsuka howled in pain. Before she could grab her hand, the villain speared her out the side of the building. Ojiro went to chase after them when a sudden kick landed on the back of his leg, followed by an elbow back to his head, sending him crashing down. Thankfully, though painful, it didn't knock him out. He rolled and got to his feet. Standing before him was a very pretty woman with honey brown hair and golden eyes. She wore white skin-tight pants with gold boots, gloves, and a tight tank top. Now, darling, you get to dance with me, she purred. Ojiro performed a kip up and immediately attacked. She slid past or under his attacks, moving just out of reach. She then countered him with stinging quick hits that sent him stumbling back. TSK, she said. Surely you can do better than that. Shipwreck zone. Denki saw Hiryu getting to his feet. He stumbled a little as the silver-haired boy held him steady. Thank you for the save, Azui, Hiryu said. Hiryu and Tetsu, he said, gesturing between them. You can call me Tsu, she said. That's Denki over there. She turned and looked at him, glaring at him. We need to figure a way out of here. Those villains aren't going to stay in the water forever. I agree, but fighting them in the water seems akin to suicide. They are more agile than us, Hiryu said, touching his bandages. I can't use my quirk except for defense if they come to bite me, Tetsu said. Turning to metal makes me heavy, so I sink well, but that is about it. All they have to do is drag me down and wait. Some help, Denki muttered. I'm sorry I hadn't heard your quirk yet, Hiryu said, trying to keep his voice friendly. Electricity, I can fry all of them, Denki said. Well, that's useful. Fry them up, and we can all swim to shore, Tetsu smiled. If I produce too big of a charge, then my brain short-circuits. If I produce too small of a charge, then when I am in the water, if I have to again, I will probably fry all of us, Denki said, feeling annoyed he couldn't just be the hero and rub it in their faces. Sue, how far can you jump? Hiryu asked. I might be able to make it to shore unencumbered, she said curiously before she snapped her fingers. Denki fries them, I snatch him out, get him and Tetsu to shore, and come back for you. Exactly, Hiryu said. If anything is still moving after Denki shocks them to hell, I should be able to defend myself till you return for me. What do you say you want to destroy all the villains for us? I think I would, Denki said, smiling. The last thing the villains in the lake saw was a blonde-haired boy leaping off the edge, laughing manically. Landslide zone. Shoto stumbled to the side, confident his ice had done the job. He noticed, just past his ice, that the other ice was more white than his with a darker blue tinge. He saw the burst of light from behind it as the rampaging beast made of fire exploded, sending him diving to the side. As he scrambled to his feet, a girl burst through the gap. Her arm encased in ice. Her eyes were a majestic blue that matched her braided hair. He brought up an ice wall to deflect the blow, but while his attention was diverted, a flaming fist hit him from the side, sending him crashing into the rocks behind him. His vision blurred as he saw a boy who looked just like the girl, but with red eyes and hair. They were twins. Poor little ice user, prepare to die, the boy sneered. Shoto slammed his fist into the ground, sending a wave of spikes at him. The girl spun in front of her sibling, arms spread out to take the blow. Shoto tried to pull the spikes back and watched in horror as they crashed into the girl. Shoto heard their impact, but instead of seeing blood fly, he saw the girl standing there, but her whole body seemed made of white ice with a blue tinge. Shoto watched as she burst forward, tackling him to the ground. It was like being hit by a solid brick. The air was forced out of his body as he collided with the rocks again, then spider webbing. She reared to drive an elbow into his head when a metal body came rocketing from the hill, tackling her into the dirt. Shiva the boy yelled as a rock floated up behind him and crashed into the back of his head, diving him to the ground. Shoto saw him around awkwardly and clawed his neck like he was being choked. Toru had a rear choke locked in tight, tried to put the boy to sleep, when suddenly she screamed as he erupted into flames. She kicked him off of him and scrambled away as she felt her skin blistering all over her body. A metal Nito leaped free as Bondo appeared over the hill and started firing glue into the whole Shiva that had been knocked into by Nito's attack. They couldn't see Toru, but all they could hear were her screams from behind the now flaming villain. Shoto stepped forward and sent a glacier toward the villain. He saw the fire-covered boy brace, and his fire roared hotter as the ice melted before making an impact. An orb of ice erupted out of the crater, pushing the glue everywhere. The woman came rising out on a pillar of ice. Shoto felt his fireside flare some before he pushed it back. No, he would win with only his mother's fire and show them all. Nieto ran, grabbed Shoto's hand quickly, and then froze briefly. You have two quirks. You have fire and ice. Why are you using only one? What? Bondo yelled. I will prove I'm the best with only my ice, Shoto spat back. That is the dumbest ing thing I have ever heard, and I share a class with a quirkless kid. Remember that, Nieto said. Fine, you take Fireboy while I deal with Ice Girl. Once he takes out the Fireboy, get him secure. We need to find Toru. You got it, Nieto, Bondo said. Think you can push us through those flames, he told Shoto. I will show you, he growled back. He stomped his foot, and huge glacier erupted underneath the flames, knocking to fire the villain back. Shiva spun and tried to move toward her brother, only for a firewall to erupt before her. She whirled and saw Nito smiling, his right side flaming while an ice formed on his left hand. Better worry about yourself. Mountain Zone. The first villain leaped from the cover as Izuku came into view with some of the others following suit. He was intercepted, but a bludgeoning blow from Izuku's staff crashed into the villain's ribcage. He crashed off to the side as he looked up. 2 earphone jacks plunged into his ears, and the deafening sound erupted, knocking him out and shattering his eardrums. Another villain, whose arms were morphed into swords, met the pointy end of Izuku's staff, and he used the villain's momentum to carry him overhead and crash behind him. Momo quickly jammed her staff into the back of the villain's head, bouncing it off the ground and him into unconsciousness. One of the villains aimed by making their hand into a finger gun shape, but before he could fire, a metal bat crashed into the back of his head, plunging him into darkness. "No cheap shots from you," Set cried out. Izuku spun back to the next opponent, only to have to dodge to the side as the blade came crashing down the girl who swung and smiled as she reversed her grip and ripped back up, forcing Izuku to dodge again. Her next attack, when, for his gut, he could deflect it before he drove the sharp part of the staff into the woman's foot, pinning her to the ground. She screamed as his fist found her face in a quick combination, knocking her out. Momo spun past Izuku, bringing a leaping strike crashing down upon a man with a serpent head that was about to strike with lightning speed. She came in with a side strike to the villain's rib cage, then his knee, driving him down. She stepped in and brought the staff up. A sickening crack was heard as it crashed clean under the villain's chin, sending him sprawling backward. Another villain let off a war cry. As they came jumping from a high vantage point, they reared their fist back as this black and yellow energy began to form around their hand and arm. Suddenly, a hand grabbed them by the collar and edged backward, causing them to crash head first into the rocks. Kyoka managed to dodge a clumsy swipe from an attacker with claws from her hands. She remembered what Izuku had shown her and swung an Eskrima stick into her attacker's gut, doubling over before spinning and driving it upward under the chin, similar to Momo's strike with equal results. Setsuna had another villain being choked out by her legs as another met the business end of her base bat. With her head floating above, she could shout out a warning for Momo, who could duck as a huge rock flew past her. Turning, Momo saw a man take a stance like a Shaolin monk. She engaged, bringing her staff in a side attack. She saw the villain's foot hit the ground, and a pole of earth shot up, blocking the attack. Momo spun to keep the attack up, and another bar emerged, blocking the next attack. Before Momo could redirect, one shot out at an angle, catching her in the gut, knocking the wind out of her, and driving her to a knee. Another pole came springing for her head. As she brought her arm up, a metal buckler shield appeared, deflecting it. Kyoka plugged her jacks into her boot speakers and unleashed her heat bead at the villain, disrupting his control and causing the poles to crumble. She cut the attack as Izuku raced past her, driving his knee into the man's face and quickly hitting the villain in the temple, knocking them out. Izuku barely had time to react as a man with a bull head came and speared him, one of its horns managing to piece his armor. Kyoka called his name as the knife flew out from behind the cover and lodged in her shoulder blade. Momo deflected another flying knife and pulled Kyoka to cover behind a boulder. A warning shout from Set allowed Momo to spin and deflect the blade again. Momo watched as the blade tumbled, righted itself, and came back at her. Kyoka screamed as the blade in her shoulder wrenched free and spun, slicing Momo across the back. Set dived in and tackled Momo to the side as she had been left open, and the descending blade was diving for her stomach. Instead, it found Set's floating hand. Set bit back a cry of pain as she wrestled with the knife, pushing up the blade till she could grab it by the hilt. Izuku grabbed the bull by the horn and yanked it to the side. Crashing it into the ground, he felt the beast's jaws clamp down on his leg. He screamed as a blade found its way to his hand and plunged into the monster's eye. The thing roared and reared back. Izuku summoned the black sword to his hand as he hit upward. It pierced through the beast's jaw and brain. The massive blade killed it instantly. Izuku moved from under the collapsing carcass, quickly essayed his leg, and wrapped it to stem the bleeding. Kyoka put her jacks in the ground and located their attacker. She saw a rock above them. Dashing out, She directed her sonic attack at the ledge above their attacker, pushing her quirk as hard as she could. She saw the rocks collapse and heard the scream of pain as the knives fell to the ground. Set's head was suddenly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Blinding her, she immediately pulled her head towards the rest of her body. She felt something hard crash into her jaw, a small bearing the culprit. Thankfully, her jaw wasn't broken. Then she saw her attacker. A girl came out holding an empty slingshot, and that same metal bearing appeared, and she fired off again. The cloud forming around Set's head again, she narrowly dodged another hit. Momo scanned around and saw a man's head sticking out from behind a rock. His hand was extended as he seemed to be controlling the cloud. She created a flashbang and tossed it, shouting, "KYO, ERS Kyoka," heard the call and immediately covered her ears. The grenade exploded directly above the man, sending him tumbling from his concealment. Momo ran forward, her ears still ringing, and leaped, driving the buckler into the man's back. He screamed, and Momo quickly slipped her other arm under his chin and choked him out. Set went after the slingshot. Another bearing came flying. Set split her body as far as she dared, corkscrewing around the shot before a swirling typhoon of body parts engulfed the villain. Blows rang down, driving Slingshot down till a solid fist connected with Slingshot's jaw and ed the head for a clean knockout blow. Set pulled herself together and stumbled quickly, pulling cuffs from her belt and securing the villain. Izuku stumbled back to his comrades holding his side. He saw Momo producing cuffs as Kyoka and Set secure the villains. The slow clap caught their attention, and from around the corner came a man in a ninja suit with a katana on his hip. He moved low, his eyes darting between them all. The one clapping was the huge spider quirk of a man, his spider limbs carrying him above the ground, while the two above his head sprouted vicious talons that dripped a black substance that hissed as it struck the ground. He smiled wickedly as he looked at the students. "Now, children, let's play a game. How long till you beg for death?" Windstorm Zone. Yui ran forward as a pair of cackling villains ran at her, reaching into her belt. She threw some small items. The laughing duo ignored the toys being flung at them. At the last second, Yui activated her quirk, and 55-gallon metal drums crashed into them. Yui grinned wickedly as reaching into another pouch to police nightsticks came to life in her hands. With a savage laugh and uncanny aim, she descended on her attackers, quickly becoming the victims as she broke one's jaw before jabbing them in the throat, cutting off their scream, and the third strike crashed into the side of the villain's head, sending them down in a crumpled heap. The second managed to get to their feet and turned to flee. "Don't run," Yui called out as she hurled one of her weapons. Sending them down in a heap, she pounced with the nightstick across her forearm, driving it into the villain's spine. He screamed as she spun like a cat, and the nightstick was across the man's throat. She reared back, choking the villain into unconsciousness. The boys were stunned, as were some of the villains, and they heard her tell the villain to laugh for me. Come on, laugh. A broad man with animal tattoos all over his body charged out at Yui. Jiroda roared and speared the man out of his shoes. A snake tattoo suddenly sprang to life. Wrapping around Jiroda, the beast user screamed, trying to grab the snake when it suddenly stopped attacking him and struck out and bit another villain that was coming up at Jiroda's back with these jagged metal spikes sticking out of his forearms. Koji smiled as the snake struck the backstabber again and again. Jiroda turned back to the tattooed man and started slamming his head off the ground till he stopped moving. He looked up, roaring at the other villains, and charged into their midst. Fumi ran out, and Dark Shadow roared to life, lancing towards the lightning wielder. A huge flash exploded from the rooftop, causing Dark Shadow to recoil as the man hurled a massive bolt at the sentient creature, driving it back more. Koji looked around the area and smiled. Yui, cackling with glee, ran over to Fumi as a woman came running at him with a knife. Yui batted the weapon out of the woman's hands before she crashed the nightstick into the woman's knees, shattering them. When the woman screamed, the world started to wobble and distort. Yui and Fumi grabbed at their heads till a blind shot from Yui cracked the woman across the skull, silencing her. A lightning blast came crashing down, sending them flying as the villain on the roof cackled in glee. Jiroda was surrounded as quirks and weapons lashed out at him. He roared in anger, his size increasing, and then he grabbed hold of an unfortunate soul that lingered too close. Jiroda could snatch the man by a leg and swing him like a club until his companion's screams filled the air even louder than the howling winds. The lightning villain reared back, another massive bolt forming his hands as he shouted, "Die, hero scum!" Before he could fire, a swarm of rats burst out and swarmed the villain. He screamed as they tore into his flesh. He screamed as they toppled from the roof. And he stopped screaming when he hit the pavement 5 stories below. Yui, Fumi, and Dark Shadow struggled to their feet. They didn't have time to question what was happening as they saw the crowd growing bigger around Jiroda. "Battle," they yelled as they charged in. "Fire zone." The boys dived to the side as the fire giant whipped her hair, lancing out like whips crashing into the ground around them. Yuga rolled and came up firing, and the blast hit the woman in the stomach. It appeared to cause minimal damage as it glared at the boy. Manga got to his feet. "Cover me," he yelled. Sun took a defensive position in front of his classmate. As more fire hair lashed out, he activated his quirk, knocking them off course. Sato pulled Yuga out of harm's way. Quickly, he looked around and spotted a large spool of wire lying near a down power line. "Yuga, have you ever seen Star Wars?" he yelled. "Bien, sir." The boy replied, "Of course." "Let's snow speeder that," he yelled. They got to their feet and dashed forward. A giant word bubble formed above the villain. SPLOSH. Water fell out as it crashed over her head, putting her hair out. Sato tossed one end of the wire to Yuga, who grabbed it as they began to race in circles around the woman's legs. Manga stumbled forward as more word bubbles appeared around the woman. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions staggered the woman as Sun raced behind their attacker, spying an abandoned vehicle. He broke the window and disengaged the parking race to the back of it as Manga ran and jumped into the driver's seat. Ramming speed, Sun roared as he activated his quirk, launching the vehicle forward. Sato and Yuga dived to the side as the car crashed into the back of the woman's legs, sending her crashing to the ground temporarily, stunning the villain. They used the wire to try and bind her legs to make it difficult for her to stand. Sato then muscled the woman's arms behind her back. Manga stepped forward as 2 word bubbles of click, 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 click formed and floated around the woman's wrists, turning into giant-sized handcuffs. As the woman struggled, Manga activated his quirk again, and with a plunk crashing in her head, she was knocked out. "So I was thinking that after we get out of here, if you guys are down, we should all hit the arcade or something," Sato said with a smile. "You got it," Sun responded. "Forest zone." Mina screamed as one of the antlers pierced her side. She reached out and dropped a thick coat of acid on them. But the villains drove forward, pulling her father away from her group. Ibra spun at the sound of Mina's scream. She desperately sent out a lasso to grab the deer man's ankles as the rest of her vines were wrapped around the bear, desperately trying to pull it back as its jaws were coming down around Cozy Eye's neck. "Stop for all that is holy, please stop," she screamed. "Don't make me do this." Cozy Eye frantically pulled in a breath and blew it into the villain's mouth, forming a wedge and cutting off the villain's air. The bear pulled back, allowing Cozy Eye to scramble free, but with its one good claw, it managed to stab the boy through the stomach. Tears started to fall from Ibra as her vines went around the villain's neck. The bear wrenched his arm free, and Cozy Eye's blood and intestines came with it. Ibra could see the blood and hear Cozy Eyes scream as her vines tightened around the villain's neck. She wrenched them violently backward, snapping the villain's head back into an unnatural angle. Cozy Eye frantically grabbed his insides. Pulling them back, Shock quickly sat in as Ibra slid beside him. Her tears poured forth as she ripped the bottom portion of her dress to bind his stomach. Mizo heard the screams from his companions. As he ripped the moss from his face, his multiple arms sprung free, and he began to take the moss away from the villain's body frantically. He felt arrows pierce his legs and back, but he didn't stop. Instead, a single arm bent back and snapped the shafts. The moss villain desperately tried to bind the boy's arms, but they couldn't keep up. With every rip of moss the villain would scream. Mizo was skinning the villain alive. Mina's acid did its job as the antler tumbled free with her along with it. She rolled on the ground as the deer man pivoted and charged again. As the villain closed the distance, it attempted to swipe and impale Mina with its other antler, dropped into the splits underneath the attack, but drove the antler that she had pulled free up directly into the man's lower jaw. Mina grits her teeth and shoves up with all her might. Her eyes closed. She felt it break through something and slide further. When the villain toppled to the side, it twitched violently as the antler was now lodged in its brain. Mina stumbled forward, retching off to the side. As she burst out of the underbrush, she saw a woman standing in an opening, reaching back like drawing a bow, and arrows forming. Mina rushed out, tackling the woman to the ground, and she quickly threw acid into the villain's eyes, blinding her. The woman's screams echoed into the air. Mina took a mount position and started driving her elbow into the woman's face until she stopped screaming or moving. Underground, the trio leaped to the sides as they hit another chamber, the huge white maggot creature nipping at their heels. It exploded into the room as small bipedal things broke free and ran towards the students, its mouth agape and saliva flowing free. Zero sidestepped one as he fired his tape binding one, and using all his strength, he yanked and threw the thing. It crashed into some of its compatriots, but when it hit the wall, it splattered and green blood spayed against the wall. The scene froze Zero, but it did not freeze his attackers. One dived wildly and grabbed on his leg in one deft motion. It was a bit deep, tearing out a chunk of flesh and meat. Kinoko pushed herself up and threw out spores attached to her attackers. She quickly activated her quirk, and the mushroom sprang forward and exploded in a burst of hot liquid that started dissolving the maggot bodies on contact. She smiled. Just like hot liquid and salt were their enemies. Shurhai ducked into the black to escape his attackers and appear beside Zero, pulling him away from another attack. Shurhai kicked another away as Zero fired some more tape to bind a few more. It was a maniacal laughter as spores started covering the main body of the monster maggot that had chased them. Fire Iron itch a gap. They heard Kinoko yell the boys die for their lives as the explosions rocked the underground. When everything cleared, they could hear some screams of pain as they saw 5 identical albinos in the exploded-out husk of the maggot. Shurhai immediately dropped through the black and came up swinging on the villains. Zero hobbled over, grabbed a rock, attached it to the end of the tape like a flail, and beat them into unconsciousness. Kinko found the boys securing the villains. With a grin, she said, "Mushrooms are the best." The front door. Once the doors were softened, it was child's play for Rico to pull them up, allowing a reluctant Ida to take off for reinforcements. Hirojiri regained consciousness in time to see the speedster disappearing. With a yell, he created a portal underneath him, dropping him away from the students who had defeated him. "He has escaped," Pony yelled. A portal opened again before the students and villains came pouring out. Nairenjiki ran forward with his makeshift bat. "One me people, Achiko. Get 13 through those doors and out of harm's way. Then please help us deal with these uninvited guests. Let's show these scum airs what happens when they're with Yue. We need to hold until reinforcements arrive. We need to hold." Achiko ran and set 13 down in a side room away from the battle. She loathed to leave her hero, but needed to return to the battle. Ida had already run down the hall, so hopefully rescuers would be inbound. She spotted a duffel bag labeled emergency. She opened it and saw medical supplies and a red box containing a flare gun. She was about to grab the bag and leave when something caught her attention, a shimmer in the air. It caused her to freeze. Panic flooded her mind. She carefully reached back and touched the desk, removing its gravity. She saw the shimmer again, grabbed the desk, and threw it. When she heard it collide with something, she immediately pounced. She knew it wasn't Toru because she didn't leave a shimmer or anything to announce her presence. She could grab a hold of some limb, but it felt rough and scaly under her. It writhed in her grasp, trying to break free. She attempted to keep hold of the limb and swung with all she could, trying to land blows. Grunts and yells of pain rewarded her efforts. When suddenly some slashed across her stomach, ripping her costume and drawing blood. Achiko stumbled away. She was between whatever this villain was and the door. She quickly closed it. She couldn't let this thing get away. Foolish little girl, I was just supposed to dispose of 13, but now I have to dispose of you as well, a voice rasped. Achiko's heart felt like it wanted to beat out of her chest. She was terrified, but she knew she couldn't leave 13 defenseless. And what if this thing attacked her classmates from behind? You are welcome to try, she spat back. It may have been false bravado, but she wasn't about to sacrifice others to save her own life. She saw the shimmer, but it moved too fast for her to react. Something smacked her hard in the gut, driving all the wind from her as she collided with the wall. Her eyes teared as she saw the shimmer scamper past her and head towards 13 desperately. Achiko leaped towards where she guessed the thing was. She landed and swung desperately, unsure where she was landing, as the thing seemed to collapse under her weight. She felt like she had a surge of hope. Something was wrapped around her neck and tossed her back. She couldn't even scream. Everything went fuzzy as she saw the simmer descending upon her. She rolled to the side to avoid a strike. She twisted and threw a kick. It felt like it landed, but she couldn't know the damage. As she scrambled to her feet, she felt something rake her leg, drawing blood. She grabbed the emergency bag and swung it with all she could. She was rewarded with a scream of pain. She saw the red case and scrambled for it as she felt the villain grab her leg and pull her back, flying over the top of her. She reached and grabbed what she guessed was the tail. Activating her quirk, she yanked back and threw the villain. Pressing her fingers together, she deactivated her quirk and dug for the case, pulling out the flare. She loaded the flare gun and rolled on her back. The villain's camouflage had dropped. They had what appeared to be some lizard quirk. It gave them the appearance of a gecko. One of their eyes was damaged, and they barely seemed to see out of it. Blood dripped from its mouth. Its mouth opened as it flew through the air, revealing rows of sharp needle-like teeth. She fired. As it entered the mouth of the villain, it ignited. The muffled and guttural scream would haunt her nightmares. The villain got to their feet, clawing at their own throat, ripping flesh and scale to get the thing out. Unthinkingly, they ran into the walls, thrashing wildly until they were rolling on the ground. The thrashing soon slowed and stopped. Achiko retched violently off to the side. She got to her feet, the flare gun still in her hand. She reloaded and put the spare flares in a pouch at her side. She paused to wipe the tears from her eyes. The only thought that allowed her to push on was, it was him, or me, it was him, or me. She kept repeating it as she threw open the door and raced to rejoin the battle. The front door. The villains were not ready for the sudden assault from the students. Nairenjiki led the initial charge, swinging his makeshift bat. He aimed for knees and ribs. Yosetsu came in at his side with a shield and baton. He had made Reiko grab the ones she could and flung them away as Pony's horns hit the backlines, sowing further chaos. Ready, Juzo yelled. Reiko strained as she grabbed the boys and yanked them back, falling to a knee. Once they were clear, Juzo activated his quirk, as did Nirin. The ground softened, and the struck areas were hit again from the twin impact. Screams filled the area as knees shattered, as did ribs and sternums. Hope filled their hearts, seeing the villains trapped or disabled, but something landed before them. The plaza. Vlad King and Eraserhead landed ready for battle. The two teachers, though they may not have seen eye to eye on certain things, had done extensive training together. Vlad King took the lead, his quirk coming to life as the villain's front line charged forward. Eraserhead stepped to the side, negating the lead assailant's quirk as Vlad King's fist came crashing in with a vicious uppercut that launched the man back into his allies. Vlad King didn't stop. He grabbed one of the fallen and yanked him up to his feet, using him as a shield from the range volley that came crashing down. Eraserhead deftly dodged past the front line, leaving them to Vlad King as he engaged the back line. Shigaraki smiled behind the hand, covering his face, watching the two teachers deal with the nameless cannon fodder he had sent after them. He had hoped they would fare better, but he wasn't surprised at how, with the slight bit of resistance they were encountering, they were starting to crumble and panic. He thought of issuing them commands if they would listen. He was leading the raid after all, but he watched as they fell. The hope he knew was being built up would soon crumble. The actual raid members were to ensure the rest of the mobs met their end. He watched As they worked like a well-oiled machine, they couldn't avoid every attack that came at them. But they were covering for each other's weaknesses as best they could. It was too bad that they were ingrained into the problem. He could see uses for them. He smiled, watching them wade into the fodder, thinking they were buying time for the students to escape, not knowing they had been scattered to their deaths. He would leave them alive so that they could realize how futile their resistance was. Nomu, see what happened to Kurogiri, bring him to me, and deal with whoever is up there. Shigaraki ordered. The beast leaped off. Ruined zone. Ijiro struggled to get the ragman off his back, but the man had a vice-like grip. Ijiro activated his quirk, focusing on his neck, head, and back. He made sure he had a secure hold of the ragman's legs and leaped up, going back. The ragman gasped in pain as his body was sandwiched between the pavement and a hardened Ijiro. He released his grip, allowing Ijiro to reverse position. Unfortunately, he inhaled some of the gas. He held back the bile that began to collect in his throat as he shifted the hardening from his back to his elbow and dropped it down as hard as he could, bouncing the ragman's head off the concrete with a sickening crack. The villain's body went limp as he scrambled off and out of the cloud. Once clear, all he could do was vomit the acid in his stomach. It burned his throat and esophagus as it escaped. Toguru focused his attacks toward the outer layers of the blob, despite the threat of the villain and removing his head. He knew that was a last resort. He was disgusted that he had chopped off the villain's hand, but he would have to deal with that later. There was a theory that he needed to figure out, and he was able to test it quickly with a precision that came from a lifetime of wielding blades. He could cut off small layers from the villain. When the villain didn't react, he summarized that at least by doing so, he wasn't skinning him. But that brought up a new problem. How would he win without immediately resorting to lethal tactics? He knew there was a body under there that he could cut, but he couldn't shift to the flat of his blade for his attacks, as they wouldn't penetrate the outer layers. He was going to have to play a dangerous game. Cut but not cut through. He ducked under an attack and swung for the midsection. He did his best to focus on the feeling of the blade passing through the outer layers. As soon as it encountered something he felt was different, he would spin past, pulling the blade out in a slashing motion. Now he knew that this could lead to still killing the villain, as it was possible they would bleed out, as he had no way of knowing the depth of his attacks. And even if he did, cutting someone with a sword in the middle of a battle was tricky. When he saw blood seeping with the ooze, he knew some of his attacks had landed home. The blob was not going down gently, though it was panicking, understandably, since losing its hand. In its panic, it didn't see its unconscious ally flying toward them cold. As the stink cloud from Ragman permitted the blob, Toguru moved back as the sludge started to melt away. The Ragman fell to the ground as the villain's true form was revealed. They were sickly thin, with stringy white hair, as they tumbled out of their protective sludge, retching violently. Once they moved toward the edge of the cloud, Toguru ran and kicked them free of the cloud completely. They couldn't even recover as the vomiting continued, but Toguru came from behind, and with the flat of the blade, he crashed it into the side of their head, knocking them out. Ijiro cautiously moved forward, seeing that both villains were down for the count, but he nearly vomited again, seeing the blob was missing a hand. He watched Toguru move quickly, pulling out various first aid items to stem the blood loss. Ijiro paused. He wasn't a fan of Izuku, nor of 1B, as his irrational mind felt it was all some sort of power play, but he saw the boy working feverishly to save the villain that had just been trying to kill them. He pulled out what first aid he had and knelt next to him. "What can I do to help?" he asked. Toguru gave him a grateful smile and directed him to tend the cuts he hadn't addressed yet. Ruined zone. Itsuka came crashing down to the ground below. She pushed off the villain who had speared her out of the building. She twisted in the air and rebounded off the far wall. She reached out and grabbed the fire escape on her way down. The force was too much. It yanked her arm out of its socket, and she screamed and fell to the ground. The wind was forced out of her lungs. She rolled and struggled to reach her feet as the villain landed with a thud, leaving a small crater. They were on their feet and ready for battle. She was done. She knew that one hand was broken, and the other arm hung at her side, separated from its socket. She rose to her feet, ready to make her last stand. "Pop it back in," the villain said. Itsuka froze. I am coming over there. Now pop that shoulder back in and show me what you can do. Itsuka took the opportunity to pop her shoulder back, and she didn't give him the satisfaction of screaming. Once done, she took a fighting stance. Give me a good fight now, he said as she rushed in. Itsuka feinted another head strike and saw him do the same maneuver where he ducked his head. She ducked down and spun to kick the villain's legs instead of sending him sprawling. She turned and leaped towards the villain's unprotected back. She was surprised when he tilted forward onto his head and flipped on his feet. He spun and landed a kick to her midsection, driving her back. He smiled as he came in. She tilted back from the right cross and landed a bicycle kick to the villain's jaw. She landed and pushed off in an attempt to spear the villain. But he was ready for her attack. He planted a foot in the ground, brought a knee to land at her chest, and his arms wrapped around her. He spun and threw her away. Ojiro was getting frustrated and desperate. He couldn't land a hit with every strike he attempted. She would dodge and land a stinging counterattack. He was thankful she wasn't stronger than she was, but she knew how to strike. Numerous cuts had opened up. Even when he grabbed her, she could slip out and land another strike, sending him to the ground. He got frustrated and went all in again. She was slipping past every punch and kick he threw, but on his last swing, he incorporated his tail into the attack, and it landed. She had slipped past the final attack, but could not dodge his tail fully. It was amazing that she was even able to escape some of it in the first place. Her grunt of pain might have been the sweetest sound to grace his ears his whole life. He was renewed and ready to fight. When he looked in her eyes, he worried. There was no fear in her eyes, no stress. Instead, they began to twinkle almost as if in delight. Shipwreck Zone. Tetsu was watching Denki, who had fried all the villains in the lake as far as they could tell. Su had asked Tetsu, as they made it to shore, "Do you think he got them all? If any of them are still in there, then they ain't happy." His reply was greeted with a laugh that helped to calm them both as she leaped back into the water to retrieve Hiryu. He watched as they came ashore, Hiryu, and she came ashore. Hiryu told him to keep watching Denki as he and Tsu moved through the overgrown grass towards the sound of the fighting to see what was happening. They all froze when they saw the massive creature next to the seemingly main villain leap from its master's side and head toward the front doors. Hiryu and Tsu watched as they saw their teachers fighting through the crowd of villains. They could feel the hope building as their teachers were working with such precision as they fought together. The Shigaraki joined the fight. A villain was wrapped inside Aizawa's capture scarf. The Class 1, a teacher spun and threw him at the villain Tsu, and Hiryu watched in horror as the villain caught his ally, and he disintegrated him. He couldn't even scream. The ashes just caught in the wind and blew away. They saw the wicked grin as he raced into the fight. He said nothing as he first engaged. They saw him kick other villains towards the duo to create openings for himself. Then they heard his voice, 20, 17, 16, 16, 15. You're slowing down there, Eraser Head. The last part was spat out like it was toxic for the villain to say. The underground hero didn't respond. Instead, he slipped past another attack. By one of the hordes, he grabbed the back of his clothes and threw them toward the feet of Shigaraki. The villain leaped over the attack, which was what the pro hero wanted. He threw his capture scarf, entangled around the villain's legs with a quick yank. He brought the villain to the ground. Eraser's head closed the distance instantly. He saw Shigaraki go to use his quirk on his scarf, and he quickly negated the villain's quirk. The shock froze the villain like it did to most. He fought when their quirks suddenly didn't work. He reared back and landed a violent soccer kick to the villain's head. Shigaragi's head snapped back from the blow. Teeth, blood, and the hand covering his face went flying. They saw panic in the villain's eyes. The evanescent menace that was there before seemed to be gone. They saw Eraser Head go for a finishing blow, only for Shigaraki to dodge the punch to his face. A hand of dirt flew into their teacher's face. He then reached down and touched the scarf, destroying it. As the teacher was stunned, Shigaraki, with his legs now free, spun, pushing up with one arm, and landed a solid kick to the teacher's ribs. Vlad saw the fight, but he was too far away as the mob was collapsing in on him, their sheer numbers beginning to overwhelm him. Shigaraki followed through on the spin kick, coming to his knees, his hand reaching a perfect angle to hit Aizawa's arm. Hiryu sprang into action. Before he knew what he was doing, he fired his quirk, hitting Shigaraki in the back. Tsu was shocked, but she backed him up by using her tongue to lash out and snag his leg, yanking him to the ground. She pulled it back as soon as she removed it to get out of his reach as quickly as possible. Some of the backline villains spun, seeing the students. They smiled and went to launch their attack when Tetsu burst from cover and Body checked a few of them into the rest. Denki came stumbling out behind him near Tsu and Hiryu. "Denki, are you okay?" Tsu shouted as she leaped forward and kicked another villain with a picture-perfect drop kick. Getting there, "Wait a minute," he slurred back. "I will protect you," Hiryu said defensively before him. Eraserhead yelled for them to retreat as he drove an elbow into the back of Shigaraki's head. The villain was still conscious as he went to finish the job. No one saw what hit him until it was standing there. The monster that had gone to the front door had returned. Under one arm was Kirojiri. With the other, he backhanded Eraserhead away with thunderous force. Everyone on the battlefield froze. Landslide zone. Shiva twirled gracefully, evading the incoming flame with a graceful spin, and retaliated with a precision shot. Her aim was true, but the flames formed a fiery wall that absorbed the impact. Nito, seizing the opportunity, launched a swift kick to her chest, sending her flying backward. As she rose, she summoned a towering ice pillar that struck Nito in the stomach, causing him to double in agony. Desperate to regain footing, he lunged forward to attack, but Shiva was too quick. With lightning-fast reflexes, she landed a powerful punch, transforming her arm into a solid white ice block. The impact was bone-jarring and left Nito reeling, his senses dulled by the ferocity of the blow. Shiva needed to press her advantage to rejoin her bother in battle against the true target of their attacks. Still, this other, who had exhibited multiple quirks, was proving to be a difficult opponent. Though less skilled than her or her brother, he could compensate for his lack of skill and tenacity. He was stunned and reeling from her punch. It was her chance to finish this. She brought a devastating knee to his face, breaking his nose. As he fell back, she went to follow him down with a forearm to his temple. As she attacked, massive, gloved yellow hands grabbed her from behind, lifting her and slamming her back with devastating effect. She tried to regain her feet when the strange face was above her. She had forgotten about their companion, and glue cascaded down on her face before she could react. The thickness of the substance began to seep into her nose and mouth. She was being suffocated. She panicked and tried to call upon her quirk to push him off, but she couldn't focus when the darkness overcame her. She couldn't even weep as her ducts were covered in glue. Thankfully, Bondo was not a murderer. He pulled a vial from a pouch and applied it to the glue around her nose with skillful movement. He pulled the glue from her nose to free up her air passage. "There, she should be out for a bit. We must take care of the other," to find Toru. He looked over at Nito, who was holding ice to his jaw. Nito nodded as they went towards where Shoto was engaged in combat. Shoto and the boy were in this dance of ice and fire. Each would gain an advantage only for the other to surge back and put their opponent on their back foot. Shoto had trained against a powerful fire user his whole life from what he had witnessed. This boy's sister was a very adept ice user. They must spar constantly. The difference was that while the boy's fire did not burn as hot as his father's, he controlled the fire in a way that Shoto had never seen. It would dance and bend to the boy's will, where his opponent had the advantage. And that advantage was wearing Shoto down. When their two blasts collided again, the explosion knocked them both off their feet. Shoto was dazed. He barely saw the two fire cats coming at him in a pincer maneuver. He quickly created two ice walls to the side to deflect the attack, and that was his undoing. Hellfire Flame, he heard his opponent roar, and a blood-red flame came tearing for him. Everything moved in slow motion as he saw the flames. He desperately tried to summon a wall of ice to try and deflect it, but he knew from experience that such a red flame had taken almost everything he had. His only hope was that he could stop enough to live. However, he knew that such a thought was wishful thinking. He wondered what his father would say when he received news that he had died, and would die here. He had to live. He needed to live. But why was he so desperate to live? Was it to show that he didn't need his fire? Was it to show his mother that her ice was all he needed? Would it even matter to her they hadn't seen each other since the incident? At first, they told him to keep him away because she was sick. But Fuyumi and Natsuo had seen her. They told him she was getting better and that he should see her, but he never did. How could he live? Ice wouldn't save him if he could generate a strong enough ice blast. The explosion may kill him. If not, leave him prone enough for his opponent to finish him off. Fire, he had seen his father do it. A bigger fire blast would stop the other. He had seen his father do it when training some of his sidekicks. Fire was the answer. It would save his life. I realized the only way to live was fire, the most bitter thing. But he was still left with the question of why. What did he want? He wanted to be a hero. He wanted to be a hero who would save people, someone greater than his father. He had sought the path of using only his ice to spite his father and shove it in his face. Would his father even care? The more he thought about it, the more he hated the taste of the bitter pill on his tongue. His father was stubborn, single-minded, and blinded by his anger. Shoto was stubborn, single-minded, and blinded by his bitterness. His bitterness toward his father was going to kill him. Ice couldn't beat this boy alone. His opponent trained daily against a stronger ice user. But he didn't prepare against fire. Shoto closed his eyes, and instead of death, he saw flame. His anger and bitterness fueled it, and it was ready to be released. With a mighty roar, he did just that. Nito and Bondo rounded the corner and leaped back to cover as Shoto's fire collided with the hellfire flame. One was blood red, but Shoto's fire exploded in pure white, engulfing the red flame and causing his opponent to dive for cover. He was in shock, his mind desperately trying to find the next action, when some heavy and herd collided with the back of his head, and darkness took hold. Toru stood over the unconscious villain, her body racked with pain from the burns, and she stumbled to the side. She heard her name being called as Nito and Bondo were running towards her area. Nito was able to locate her. She felt relieved when he carefully reached her with coolness radiating from his hands. She saw him hesitate as he got closer. She could tell he was worried about touching her in the wrong spot. She gently moved his hand under her knees and pulled others under her shoulders. She had never had someone be so conscious of where they were grabbing her before. Mountain Zone. Izuku gathered himself. The wound in his gut, while not deep, was enough to draw blood. His leg was bandaged, but it would hinder his movement. Momo was bleeding from the back. Set was down a hand, and Kyoka had an injured shoulder. The man spider was dangerous. He had a look in his eye that Izuku had been trained to recognize. He was here for blood and misery. He wouldn't stop killing them. His intentions were apparent with the hunger his eyes portrayed, and it was a hunger for all of them. The ninja glided as they moved, their blade behind them, skilled and trained. Eyes cold focused on him. The dispassionate nature in their eyes told him this was business, that they didn't come here on some desire for death or for other things to sake some thirst. They came here to do one thing: kill. The way they looked at him made him think that the person they were there to kill was him. I got the ninja. They seem hyper-focused on me, he told the girls. Be careful of that man. I know, was all Momo responded. A glow from her back produced some machetes, aimed for the joins on his legs. Her abdomen glowed, and glaive polearm came out. She took it in hand as Set and Kyoka grabbed the machetes. Oh yes, I love it when the struggle. He additioned struggle hard with all you can. I want to see you break and submit to me. As he talked to small canisters looking like gas grenades were sticking out her back, Set and Kyoka immediately took them as Momo moved to engage. Izuku advanced towards the ninja, cautious, his staff at the ready. Do you have a name? I am Hido Shirizu, a cold, flat voice responded. Then everything around Izuku went dark. Momo came in and took a swing towards one of the legs as expected. He pulled it back and was able to balance on the others. Another came up and over to stab at her. She spun past it as Set came in behind her and, with great precision, was able to swing her bat at the hoof. Set smiled when she heard it crack. He reared in pain. Kyoka blasted him with a sonic attack, throwing him off balance further. The man spider flailed wildly, the black ooze flying everywhere. Momo let out a cry as some landed on her thigh, and immediately she felt it begin to burn and eat at the skin. Set panicked and pulled Momo back as Kyoka tried to press the advantage. Momo knew she had to get it off and created a piece of leather thigh armor on the spot she had been hit as it came out of her leg. She could feel the ooze come off her skin and begin to eat the armor piece. Kyoka swung the machete, but unfortunately for her, she hit a solid part of the leg while the villain did scream when it yanked back. The weapon was taken away from her. The sudden shift in balance knocked her to the ground before she could scramble back to her feet. He reached down and pulled her into his embrace. She froze for a second as massive mandibles came out of his mouth. Her arms pinned. She took her jacks and plunged them as deep as she could into his eyes. His scream nearly knocked her out as he dropped her to the ground. Momo and Set saw their opportunity and ran in, ready to rejoin the fray. Izuku was surprised by the sudden darkness, but he quickly summarized that it had to be Haido Shirizu's quirk. Their name translated was unseen. He tried to focus his hearing, but it wasn't fast enough to evade, but he did manage to deflect the blow, preventing it from being fatal. The sword had come at his side, and before it could bite too deep, he deflected it away with his staff. He rolled away, trying to create a mental map of his surroundings. He spun his staff around himself and fell to clank where he suspected a part of the mountain was he put his back to it, cutting off an avenue of attack. The sound of the girls fighting the man-spider was making this task difficult. Blind fighting had been particularly difficult for Izuku to learn, and he was no master at it. He heard the attack at the last possible second. He deflected the blade upwards and ducked low. He took a swing at where he hoped his opponent would be and caught nothing but air. But his opponent was not about to let him catch his breath. The sword sliced across his back. Thankfully, his armor held. He repositioned himself, doing his best to steady the panic. Kyoka would have been able to take this villain down quickly with her hearing. Izuku focused, shutting out what he could and listening for movement near him. Unseen, they were not silent. They had to move through dirt, and shifting earth under their feet made sound. Listen for the sound, he told himself. He heard it quickly, and his staff lashed out to deflect the blow as he followed through. The black sword came to his hand in a deadly downward arc at the last second. He twisted the blade, so the flat came crashing down instead of the edge. He heard the scream as his sight returned. Nothing stopped the black blade, nothing he had encountered anyway. It cut through bone and flesh like a stick sliding into the water. He knew that this villain would be no more if he had continued with the blade. Haido Shirizu's shoulder and collarbone shattered under the blow, and they crumpled to the ground as a round knob of the staff came crashing across their jaw, breaking it thankfully. They couldn't feel the pain, unconscious. The man-spider lunged at the haired girl, its two talon legs aiming to strain for her when she didn't move. He smirked in triumph. Surly when the others saw one of their dies, their will to fight would crumple. But his attack hit nothing but air as Set split at the last second. Dodging the attack, she pulled the pin and threw the canister. It exploded in the villain's face. The gas involved their head, and the agony began. It burned. It was pure pain. He stumbled back, screaming as another canister exploded against his back legs. He didn't think the pain could intensify till he felt something cleave through one of those legs, sending him crumpling to the floor. He saw a leg twitching, severed from his body. The girl with black hair whirled and swung her polearm again, taking off another of the spider limbs. His eyes felt like they were on fire and going to explode, and then the girl with the lobs came rushing in. The sweet kiss of unconsciousness was welcome at this point. The girls looked at each other as Momo walked over, creating saline. She flushed the villain's eyes as the cuffs dropped out. Kyoka secured the villain. Afterward, Momo sat on a rock and devoured some calorie bars. Set ensured they hadn't missed anyone while Kyoka went and helped patch up Izuku's side. She smiled at her gratefully. The sounds of battle could still be heard. Wearily got to their feet and started moving towards the next zone. Windstorm Zone. It was a massive free for all. Jirota was in the middle as the villains attempted to swarm him under. That meant they weren't protecting their flank. Yui, Fumi, and Koji made them pay. Dark Shadow snaked across the ground till it could take up position back to back with Jirota. Fumi was not a fighter, but he could swing a baton provided to him by Yui. Koji's hardened look was not for show. He knew now was not the time to be peaceful. that they were fighting for their lives. Like the animals he loved, he had been backed into a corner, and he would not be timid. Yui was a force of nature and tenacity. She threw some items on the ground and activated her quirk. Large concrete barricades sprang to life, throwing villains into the air. Those who turned on the girl wished they hadn't. When a villain landed, what they felt was a devastating right cross. Her bloody smile froze them in their place. They were apologizing as she descended upon them. Dark Shadow raged alongside Jirota as the two were grabbing villains and throwing them aside or tearing into them. The ferocity of their attacks seemed to feed off the other as they physically demonstrated to these villains that they had made wrong choices in their lives, leading to this moment. It was chaotic and messy, but in the end, the young heroes, though bruised, stood victorious. Yui looked at the boys. There are more of these S out there attacking our friends. I think we should go meet them and remind them why no one S with you, as she yelled. They raced to the next battle, the front door. It landed with a thud, cracking the metal plates as it did so. It was the monster. Its unblinking eyes looked over and past everyone to Kurogiri. The students tensed. They knew what the beast had come for. Niran didn't even get to yell out anything other than move, as the best was by Miss Villain's side in an instant. It trampled over its allies without a care or even seeming to notice that it had done so. Juro quickly activated his quirk as Pony fired her horns at the monster. The beast ignored the girl's attack. It did look curiously at its legs as they began to sink into the ground. Riko tried to yank the beast, but it was too heavy. Quickly, she pulled on its arms and lurched forward, its arms sinking into the softened ground. Juzo immediately cut his quirk. Yos ran in and tagged the monster's legs. Welding them to the ground, they surrounded the beast, reading themselves. They were woefully unprepared as the beast wrenched its arms free by tearing them off. It did the same to its legs as Juzo yelled for it to stop. The lack of any scream of pain would haunt Pony for years. They stumbled back as the limbs began to regrow. Niran leaped in, swinging with all his might. Activating his quirk, there was no effect. The beast swung, and by sheer luck, Niran dodged. Achiko attacked, hoping to tag the best with her quirk. The beast turned to meet her attack. A monstrous downward punch coming towards her, she stumbled and fell. Reiko yanked with all her might, pulling the fist to the side. The impact left no doubt that Achiko would have been turned to paste. She scrambled to her feet as the monster reached out to grab her. "You will not touch her, you monster!" Sato roared as he leaped into the air, bringing a thunderous axe kick to the monster's shoulder area. Everyone's heart soared and fell instantly, as there was no effect. Sato could kick off and land out of the monster's grasp. In an instant, the monster was on them. Sato and Juzo were sent flying by a thunderous backhand that reverberated throughout the area. Pony tacked Reiko out of the way of another attack, but she didn't clear the blow completely, and the impact caught her leg, breaking it. Achiko swallowed her fear and ran in and tagged the monster on the back as she slid under the thing's legs. Desperately, she tried to run. Niran threw a rock, pegging the monster in the head, gaining the thing's attention. Niran knew he was done, for he did his best to anticipate the thing's attack, hoping to survive. He barely saw the fist coming for him. He was done for. Suddenly, the word block appeared before him, stopping the blow. Niran saw Manga standing there, and he dropped to a knee. Yuga slid next to him. "Behold my twinkling light, you monster!" he yelled as his navel laser ripped forth, striking the beast. Again, joy was snatched as a portal opened, and the beast came flying back towards them. It was Sen's turn. He knocked the beast off course, sending it crashing off to the side. The monster was up in an instant. It raised its massive hands over its head and slammed them down, creating a massive shockwave, sending debris flying everywhere and its opponents diving for cover. It ripped Kurogiri free and leaped back to the plaza. Forest Zone, Shiro, Shurhai, and Kinoko emerged carefully from the underground into a ring of trees. They did their best to listen, seeing if they were about to be attacked, but instead they could hear cries of distress. Kinoko took the lead, moving cautiously as Shiro limped behind her. Shurhai took to the shadows to cautiously scout ahead. His sudden reappearance in front of his companions startled them. "We need to hurry. Kozii is badly injured." He lead them forward. When the cam bursting through, they were almost attacked by Ibra and Mizo. They saw Cozy Eye lying on the ground holding his stomach that had more bandaging than they thought possible. Mina was against a tree shaking. They saw bandaging on her as well. They saw the bear villain and the way his head was at an unnatural angle and said nothing. They ran over to see what aid they could give their allies. Kinoko created some mushrooms and handed them out. Some had natural pain relief for Mina and Cozy Eye, and she gave that had sweetness to them for Ibra and Mizo. She pulled Ibra aside and asked what had happened. To Ibra's credit, she was able to give a description of the battle. She did falter at the bear, and when she told them what happened, Kinoko understood. Zero stood there for a moment concentrating before some tapes started coming out. It should be better to hold you together, and it's sterile enough, I think. Mizo, we need to get a stretcher made up so we can transport him out of here. He need medical. Mizo nodded. Thankful for something to do, Zero distributed some capture tape to Shurhai, whispering something to him. Mina, we should make sure all the villains are secure. Can you help me with that? The pink-skinned girl was able to nod as they moved off. The sounds of battle continued off in the distance. They knew the attack was not over, but they needed to get Cozy Eye medical attention, because if not then, even if they survived, they would be attending a funeral for sure. Focusing on their task was a good way to get the forest group back and moving. Soon they had Cozy Eye loaded with Mizo and Zero, carrying him, and him using his extra appendages to help listen for any ambushes. He was able to alert them before the trap was sprung. Shurhai nodded and moved off, taking the first one by surprise. The other two didn't have a chance when Mina and Ibra descended upon them. Their attack was brutal and quick. Though Kinoko noticed that Mina didn't use her quirk at all, and Ibra used it only at the beginning to pull the villain to her, then not again. Even they all lived through today, they would never be the same. The plaza. Suit and Tetsu went to work making their way towards Vlad King, who was trying to get to erase her head. The monster lifted the dazed and very angry Shigaraki to their feet. Stupid mobs, he roared. I want them broken and bleeding before me. You useless idiots. Noma, finish off the teachers, he spat, turning his attention to students. Kirigiri, bring in the reinforcements. Time to die, children. More portals opened in the plaza as the villains' numbers were replenished. Time to die, children, Shigaraki roared as the battle began anew. The ruined zone. Itsuka stumbled, desperately trying to pull herself up. This man, this villain, waited patiently for her to return to her feet. You can surrender any time now, she spat out, but I need your name to give the police when they find you after I beat you. He smiled a big toothy grin, Anvil. Yeah, that checks out. She stood again, leaning against the wall. Okay, ready for that beating? He nodded, raising his fists. She went to move forward, but her body collapsed. That is enough. Anvil, a woman's voice rang out. Itsuka lifted her head, and a woman stepped out of the doorway. She was wearing a black lace gown with a sweetheart bust line, and embroidered lace ran along her arms. Her porcelain white skin shone through from underneath. It was an almost unnatural white. The only source of color was her red nails and ruby lips. Most of her face was hidden by a veil. Her long black hair seemed made of shadow black, cascaded out down her back just above the ground, and the tips were stark white, the same as her skin. They collected like dagger points, perfectly grouped. Yes, most holy, the man known as Anvil said. Miss the woman's hypnotic voice rang out. Ojiro came crashing to the ground, unconscious, as his opponent landed gently. Yes, most holy. Enough playing, the woman chastised. You all should give up once I get my second wind. Itsuka clawed towards Ojiro, put her body between them. I see it now, Miss said quietly. Itsuka was losing her battle as darkness began encroaching on her mind. She saw the woman approach and crouch near Itsuka. Now listen carefully. The USJ. Niran struggled to his feet, as did Pony, gritting her teeth through the pain of her broken leg. She was not about to die or allow worse to happen while she lay on her back. She was going to go down swinging, just like her parents taught her. Reiko was by her side, watching as villains retook the field and the enemy's reinforcements came through. With a mighty leap, Tsu landed beside her broken homeroom teacher. She heard him mutter about getting away. Sir, that is not an option anymore. She struggled to lift the man to his feet when she managed to get back to Vlad and Tetsu as they retreated to the stairs. Denki appeared next to them, with Hiryu. Denki moved to help Tsu, freeing Tetsu to take up the defense with Vlad. Achiko and Nirin came from the top of the stairs, negating Aizawa's gravity and allowing him to be more easily transported. Shigaraki stared sadistically at the small group of students. Today is the day that you die for placing your faith in a system that has blinded you from a truth. Bring me their bodies. The villains grinned as they began their advance. Shigaraki didn't see the attack that yanked him into the air suddenly. Vines wrapped around his waist and threw him high. The Nomu spun. Witnessing the group coming from behind, he saw Shigaraki airborne and went to catch his master, only for his legs to be suddenly encased in ice. The villains about to attack began to scream, and 55-gallon drums and barricades rained down on them with the students from the Windstorm Zone's arrival. Jiroda let loose a war cry as he came leaping over the railing and crashing down into the middle of them. Like before, Dark Shadow positioned at his back as they ripped violently at the surrounding villains. Using the element of surprise, the rest of the students began to arrive, and an avalanche of violence descended upon the villains. Their screams filled the air. Ejiro waited in a battle side by side with Taguru. He didn't know what to think. He'd been so wrapped up in his hatred for Izuku, and, by extension, 1B, that he had been prepared to write them off. Yet on the battlefield, he saw his other classmates, even those who shared his opinion, waiting in a battle next to those they had dismissed as lesser than or worse. He then saw him, Izuku Midoriya, the boy rushing in the point of a spear with Momo and Kyoka at his flanks as they waded into the battle. A simple but vicious brutality was displayed as he knocked down a villain. The girls would remedy that situation violently if that villain were not unconscious. Setsuna took the air, relaying as much as she could to her group as she went to grab the makeshift stretcher that bore Cozy Eye to get him to the doors where the other injured were being guarded as the battle in the plaza was raging. There were so many villains that they couldn't be held in one area. Those that slipped past thought those by the door would be easy pickings, only to find that those who had stayed up there were ready for their attack. Shoto sneered at the monster he had encased. "You are done for Monster Bondo," and he watched in horror as the monster ripped its legs clean off to escape the ice. Their horror intensified as they saw the torn limbs begin to regrow. Bondo launched his Quirk of the Thing's arms only to witness the gruesome display replay itself. "It has such powerful regeneration. How do we stop it?" Bondo yelled, backing away. "Put me down," Toru said to Nito, who was trying to move around the edges to get her to safety. "But you hurt," he protested. "And if we don't figure a way out of this, I'm going to be dead along with many other people," Toru said, quivering slightly. "If we're going to die, I want to die doing Hero." Nito smiled. "Then let's go do Hero," he set her down. He heard her start to move away. "Don't die, Toru." "You neither." Nito, she called as she slinked off to add more mayhem to the enemy's backlines. Shigaraki was airborne when something emerged from his shadow, and with a mighty double axe handle smash, he crashed back into the ground. Shirhai quickly retreated after his attack as his group joined the battle. They saw the monster ripping limbs away as it seemed almost desperate to get at Bondo and Shoto. Mina ran forward and sprayed the thing with acid. It didn't scream, but she saw its flesh melt only to regrow. The monster fell through a portal only to appear a few feet away, fully healed. They didn't see it coming. A sense of self-preservation allowed some of them to guard. Mina got her hands up, but a massive blow still shattered one of her horns and sent her flying, her orbital socket broken. Mizo could block part of the blow to his ribs, though they still cracked. His other arm sprang forth, trapping the limb against his body. When the other arm went to tear the boy apart, Ciro's tape jumped forth, binding it to the ground. Ibra's vines grabbed the beast's legs. She screamed in pain as they pulled the beast to the ground, and they tore from her head. Shoto leaped forward and encased the creature in ice, pinning it to the ground and rendering it unable to move. Only its head was freely pressed into the ground. Shigaraki sprang to his feet as Kirojiri began to summon a portal to free their monster. Fire erupted around Kirojiri. The mist villain screamed and fell back as staff flew, tangling Shigaraki's legs and sending him tumbling to the floor. Shigaraki rolled and found a halberd pointed at him and a sword wielded by two girls. "Call them off, a green-haired boy said as he picked up the staff that had knocked him to the ground. "Stupid mobs," Shigaraki growled. He piped up, intentionally leaning into the halberd to take the stab, throwing Momo off guard. His hand grabbed the blade, destroying it in an instant, and he kicked her in the gut. He spun narrowly, avoiding a sword swipe from Kyoko when his hand flashed out to grab the girl by the face. Izuku impaled it. The villain grits his teeth through the pain, his free hand falling on the staff. It began to disintegrate. Izuku felt a pain in his chest as he watched his master's weapon disappear. Kirojari bit through the pain and opened a portal under the monster. Once able to move again, it tore its limbs free and landed on its feet, the ground shaking as it did. The students were nothing but dolls for it to toss around like toys. Nito began to panic, but he knew he had to get them out of there before they died. He leaped on the Kirojari in a frenzy to try and touch the man, to copy his quirk. He grit his teeth and plunged his fingers into the shadow villain's eyes. He needed a target, and he needed to negate the villain at the same time. Kirojari screamed as the boy's thumbs found their way home. The monster was about to crush Mina, who had been thrown into Mizo and Ibara, when a portal opened underneath them, dropping them by the doors. Nito felt like his head was about to explode from all the quirk usage, but he pushed through. "It's just another scar I can bear for my class." Shigaraki saw his targets falling into portals to safety. The rest of the student body rallied, desperately driving their attackers back. They could no longer try to disable them. The students were fighting for their lives. Desperation and watching more and more of their classmates took its toll. They began to snap, and the violence of the assault began to spread chaos through the villains. Jirota broke the knife blade that was protruding from his gut. He reached down and, with a massive roar, tore the arms off the villain who had stabbed him. Yui was running out of things to disrupt the villains instead. She leaped on one, savagely beating the villain until it stopped moving. Ejiro saw the bloodbath beginning. The rage and fear were seeping out, infecting all it touched. He didn't see the massive hammer that came crashing into his back, driving him to the floor, his hardened form cracking. He rolled onto his back and managed to deflect the blow aimed at his head, his arms cracking under the blow. The villain was a man who was slight in stature, but had massively muscular ape-like arms. Without losing momentum, the hammer was high over his head and ready to come crashing down again. Tagaru saw the boy from 1A fall as he ducked under a villain's attack. The villain's nails had grown long and black, sharp as razors when they ripped him across the chest and back. All Tagaru's life, he had to learn how to deal with cuts, how to fight with blades and not kill, not cut people down or end their lives. Add on his mutation, and his life had been one that carried a long, hard road to get where he was. He saw it all, his classmates and allies being hurt, the brutality they were not using to stay alive. When the villains would collapse upon a student, they were in a frenzy of violence and ill intentions. Clothing was being ripped and clawed at, and Reiko ripped the eyes out of a group of villains that had descended upon her and Pony. Tagaru watched as the monster had sent his allies flying through the air. It was all devolving so quickly. He then felt the burning from the wounds. He saw the unmistakable liquid glint in the light from his opponent's claws, the poison of some sort. He saw Ejiro fall. He saw the incredible blows from the hammer cracking and chipping the boy's body. Tagaru knew how not to kill, because he had also learned to do so. He could only think of his family, his little sister receiving the news that he was dead. He knew that he had to make it home to them. He had to make it out of this damn place. When the attack came, he deflected with one blade. As another formed on his elbow, the shower of sparks from the blades clashing gave him a clear look into his opponent's eyes. He saw no remorse, no sorrow, only a desire for blood and death. He gave them that. He spun past the attack, and the blade sprang from his elbow as he did. It traced across the villain's throat, severing everything but the spinal cord. The world began to darken as the burning sensation was now everywhere, flooding his body. He continued his momentum. The blade scraped across the floor as he raised it in a rising slash. The hammer villain's arms were descending, ready to turn Ejiro into rubble. The sound of the blade, the flash of light as he saw it come into view. He cut upwards, and throw the villain's arms just above the elbows, severing them. Blood sprayed across Ejiro as he saw Toguru stumble and fall to the ground. Shigaraki watched as he saw Kurogiri fall. He turned and reached to end the thread of the Kyoka. She fell back out of reach, but he grabbed her jack, and she screamed as it disappeared in his hand. He sneered as he was ready to fall upon her, when a massive black sword removed his hand from his body, and a base bat cracked against his skull, sending him toppling to the side. Momo just punted the severed hand away as Kyoko pulled a knife and cut her ear cord just from the lob. As the decay was running up the line, Shigaraki couldn't focus. His head had been busted open. He had lost a hand, and he screamed nonsense about the state of heroes. He didn't even see the massive black blade coming for his head. The monster did. Izuku saw movement. He was able to place the blade flat to block the attack. It was what saved his life as he was knocked away and into the wall. Reiko reached out with her quirk and yanked Izuku to the side as the monster's next attack would have splattered him. Nieto ran, seeing the severed hand. He prayed, and when he grabbed it, he knew what needed to be done. Toru lifted a baton that had been discarded to the side and wadded into the villains with brutal efficiency to find soft spots and spots that were not so soft, but after she was done, they were. He saw Shoto making it back to his feet. Shoto, freeze it. I need to touch it. It was all in slow motion as Shoto sent a wave of ice at the monster. Nito dived into a portal before dropping the mist villain's quirk and taking on Shigaraki's. Shigaraki saw a portal open above the Nomu, and a blonde-haired boy in a ripped and battered suit came diving out. He saw the boy land on the All Might's shoulders. Nito grits his teeth and grabs the monster's exposed brain, activating the quirk. The monster's scream froze everyone on the battlefield as Decay went to work against the monster's regeneration. The beast brought its massive fists up to squash Nito. The great black sword managed to cut one limb off, but Izuku stumbled and could not stop the second arm. It came up and just crashed into Nito's stomach cavity. Blood flew from Nito's mouth. The quirk faltered. He could feel it. Ejiro was there, and with a mighty swing of one Toguru's blade, it bit deep into the monster's other arm. It screamed again, thrashing violently this way, and that Ejiro was thrown to the ground. Hiro Nito roared as he poured every ounce of his being into the quirk. All he had, with his last breath, was to end this monster. Shoto saw the fight between this monster regeneration and what every Nito was trying. He saw the massive fist inside the boy's body, and then heard the cry as he saw someone willing to lay it all, to give everything for what he believed in. He wasn't even aware he did it, as the pillar of flame exploded next to the beast, severing the other arm. It was a white-hot flame. It consumed the arm, and where it had cut the arm from the monster, it would not grow back. Shigaraki, foaming at the mouth, blood pouring from the stump where one of his hands once was not about to let this raid end this way. He stumbled, reaching for Nito. The Nomu was not on its knees as it lost the Decay battle. Izuku saw him coming and went for Nito. He tried to move, but his body was a wreck from the monster hit. "ING die, you mob," Shigaraki yelled. Reiko's quirk flared out, yanking Shigaraki's hand out and away as a shot echoed in the USJ. Shigaraki looked down at his chest and saw the blood begin to ooze out as his brain told him he had been shot. His eyes trailed up. There was Momo. She was holding a revolver in her hand, the barrel smoking. She fired again and hit home. Shigaraki stumbled again as another shot rang, then another. He fell to his knees. His life is ebbing away. He looked down his chest, then looked to the Nomu as it turned to ash, the blonde falling to the floor as he saw the gaping gap in the boy's side. Noidai, he coughed as blood came from his mouth, his lungs filling with blood. "Kill All Might League is over." Momo's voice rang out over the silent battlefield. The next shot rang out, but it didn't hit him in the chest instead. It would have pierced his brain. Shigaraki and Kurogiri fell into portals, but unlike the purple smoke, these were like a black oil-like substance. Nito fell to the ground, and as Izuku stumbled toward him, he saw tears in his classmate's eyes. "Do you think it will be a good scar?" Nito said as Izuku cradled him in his arms. "It is going to be amazing. Now hold on, okay? I need you to hold on, Nito." Izuku's voice broke as he fought back tears. There's a gap in me. I don't think there are enough bandages for that, Nito said with a smile. That's right, but I have something better than bandages. They turned to see Kinoko coming towards them, the air filling with spores that drifted down onto everyone. She smiled as they invaded the open wounds. She activated her quirk. The wound on his side was closed. Mushrooms will save us all. Kinoko threw her arms in the air as her eyes rolled back, and she fell to the ground unconscious. Cozy Eye began to cough as his eyes opened, and mushrooms erupted from his stomach cavity. All over their wounds, mushrooms sprouted. Tagru, who suddenly felt better, sat up and saw mushrooms sprouting from his chest. The poison neutralized, and the bleeding stopped. The door to the USJ exploded as the faculty came storming in. The remaining villains just surrendered, the students too stunned to move, too broken to react. Izuku looked at the mushrooms sprouting all over him and everyone. Quirks are bull, Izuku muttered. After the faculty had given the signal, third years began to flood the area, taking villains into custody, moving students, and aiding the first responders, as the mushroom plugs were great and all the underlying problems were still there. Being disemboweled was not magically fixed by mushrooms, but it gave the medical professionals a chance that wouldn't have been there without them. All Might looked upon the haunted faces of the heroic class, students and teachers being evacuated to attempt to save their lives. He heard some of the murmurs from the students. This attack had happened in an attempt to kill him. These children had suffered through this because someone was trying to get to them. What if they had succeeded? One for all would have died with him. He needed to find a successor and was required to do so quickly. The medical wing at the UA was well known for its state-of-the-art technology and top-notch staff, consisting of a recovery girl and a few nurses. That was what the people knew. What wasn't known was the state-of-the-art trauma center under the medical wing and the dozens of doctors and nurses that staffed it in times of emergency. That emergency call had gone out as soon as Ida had come to the doorstep. Emergency surgeries were underway within minutes of the wounded arrival. Everyone would be staying the night in the medical wing. Not a single soul that boarded that bus was going home tonight or was in any condition to do so. Nizu looked over the first years with rage, horror, and sympathy, with a helping of wrath. He knew that you have restrictions upon yourself when you go into a battle, lines you won't cross. Then, as the struggle continues and situations worsen, you begin to cross those lines to come home alive. Self-preservation is a mother. They were exhausted, wounded, and trying not to let the silence drive them mad, because when it was silent, your mind would begin to question all the things you did to be able to lie in a bed tonight. They would fall asleep, awake screaming, ready to fight, calling out for another student. He knew that not all would make it, that not only was UA's reputation about to be dealt a significant blow, but the first-year hero course would never be the same. Nizu was unique. There was nothing like him in this world. He would never marry, nor would he have children of his own, at least not again. He had a mate and offspring once upon a time. They didn't have names, but he could see them when he slept. See them and feel the love for them. He didn't know it was love. Then he was too primitive. But he remembered what it was like when they were taken out of the cage and never returned. He made one of the scientists tell him how they died before Nizu killed him. Someone had come into his home and tried to make him feel that loss again. What made Nizu so dangerous was when he focused on a single thing, a single idea. That idea today was revenge. Ejiro, of all the ING luck, I am in goddamn bed next to this mother, he thought. He glanced over to see Izuku wake up and look around before settling back down. Hey, would you tell me the truth if I asked you a question? Ejiro finally said, using the buttons on the bed to bring himself to a sitting position. His arms were cast, as well as his chest. Izuku looked at him. Sure. I highly doubt you will believe me, since you hate me. What? I came in and apologized. Ejiro deflected. Look, your mouth said one thing, but your eyes said something else, Izuku said, still looking at the ceiling tiles. Also, I know the look of hate. I have seen enough to recognize it. You're not very good at hiding it. Why did you provoke Bakugo? Ejiro said. I hadn't seen Bakugo in over a decade. Izuku paused momentarily. We knew each other when we were kids. Same kindergarten kind of bull when my quirk didn't come in. We stopped being friends. He fell down this one time, and I offered to help him up. Yeah. That didn't go well. You're lying, Ejiro said, clinging to the story he had made up. Why would I lie, Izuku said. So you would like me, I could care less if you do or don't. Did you like to grow up with him or something? No, I met him the first day, Ejiro said quickly. Then why are you clinging to this idea that he was a good person and not some piece of... Izuku sat up and looked at Ejiro. Was it love at first sight, or something? I've seen the videos, he was talking to everyone, he called you tie hair and told you to shut up. No, I wasn't in love with him. Ejiro stopped and thought about it. He was just cool. I guess he was confident, his core kicked. I thought that he would be a good hero someday. I would say you were stupid, but I know what you had to score on the written exam to get into this school, Izuku replied. So, let's just say in the 12 hours you knew and interacted with him, did you ever see me near him? No, Ejiro said with a slight sulk. I didn't get a smartphone till after the fight, so that I couldn't have texted him. The last time I saw him, there was no way I would have had his phone number, and that was when my parents died and I moved. So genius, when did I talk to him? Izuku said. You can say before or after the first day of school, but he seemed rather surprised to see me, so that would be a no, and obviously that meant we didn't bump into each other during the exam. Ejiro wanted to retort, to keep the story he had fabricated in his head. Yeah, but his quirk. What about it? I kicked as I could kick a lot of my class and your classes, but not all of them. No way, Izuku said with such confidence and tone that it came across as fact. If I got the drop, then maybe, but straight up head-to-head, nope. I couldn't beat you without seriously hurting you with my sword. Your sword couldn't do to me, Ejiro said defensively. Yeah, you can think that, but I would put to the test if I were you, Izuku said with a shrug. Bakugo has a powerful quirk, but he is all about beating the villains. You have a great quirk for a hero, and so do many of your classmates. Ejiro paused, and Izuku continued. Look, man, I am quirkless Bakugo. Attack me for that reason. You probably don't like me for the same reason. You, man, I'm not a quirkiest, Ejiro said, his anger rising. You and everyone around have a dream of being a hero, of being the next All Might. Yeah, so, Ejiro said. So what happens when someone without a quirk can do the same thing, and, in the case of some of you, better than you, Izuku said he could see Ejiro about to respond. Without your quirk, I would beat you, because I have trained harder than you. I want to be a hero to show the world that anyone can be a hero. No matter their quirk, they could be a hero. I would bet you in the fight, Ejiro said. When we get out of here, I know a gym we can go to test that out. No quirk, Izuku said. But we're getting off track. Bakugo attacked a quirkless kid and girl, trying to check on his classmate why. I don't know. Ejiro said. If Bakugo's whole identity is built around how he will be this amazing hero because he has this amazing quirk, what will happen when someone without a quirk also becomes a hero? Izuku just stared at Ejiro. The other kids in the room were just quiet. You provoked him to weaken our class, Ejiro grasped at his last line of defense. For what Izuku said, incredibly confused. So you can score higher in the sports festival or other team things. Ejiro responded confidently. Sweet baby Jesus, give me strength, Izuku said, looking to the ceiling. I just need to graduate. Your class means nothing to me. Before you say something about Kyoka and them, I offered to help them so they could stay in school. That is the dumbest thing I ever heard. When I talked to Kyoka about training, there were supposed to be 2 guys, but they said no. Ejiro stared at Izuku. Listen, Ejiro, you need to figure out why you latched onto this image of Bakugo. Look at the facts, then make up your mind. You can hate me, I don't care. You don't have to like me, I don't like you. All I need from you is to know that once I graduate, assuming you do the same, I can trust you to have my back in the field. That's it. So let me know, and if you want to fight, let me know. We can do that too. The school was inundated with parents and concerned parties as the calls had gone out to inform them that their children had been injured, in some cases critically so. Niza Midnight and Hound Dog did their best to answer the questions and demands to see their children. All the children were asleep. Now Nizu didn't want to send the parents into medical wards. In truth, some sleep had been achieved through medication, as some would sleep, but then others would awaken screaming. Some just laid on their side, crying. Some would call out for help, or their companions' desperate calls took rearranging rooms, putting people who had suffered in battle together so that at least when they awoke, those most on their mind were near enough to see. Kyoka bolted upright, her hands over her mouth, covering her scream as tears fell. Frantically, she looked around the hospital ward, her pounding heart only calmed once she saw them in the beds. Set in the bed next to her was curled into a shuddering in her sleep. Momo, in the bed directly across, the girl's head tossed side to side in a fever dream. She looked and saw Izuku struggling to get out of bed. She saw him limp across the Momo's bed and touch the girl's hand. "You are safe," she heard him whisper. "You are safe. We are safe. Not alone. We are all here beside you. Ease your fears, Momo, we are right here." She watched as Momo began to relax. She saw him take a cloth and dampen it, wiping Momo's brow. "Sleep. Know that we watch over you." Kyoka stared at him, tears falling slower as he turned and limped to her. Wordlessly, he took her hand as he sat down on the bed. He pulled her gently into a tender embrace. "I may not be able to chase away dreams, but I am here for you," he whispered. Kyoka stiffened and then melted into his hug, crying she felt another set of arms around her. They looked and saw Setsuna. "Can I get in on this?" she said with a sniffle as she climbed on the bed. Momo got up and walked over. Izuku smiled and moved so she could climb on the bed. All the girls were cuddled together when he went to leave. Momo grabbed his hand and shook her head. He grabbed a chair and took a seat facing towards them. His hand out, all three took it and fell asleep just like that. "I see you." Recovery girl exited the surgical room where a boy had been gutted. She moved to the next one, where a boy had had a gap put in him. Then to the other, where a girl had suffered major burns all over her body. The last one was the poor girl with cranial damage and severe swelling on the brain. She was found huddled over one of her classmates in the ruin zone. Orbital fractures, broken limbs, broken arms, broken ribs, cuts, stab wounds. It was a horror show of violence. The doctors worked frantically. Thankfully, the fractured limbs could be set, and after they rested, she could heal. A specialist was coming in for the girl. When dawn finally broke, she sank in her chair behind her desk. None of her patients had died tonight, but for some, it was going to be an intensive few days. The veteran knew that home and a bed were not in her future, so she sat back and closed her eyes for a bit. This would be the way for now. Morning light. After the night they had experienced, the morning light brought comfort as nurses came in and checked vitals and brought food. Sometimes feeding their patients as doing so on their own was not an option. Of course, not everyone could eat, but they nibbled absently on some toast or picked at something on their trays. The cuddle pile reluctantly broke apart to eat. Momo was starving due to her quirk, and so was Set, as her natural regeneration had pillaged her body to do its work. The genuine encouragement to eat came when they were all informed that they needed the energy so Recovery Girl could treat them, so they could be released. Of course, the kids were asking about their classmates or comrades in the ICU. The nurses gave them the most basic information that they were resting at the moment, but unable to see anyone. Once everyone ate, the heroine made her rounds, dispensing kisses and gummies, leaving the kids all asleep once she was done. It was, of course, a side effect of her quirk, but since they were so drained for some, it was the first real sleep they had achieved since the incident. After Recovery Girl tended to the ICU patients, it was time for parent consults. The hardest were the three children in the ICU, Cozy Eye, Nito, and Toru. Cozy Eye and Nito were still in a very delicate shape. She watched through the glass as their parents sat in the rooms with their unconscious children, holding their hands as the monitors gave a steady beat. They were both in a medically induced coma to keep them stable, as more surgeries were going to be needed for both of them. Toru's mother held her hand as the girl was undergoing treatment, even through the soundproofing. Her screams could be heard as the charred and damaged skin was being removed. Thankfully, the girl would be okay after this torment, as the pro-medical hero graph was nearby. The hero's quirk would allow new skin to grow after the damaged area had been removed, and unfortunately, that process was excruciating. Recovery Girl was distraught that the girl had been sent into training naked with gloves and boots. She would vent her fury on those who ever approved such a thing later. The parents had just finished a meeting with the police detective, who told them that statements needed to be collected from all the children as the majority had been unable to do so after the incident, and that there were officers and specialists on hand to take those statements before they left for the day if the child felt up to it. They tried to respect what they had been through, but stressed the importance of talking to the children. Then came a problematic part for Captain Abe. He wanted to stress that in no way were the children going to be held responsible for any actions taken in the course of defending themselves or their classmates. But that was why the police needed to talk to them as soon as possible so they could help piece together what happened. After Captain Abe stepped out, it was time for Midnight and Hound Dog. They had to go over the trauma responses the parents needed to be prepared for before taking their children home, telling them the physical wounds had been treated, but the mental trauma of the event was not going to be so easy. They were briefed on what to expect, things to avoid, and a list of emergency numbers available while the children were home. The parents sat, absorbed the information, and put on their best faces as they collected their children from the medical wing. Pony was shocked and reduced to tears when her family came bursting tears from her mother, and little brother soon followed as they clung to her. She managed to see her father pass them, standing there doing his best to look stoic, but she could see the tears at the corners of his eyes, seeing his precious little girl in the hospital bed. Reiko's mother hugged her daughter and told her that this was unacceptable and that she had been through so much already. Riko couldn't answer her. All she did was tug on her father to pull him into the hug and let their love soothe her guilt for things she had to do. Hiryu was surprised to see his older sister come through the crowd to his bedside. She squeezed his hand. He could tell she had been chewing on her nails. She did that when nervous or scared. "I am okay, big sister," he said in Chinese. "You may say that, but I will judge such things," she responded. Momo sat embarrassed as her father hugged her and cried about his little girl while she and her mother patted his back to soothe him. Set's little sister was in her lap, trying to squeeze the life out of her, but seeing as she was only 5 and didn't possess a strength quirk, Set was all right. Her parents just held her free hand. Kyoka's father was in a nearly similar state to Momo's when he laid eyes on her, but she saw him choke it back. She knew he was going to explode as soon as they were alone in any capacity. They just sat on either side and hugged her when their daughter pulled them in tighter. They just held her as she cried in their arms. Achiko chastised her parents for taking the day off, trying to tell them that it was unnecessary, but when her mother took her hand and said, "Baby, it is okay," and pulled her in, Achiko's stoic facade crumbled. Ijiro sat there as his mother was reading his medical chart, and his father sat on the edge of his bed, talking to his son and checking on him. He glanced to his side and saw Tagaru with his family. He watched as Tagaru's little sister put on a special band-aids to make her big brother all better. Then his gaze fell on the Izuku. He saw the curtain open, and the boy stepped out dressed. No one was there with him. He looked around at the scenes playing out all around him, even at his bedside. When his mother put his chart down and was now holding him tightly, he could tell that she was crying. He put his arm around her. "It is okay, Mom, I'm all right," he whispered. He watched as the boy he had disliked gathered the last of his things. Izuku, awkward, sad, lonely. He didn't want to stay any longer than needed, especially with all the families around. In times like this, he missed his parents, moments when he just needed them. He slipped over to Momo and Set, squeezing their hands and telling them to call if they needed anything. They couldn't respond as their parents had them occupied. It was how he planned it. With so many people around, they couldn't tell he was walking out alone. He did the same to Kyoka, but when he went to pull his hand away, she held on. "Thank you, Izuku," she said. "Thank you for." "Think nothing of it, Kyoka," he smiled for her. "Just sorry I didn't get there a moment sooner." "Glad you didn't get there a moment later," she said, trying to smile for him. Her father asked her something, and her grip loosened. He slipped his hand free. "Be with your family," he told her. "Call me if you need anything." Before she could respond, he had slipped amongst the crowd. He stopped and looked on Reiko and Pony. He wanted to see that they were all right at least, but when he saw their families crowded around them, the pang of feeling like an outsider hit him harder. He didn't want to intrude, so he turned and made his way to check out. The female officer he sat across from in the interview room was excellent as he talked. He saw her hand hovering over the paper. The letters tumbled onto the page, taking his statement. He was put at ease when the first thing she told him was that he nor his classmates would be held responsible for any actions taken during the assault and that it was important he told her as much as he could and not to hold anything back. Izuku tried to go over the day like he was asked. She had him read and sign his statement when he was done. "I noticed you don't have a guardian with you," she said. "That is correct, ma'am," he replied. She handed over a packet with information for trauma help, relaying that it was essential for him to, perhaps a bit more than others, to report any symptoms or problems immediately to a member of the faculty or to call any of the numbers provided. She stopped and pulled out her card. He saw her write a number on the back before handing it to him. "That is my number." She smiled at him tenderly. "If you remember anything or need someone to talk to, please call me, day or night." "Thank you," Izuku said as he got to his feet and walked out. As he walked out, his instincts shouted at him. To the left, he turned as Pony nearly bulldozed him. "You didn't even come by to see me." She hugged him. "Are you okay?" Pony, he said in surprise. He paused and hugged her back. "I'm sorry, Pony, I was going to, but then I saw you with your family, and I didn't want to intrude." "But how did you know?" "Reiko's mother went to check on you, and told Reiko." "Who told me?" Pony pulled him a bit tighter. "You can't have my first kiss and then just disappear after something like that." "I'm sorry, Pony. I wasn't trying." He paused. "I won't let it happen again." "Are you physically all right?" He felt her nod against his shoulder. She pulled back and looked at him. "Are you?" "I am." She wiped a tear and kissed his cheek. "I don't care what is happening when something like this happens. You come to see me, so I know you are all right. Do you understand?" Izuku smiled and nodded. He felt a warm feeling from her. He didn't quite understand it, but he knew he liked it. "Please tell me you were successful in locating him." They both turned and saw Reiko. Pony smiled. "Your turn, Reiko. Call me. I will call you later as well," she said before walking away. Reiko marched up to him. "Well, I'm sure that Pony was able to convey that your disappearance without allowing us to see you caused us distress. Let me say it in my way." Izuku just nodded. "Izuku, you are special to me in times like these. It is beyond imperative that I know you are in good physical health and that you understand you are not alone." She placed her hands on either side of his face and pulled him into a soft kiss. "You do not get to fade away, not when you have moved me so." She kissed him again. "Now you're coming home with me," she said, stepping back. It wasn't a question, but a statement. "Reiko," he managed to say, his mind still slightly awhirl from her kisses. "This is not a negotiation," she said, grabbing and pulling his hand. "My parents insist, and I agree that now is not the time for us to be alone. While you may be more stoic than the rest of us, I will not allow you to be alone. Yesterday's events haunt your mind as they do mine." She looked over her shoulder. "I need someone I can talk to, someone who understands." "Please." "Okay," he responded. "Let me at least go to my room to get some clothes. I will meet you in front of you in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, she said, releasing his hand. "My father will be waiting for you. I must give my statement first." The sense of being an outsider was still there, but the feeling he received from Pony and Reiko trumped that. It was this warmth, a warmth he didn't know he was missing until it was offered. He understood that he wanted that. It wasn't even a want, it was a craving. When he came around the corner, he saw Pony about to enter the interview room. He ran over and grabbed her hand. She gave a little startled yelp, but she smiled when he saw him. He quickly glanced around, but no one was looking. He kissed her quickly, and she blushed and smiled. "Thank you, Pony," he said. "Thank you for coming after me." It was Pony's turn to kiss him quickly. "I run faster than you to chase you down eventually." She smiled and placed her hand on his chest. "Call me later. I need to hear your voice." "I will. I promise," he said as he moved away and walked outside. Izuku walked across campus to the dorms and packed a bag with some changes of clothes. He grabbed his phone chargers and headphones. When he returned, he saw Reiko's father standing outside. "Thank you for inviting me to your home, sir," Izuku said with a bow. Shinobu Yanagi looked the boy over. He had made a positive impression on him after the discipline meeting and seeing how his daughter reacted to him. "It is our pleasure, Mr. Midoriya," he said warmly, doing his best to put the boy at ease. "I would not dare say I understand what you have gone through. I had to agree with Reiko that the thought of you being alone was not right. Besides, it will allow me a chance to thank you for teaching that little a lesson for attacking my daughter," he added with a laugh. Shinobu stopped and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. "I don't know how much help we can be, but I hate that you must go through this alone." If you need help, do not be afraid to ask. There is no shame in it. We all need some help at some point. Thank you, Mr. Yanagi, Izuku said once again. A feeling washed over him. He didn't understand how much he had missed it. Please call me Shinobu. Having you call Mr. Yanagi in my house will just be too strange, he replied with a light chuckle. Thank you, Shinobu, Izuku said, testing the name. They didn't have to wait long before Reiko and her mother emerged. The woman looked at Izuku and gave a faint smile. It is good to see that you have recovered, Mr. Midoriya. Please address me as Imiko. Thank you for taking me into your home, Imiko, Izuku said, bowing. With that, they headed off to the parking lot. As they were walking, they saw reporters on the other side of the gate snapping photos. Imiko and Shinobu positioned themselves between the kids, obscuring the images the best they could. Seems the press is aware of the attack, Imiko commented. Vultures, Shinobu spat. Mina Ashido was listless. She was thankful to see her parents, but couldn't hug them. They noticed that she flinched when they went to hug her. She felt dirty for what she had done. Seeing her like that, her father felt his blood boil. His wife gently touched his shoulder. Let me help her get dressed, she whispered. He nodded and drew the curtain to give them privacy. Mina's mother, Kara, was a mutant like her daughter. Her skin was deep red, with long, flowing black hair and reddish-tinged horns that came out and swooped back like a goat. She sat on the bed, reached out, and touched Mina's hand. She felt her daughter stiffen and try to pull back, but Kara held her hand. Even when you survive, you wonder if what you did to do so is right, Kara said. Mina stopped and stared at her mother. The screams, the blood, or even the silence. It replays over and over in your head like an endless loop. You want to make it stop, but just won't. The silence is deafening when it does stop for even a moment. Anything is better than that silence. Kara took her other hand and cupped Mina's cheek. You're not dirty, Mina. The blood will always leave a stain, but that doesn't make you dirty. Others wouldn't be here. If it weren't for you, it would be the same. Heroes are the ones who get dirty so others can remain clean. Mina's lip began to tremble. No matter what, Mina, we love you. Kara pulled her daughter tight as the tears started to fall. It is okay, my darling. Ibarra looked at the gold cross in her hands, turning it absently over. Her mother and father sat on opposite edges of the bed. I don't know if I can do this, she said. And that is okay, her father said. Ibarra looked at him, shocked. Ibarra, we will not press you for what happened if, and when you are ready to share that, we will be ready to listen. If you have questions or doubts, that is to be understood. And you shouldn't make that decision until you are ready. And if I decide to walk away, she whispered, if that is what your heart tells you, then that is the right decision, he said. If I stay, then stay, but make sure your entire will is dedicated to this. He squeezed her hand. It is not only your life that is on the line. The sacrifice you made was for another, was it not? She nodded. Did you do it for personal gain, for wealth, to fulfill some dark desire? She shook her head. Then release your burden to the Lord. Ibarra. Pray for guidance, and listen to your heart. I have faith that you will make the right decision. Let us take you home. Nothing needs to be sorted now, her mother said. Will you both sit with me when I give my statement? Ibarra said, as she put her cross back around her neck. I need you there, and I want you to know. They both nodded and pulled her into a tight hug. Ojiro, he wiped the tears angrily from his cheeks as he sat in the interview room. They found her laying on top of me, protecting me. We can stop or take a break if you need to, the officer said. And oh, he said suddenly. No, sorry, he said softer. So, I barely saw the man before he tackled her out of the building, but the girl, her name was Mississippi. It's not like when you call a woman Ms. or miss your shot. She had light brown hair and gold eyes. Unlike the other people we fought, she and the guy who attacked Itsuka had actual costumes, and they matched. White tights, gold boots, gloves, and tank top. Shoto. He sat in the bed, his mind preoccupied with the events of the day before. His injuries had been relatively minor compared to most, but they wanted to keep him for observation. And sadly, they wouldn't release him till his father came to get him. The whole atmosphere of the room changed when the doors opened, and in walked the number 2 hero. All eyes were drawn to him. As he entered, there was an aura about him that commanded your attention. He didn't even acknowledge it. His gaze was straight ahead. And following behind him was her daughter. She just looked at the ground as she walked, not looking up to make eye contact. When they came to the foot of Shoto's bed, father and son stared at each other. No words passed between them for a moment. Your sister has brought you clothes. See that you get changed, so we may leave, Endeavor said. Then he turned and left the room. Fuyumi waited until he left, and then she hugged him suddenly. Are you okay? Shoto knew that if he didn't hug her back, she would get upset, and he loved her too much to do that to her, so he returned her affection. In truth, Fuyumi was his and his brother's kryptonite. Even Endeavor had learned to be careful how he treated her, especially when her brothers were around. After his mother had gone into the hospital, Fuyumi stepped in and assumed that role, and he loved her dearly. While he held her, he whispered, I used my fire. She pulled back and looked at him, shocked, aware of his reasoning for not doing so. Did I betray her by doing so? He asked. No, Shoto, she replied. What made you do it? There was this monster, and he had already was about to do something, and it just happened. My eyes wasn't able to stop it, he said quietly. There's a boy in the other class who copies quirks, and he used mine while we were fighting. If I had used both, a girl in my class may not have been hurt. Your stubbornness to ignore half of yourself has always been a shortcoming, Shoto, she said as she stroked his cheek. I understood why you felt the way you did. I always hoped you would accept that part of you. I hate him, Shoto hissed. I hate that he is our father. But you are right. My stubbornness may have cost someone their life and scare them another way beyond this, he said as he touched his face. Then don't fail in the same way again, Fuyumi said with a hint of authority. You can be great, Shoto, better than him. Not because of him, but despite him. I want to see her, he said, looking at his hands. Do you think she hates me? No, Shoto, she was a sick. But once she came to her senses, she hated herself for what she did. And I know what she wants nothing more than see you again. Fuyumi took his hand. I need to train my fire, he said. But I don't want to ask him. Not yet. Then ask Burnin, she replied. She always said if you wanted to learn, she would help. Now get dressed. Natsuo is waiting by the car. He was worried about you, but he wouldn't say so. Was he? She giggled. Yeah, he didn't even bring his video games. Wow, he was worried, Shoto said surprised. Nato, it is hazardous, Recovery Girl said to his parents. But with the damage done, there isn't more we can do, she said solemnly. If this doesn't work, then he will die, his father said. Recovery Girl nodded. His vitals are stable, but trending downward, she said. Unless something akin to a miracle was to happen, then it will only be a matter of time. His mother was crying as she held her comatose son's hand. Don't leave us, Nito, she whispered. She turned and looked at Recovery Girl. How long would he have to find a quirk? A few minutes, she responded. Do it, his father said. I don't want to watch him die in his sleep. He deserves a chance to fight. Recovery Girl made a gesture to the observation window soon. The door opened, and it was brought the arm of the Nomu. It was up to some strange machine, and his parents looked at it with disgust. She turned to a medical tray and grabbed a syringe once everything was in place. With a final nod from his parents, she injected the tail of drugs into Nito's fore. The boy's eyes slowly fluttered open. He saw his parents' faces and could tell things were terrible. Tori asked. His mother was holding his hand. She is recovering from treatment. But baby, you need to listen. Mr. Monoma, Recovery Girl said, grabbing his attention. We need you to focus. His head bobbed some, but he was able to look at her. The injuries you received are serious and outside our medical ability to treat. We need you to copy the regeneration ability of the beast you fought at the USJ. He nodded his head as the machines began to beep. One of the assistants rushed to silence them, and the arm was brought over to him. He tried to lift his hand, but it rose slightly and then fell to the bed. His father lifted his hand, smiling at his dear boy as the arm of the Nomu was brought close. When Nito's hand was laid upon it, his eyes started to close. His mother and father called to him, but it seemed so distant. Their voices were fading, everything was, and his head fell to the side. He barely noticed as people were scrambling about. He saw the door open, and a girl was there. Her hair was chartreuse and wavy with pink specks. Her eyelashes were bushy, and she had big, round eyes. Her skin was a bright pink, and she looked to be in pain. She was screaming something at her, and she held on desperately to someone to stay upright. He saw them trying to get her to leave, but she was trying to get closer. He could see she was crying. In desperation, she kept screaming through all the muted sounds. It finally drifted to his ears. Hero, come on, Nito, you can do it. Time for Hero. Toru, he whispered. He felt something under his hand. An arm reached deep, calling upon his quirk. He felt different, but pushed past the first one. The next one, that was it. Desperately, he grabbed it. And as soon as he did, everything suddenly erupted in noise and color all around him. He bolted upright and turned towards the girl. He only saw a medical gown, but he could hear her crying. His mother and father were being held back as Recovery Girl sat back and watched as everything healed. Remarkable, she whispered. She stepped back as his parents fell upon him, hugging him and crying. Thanks for listening.